Hey guys, my name is Andrew. Welcome once again to another video in this amazing series. Yeah, this series is a tutorial series where I'm teaching the MERN stack. It's a beautiful series. It's awesome, right? From the back end to the front end. I mean, I'm showing you guys a lot, showing you guys my personal developer workflow. I mean, the tutorial series has got so much value. All right. So in this build, in this video, we are going to be in the previous video, we built the back end. I showed you guys everything. We started from creating the GitHub repository, we built it, and then we deployed to render. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys the front end build with HTML, right? With HTML and Tailwind CSS, of course, with vanilla JavaScript. After building with HTML, I'm going to show you guys my developer workflow, how to use GitHub, making commits professionally. I'll show you guys how to make commits right inside of VS Code. I'll show you guys stuff, and then finally, I'll show you guys how to push to GitHub and how to also deploy the website that we are going to be building to Vercel from your GitHub repository, from your GitHub account. So this tutorial has got so much value. I mean, so much value. So guys, without further ado, let's get straight into the build. Okay, so before we get into the build, uh, I want you guys to take note that I guess I've said it already. We are building this front. We are building all the front end. We are styling the whole front end with Tailwind CSS, the HTML build, the React build, the Next.js build. We are styling everything with Tailwind CSS. So you're going to be learning a lot about Tailwind CSS. But then we use the Tailwind CLI method, which uses the Tailwind compiler to compile our CSS. So while building, I kind of encountered some issues. The compiler was kind of slow, right? One hitch or the other came up, and the build was kind of slow. So you might want to avoid using the live server, right? So while I guess you're gonna understand better as you continue in tutorial. Okay, so you might want to avoid using the live server and then go ahead reloading your page yourself. So we use the Tailwind CLI, and then I also use the live server for running the HTML. So you want to avoid using the live server, so you can only have one compiler running, so your build can be faster. All right. So in case you don't understand now, while the tutorial begins, you're gonna understand better. So you want to avoid using the live server, so you keep refreshing your HTML page yourself each time. So I believe that way the Tailwind CLI is going to be faster. Right, so let's go back to VS Code. So I initially started the project, and then this is the demo build. I think this should be all right. Oh, good. So this is ours. This is the build we had last in the last video. So this is the server. We built the server. We hosted the project on render. I showed you guys everything. I showed you guys my GitHub workflow. I showed you guys how to even make commit messages. I showed you guys how to deploy on render, and our API went live. Right. So if you want to see all of those, check out check out the description. You get to see the link to the full series, like I said earlier. And then when you get to see the link to the full series, you'll now be able to check out the back end build, right? So that's what the server folder is all about. In this video, like I said, we are building the HTML front end. All right. Then in subsequent videos, we'll do React and we'll do Next.js. So I basically added a single folder. I added an assets folder into the HTML client. I can it seems the folder is named images rather. It seems it's named images, but however, we're going to make adjustments so it becomes as exact as we want. So here we go. All right. So let's assume you are an absolute beginner. Okay, you want to start a project. You are an absolute beginner. How are you going to go about it? Right? How are you going to go about it? So let's assume you are just an absolute beginner. This tutorial is for you. All right. So if you want to start a new HTML project, what you should do is, all right, by the way, learning HTML even in this era of JavaScript libraries is actually very cool. It's important, right? HTML and vanilla JavaScript are the core basics. And the more you know these core basics, the more awesome you'll be using those libraries and frameworks, right? React.js, Vue, Angular, Svelte, Git, Astro. The more good you do, the better you are at the basics, the more awesome you'll be using those other stuff. A lot of folks just jump the curtain and they end up not being so good. So learning how projects are built in HTML and then getting to see how the same exact project is duplicated, is built, rather, is built in React and in awesome Next.js, getting to see how all of these things advance and progress. It's just awesome. So this tutorial series is awesome. Remember, link to the complete series will be in the description. So learning HTML is cool. You're going to learn HTML, you're going to learn React.js, and you're going to learn Next.js. So how do you get started with a new HTML project? This is how I love it, right? I like structuring my projects to be very cool. So even though this tutorial project is basically a tutorial, I'm still going to make it as standard as possible so that you can know how to structure your project in a standard way. So I do create folders. The first thing I do is I create, no, it mustn't be the first actually. So we need the pages folder. No, inside of HTML client, of course, we need the pages folder. We need the pages folder. What else do we need? We need a script where we put our JavaScript. All right. Then let's use the. I just showed you guys how to use this panel, right? All right. I just showed you guys how to use that panel. So now we're not going to use that panel any longer. Sorry. Oh gosh. Right here. So I'm not going to be using this panel any longer. Let's go to the terminal. I love using the terminal. I'm a fan of the terminal. So let's cd into the HTML client folder. I don't need to type everything. I just write out the initials, probably the first 3 or 4 letters, and as long as it's unique, when I press the tab key, the terminal gives me an autocomplete, right? So just start typing out the name. You don't need to type everything as long as it's unique. If it has duplicate a similar folder or file with those beginning letters, it's going to clash. So try to type it out to the point where it's unique, then you hit the tab key. So once you hit the tab key, you get this, and then you hit enter. You're now inside of that folder. So as you can see, I'm inside of the HTML client folder inside of my terminal. This is what do I call it? This is shell basics, right? Shell navigation basics, bash kind of stuff. Is Linux, right? So if you want to learn the stuff, you just do some googling, shell navigation basics. You get to see stuff like this. They are basically shell terminal kind of stuff, right? Linux, their origin is, they're basically used more in Linux, right? Nowadays we have them in Windows, and yeah, Mac OS of course uses them. So let's not get into that history. I mean, let's not get into another history line. So I'm into the HTML client folder, and now I can create folders like I want. So I can, to create a folder, this is the command mkdir, and then all right, by the way, if you want to use if you want to enjoy shell navigation and other Linux stuff inside of Windows, you can use WSL is called Windows Subsystem for Linux. Hopefully I'll get to make videos on those stuffs in subsequent releases, but for now let's just focus. So inside of the HTML client folder, I've created script pages. I want a styles folder. Right, so I've created the styles folder. Now you see it up there. I want the styles folder, and then what else do I want? uh Assets. Let's create an assets folder so we can move the images folder inside of it. It's supposed to be images, no assets. So we have our assets folder, we have pages, we have scripts. That should be it. So let's move our images folder into assets, right? So the images folder is going to contain our assets, stuff like svgs, uh icons, and other stuff. So basically, I added the images folder initially, and the images folder contains 2 images. A delete icon that we're going to be using. Yeah, let's go back to our demo. This icon here is basically an SVG image. I initially used SVG, the coded SVG, but I was getting some buggy reactions, so I decided to substitute it with an image. So we have, it's PNG, not SVG. It's PNG, but it's fine. We could have gotten it in SVG format as well. It's great, PNG or SVG. As you can see, the file icon is SVG, right? The file icon is SVG. Right, so here we have this in PNG. Uh, what else are we doing? We have our assets folder. Good. Inside of the assets folder, we have images, and then we have these 2 images. So the fab icon will be for our icon, our app icon. This D here, this icon, that's the fab icon. Then this delete icon for the card that contains the developer profile where we can delete. So this is the pages folder. This is the script folder for our script, and then this is the styles folder. So at this point, I think we should give a pause. Okay, before we give a pause, let me create an index.html file, touch index.html. So to create a file, use the touch command, and then to create a folder, use the mkdir command. So this is basically a complete setup already for this project. Other files are still coming, but we have a complete setup already. So before I proceed, I want to show you guys the API we built and deployed, right? In the initial build where we had the backend development, the backend completely was built. I showed you guys step by step. I was as slow as possible, showing you guys how to build out the backend. All right. So in that previous video, we built out the backend. Let's like forget I'm going to come back to this, but let's go back and have our zoom in. So to give you guys the best, let's get some zoom. Right, so let's get some zoom. I think this should be okay. I don't want it to be zoomed in too much. It's gonna be boring, ugly. I don't like it ugly. So I think this is fine. This zoom is okay. So let's go to Postman as well. Let's get a zoom inside of Postman. Right, so those I think those zooms are okay. Then the browser will leave the browser zoom as it is. So uh I was talking about the fact that in the initial build, we had the back end, build the back end. I showed you guys things step by step, showed you guys my workflow. It was awesome. Please check out the description to get the link to the full series. All right, then. So going to render, our API was deployed on render, right? Render gives you the privilege to deploy your APIs for free. So I click the dashboard. Coming to the dashboard now, we're going to see some of my projects, and of course, this was the initial build. This was the initial build, the demo. Then this was the build we made live. All right, so our server is currently healthy. All right, check out our logs. What do we have in our logs? I don't think we have a problem. If you are a front-end engineer, actually, then you might not be bothered about the back end of things, but it still makes sense. As a front-end engineer, it makes sense to get to know how APIs are built, right? You get to know how back, you don't need to know them for knowledge or for skill, but just get an overview of things, right? So even if you're a front-end engineer, I still recommend you check out the description, see the link to the full series and watch it. You get to see how APIs are built. You get to see how the back-end developers interact with Postman while they build those APIs. And you as a front-end engineer, you should be interacting with Postman as well, right? I don't know, but I believe a lot of, I don't know, but I believe a lot of front-end engineers don't use Postman. All right. So if you are really top notch, you should be using Postman or a Postman alternative, because you need to be interacting with APIs, exploring documentation, testing endpoints. I mean, you should be interacting with APIs using Postman as a front-end engineer. And in case you don't know how to interact with Postman, I'm going to show you guys how to test endpoints with Postman as a front-end engineer in a bit, in just a moment. But I still recommend that you go check out the full stack. Just check out the whole course, explore it, and make the best of it, right? So let's go back to render. Our logs, everything seems fine. Now let's check out our API link. Let's check out the base link of our API, the root of our API. Let's click it. Uh, whenever I guess I guess I said this in the previous video, whenever your API stays dormant for a while, render uh, kind of suspends it. Yeah, that's just the word. Render kind of suspends it. So until your API begin to get activity again, it stays kind of suspended, not actually suspended. I don't really know how that works under the hood, but once your API is not active, they kind of ignore it, right? So happened. It took some time to load, and then it gave us our response. So the moment we start hitting our endpoint, it's because we're on a free tier. That's just it, because we're on a free tier. So if you want your API to be always alive, always active, you go on the paid version. So on the paid subscription, rather, right? So this is what the first response that happens when we hit our API root, API base, right? The forward slash endpoint, no addition, just the forward slash endpoint. So the moment we hit that base, this is the response we configured it to give back to us. So if we run this link inside of Postman, right, we are going to get the same response. But before we go to Postman, I want to show you guys what happened. Let's get all profiles. This is the get all profiles endpoint where we can fetch all profiles, right? So we can do this right here inside of our browser. It's not working, all right? It shouldn't work in the first place. So we need the other part of the slash API. We need the other part of the API URL, right? The base and then the endpoint. So we need the complete endpoint. So the endpoint is slash API slash v1 version 1. Versioning APIs is recommended. So always version your APIs as a backend engineer. Right, so we have API slash version 1 slash profiles, right? We assumed the assumption is basically our project might be bigger, so we have other controllers, right? We have the auth controller, the users controller, whatever, but in this case we have only one controller, which is the profiles. So this is the complete endpoint now. So when I run this, you're going to see it's going to get us all our profiles, right? It's going to get us all the profiles. It's still showing us an error. I don't know where could this error be coming from. Developer profiles project slash API slash version 1 slash profiles slash get or profiles. I missed an S, right? I missed an S. So let's hit enter now. It should give us all our profiles, right? So it gave us all our profiles. Let's go back here. You're going to see this. It basically gave us all our profiles. I'm coming. Okay. All right, sorry. This is the demo. The demo isn't using our API, right? I'm coming. Let me refresh. The demo build isn't using our API. I think the React.js version uses our API. So let's go to the React.js version. This HTML version don't use our API. So developer profiles project YouTube. Where's the React.js link? Hey guys, so this is the HTML front end. Yeah, this is the HTML front end, and this is the React.js front end. You barely can get the difference, right? That's because the build is just awesome, right? The build is progressive. I showed everything beautifully. So since we are working with the HTML build, we're going to stick with this, right? We're going to stick with this. I think I'm going to take this off, then we are going to use the we're going to use this other demo which has the API we want, right? So we're going to use this other demo which has the API we want. So as you can see over here, right? So as you can see over here, this is all of our entries. We've fetched our entries, and then after fetching our entries, we've integrated the entries into our UI, and our app is looking clean, is looking dope. You can edit, you can go back, you can delete, no thanks. It's just cool. You can add, so it's just dope. All right, so this is the demo. Okay, no need to practice. We're going to build it. So I'm going to show you guys. We're going to practice it. We're going to practice everything in the build. Okay, so this was our back end, and then hitting this base URL we got over here, and then I really want to show you guys how the base URL progresses to give us something similar to our local host URL, right? So developer profiles project youtube live.orenda.com. This is our base, right? And just like you guys saw in the backend build, this is our get all profiles endpoint. All right, so hitting this endpoint, we are able to get all our profiles, and you can see running this API inside of the browser is just not good looking at all. All right, we didn't document our API as backend engineers. When you build APIs, you're supposed to document them, but basically this is not a very official setting, and it's just a tutorial. I will definitely make video on API documentation in the near future, but for now we focus on getting this HTML build out of our way, right? So you can see how the API responses came, and it isn't looking so nice. You can spot this little emoji here, and that is inside of this profile, right? So this is basically our API coming back as a response to us. So like I said, I was using this illustration to show you guys how this how this API link given us by render, how it correlates with our localhost URL. All right, so let's go back to Postman. This is us inside of Postman, right? So in our initial build, I already did some tests here. I did some playing around. In our initial build, we saved our localhost 5000 inside of we saved it inside of a variable. So when we start typing, I think what's the name? DPPR. Yeah, we saved it as DPPR, right? So that basically gives us. Let's check out the DPPR variable and see what it contains. So the DPPR variable, developer profiles project root or base, whatever you call it. So it's HTTP colon no s, right? It's a localhost 5000 API slash version one slash profiles. Good. So we don't need all of these details again. So whenever we call the DPPR, we are basically calling profiles. Sorry, we are calling all of those piece of data, right? All of this, we are calling all of this. So we now add get all profiles to the end of it. Okay, so you guys saw why we did that. We did that because we wanted our work to be reduced. Instead of calling those lengthy stuff each time for each of these endpoints, we just use DPPR, and after using DPPR, we are able to just substitute it and get that value that we want, right? The base and the part of the endpoint. So coming over here, I just wanted to show you guys how the unrender URL correlates with this. So when you check out the unrender, I'm coming. Let me copy out all of this. All of this. Let's not use the DPPR variable here. So this is I'm coming. Don't worry. Let's go back to render and copy the whole URL. Right, so let me open up a totally new let me open up a new file that isn't saved yet, and then I put in the URL. So let's go back here, and yeah, let's bring back the DPPR. Let's bring back the DPPR. The PPR, good. Okay, get all profiles, good. This is what we want, right? So now the DPPR, like you guys know, is basically all of this, right? It's basically all of this, right? Just all of this. So it helps us reduce the work. Let me remove the DPPR now, and then let's paste this, right? Let's paste this. All right, it's not going to work because our localhost isn't up. So this is all of our URL, right? So localhost 5000 slash API slash version one profiles, the base and the endpoint together, right? Giving us the complete API URL. But right now we have something else which is different. So this was for our local development. This was for our localhost 5000. If we had our localhost server running, then we should get a response, right? We demonstrated all of this in the previous backend build. Check out the video. So this is how it looks in our localhost, but check out how it looks now. So what is the difference? This now becomes the base of our API. This becomes the base of our API, right? It becomes the base of the URL. All right, so this becomes the base. Okay, over here it was localhost HTTP. It was HTTP localhost up to this point, right? Then the endpoint. But now our base becomes this. All of this becomes our base. So the moment you hit this is a get request. Of course, remember to set your request is a get request. The moment you hit this, we're going to get the same response we got inside of the browser, but in this case, it's going to be formatted and it's going to look super cool, right? It's going to be formatted and it's going to look super cool. So this is how our responses looks like. All right, guys. So this is how front-end engineers should interact with APIs inside of Postman. So if you're not doing so already, you are missing out a lot. So in here, you can interact with APIs, play around, and you get to see what your API contains. You can explore cookies. You can play around. You can check out your headers, your tokens, everything inside of this place. Postman is powerful. And of course, in subsequent videos, in a subsequent video, probably this week, I'm going to show you guys how I use Thunder Client. Thunder Client is an amazing replacement for Postman. This is Thunder Client, and Thunder Client is amazing. Like I said, is an amazing replacement for Postman. You get you get to enjoy the amazing capabilities of Postman right inside of VS Code. You don't need to go out of VS Code. It's just cool. The experience is cool. So you get to see collections. You can store variables. It's just basically more like Postman. Yeah, I certainly believe it's going to be lighter, but it's awesome to give you a seamless experience enough. So I just demonstrated how our API base works, right? So while developing in localhost, it is localhost whatever, right? Just like this, right? It's not going to give us a response because our server is not running. We're done building the back end. If you checked out that video, you get to understand what I mean. But right here, it's running because this is what we deployed. We deployed our API that was built to render, and then this now becomes the base of our API, right? So whenever you're working on a team and the backend engineer gives you the API, run over to Postman or Thunder Client or whatever API software, API development software you're using, and play around with your API, test it, extend it, exploit, right? All right, guys. So that is it about the API route. So let's proceed back to VS Code. Now let's do some real stuff. So this is our HTML file. All right. So whenever you're building an HTML project, the index file must always be in the root of your project. So like in this case, the root of our project is is the HTML client directory, the HTML client folder, right? So that's the root of our project. And that is where our index.html file should stay. It shouldn't be inside of any folder. That is the starting point of our project. So when we are done and we deploy this project to a server, the first thing the server looks for when trying to serve our HTML website, any HTML website at all, the first thing, that's how it should be in every HTML project, right? I don't really know if there's any other way, but I guess this is how it is in every single HTML project, no matter how big, right? The index file stays outside. It stays directly inside of the root directory, no inside of no other folder. So other pages can come in here, but the index, the landing page must stay outside. So this is where our index file is. And then let's get it started. The shortcut I use is HTML:5. You might have another shortcut. Let's save that. Good. I have Prettier doing the formatting for me. So if you want Prettier, just go to extensions and then you search Prettier. You install Prettier, and then you install Prettier. After you install Prettier, then yeah, that's it. Prettier code formatter. You install it is an extension, and then after installing Prettier, you do some googling how to set up Prettier extension for VS Code. So when you do your googling, you get to see how to set it up, and I hope you'll be up and running just like mine is. Right. So Prettier does the formatting automatically. This is our index file. It's just basically more like it's basically just a simple layout for now. So we're gonna have two more pages, right? Yeah, we're gonna have two more pages. That page, the first page is add profile page. We're going to have the add profile page. So this is add profile.html. The next page is the update profile page. Updates profile page. It is the update profile page.html. So we have those two pages now. Each of this, let's get them started. HTML:5. Save, add profile, HTML:5 as well. We save. All right, good. So we're making progress. So we are making good progress. Good. So right now, this project, let's go back to the demo. The project uses Google Fonts, right? Google Fonts is what gives us the sleekness. I love pixel perfection when I build front ends. It has to be pixel perfect if I have to be the one building it, right? So I love using Google Fonts a lot because it makes your website clean, neat, super appealing, right? Just like you can see here. So we're going to be using Google Fonts. So let's go get our fonts from Google. So fonts.google.com, that's the website. Fonts.google.com, that's the website, right? So here we are on Google Fonts website. So to use Google Fonts is pretty easy. You just come over here. If you've selected fonts previously, it's kind of, it has some Google Fonts uses Google Fonts basically has a storage, a kind of a memory. So whenever you select font, it stays that way. Okay, so I've already selected the font, but I want to show you guys how to do everything from scratch. So I'm going to remove all the fonts. I'm going to remove all of this as well. So all of the fonts are gone. So I'm now going to show you guys how to add everything from scratch. So we're going to use Nunito Sans, right? Nunito Sans. That will be for the body, and then Nunito, sorry, Nito. So you search the font you want, and then this is Nunito. I want Nunito Sans. So we're going to be using the Nunito Sans font. We're going to pick light 300. So light 300, not italic. We want the regular light 300. I guess that's all we need for Nunito, right? Okay, let's pick light 300 and regular 400. Yeah, regular 400. So these are the two we need for Nunito. So we are done selecting our Nunito font. The next thing we go to do, we go to search another font. Okay, let's go back. We'll be using two fonts, Nunito and Poppins. Right, so let's add Poppins. Right, here we go. This is Poppins. So Poppins, we need some big variant of Poppins. we need let's pick 700. Yeah, this is 700. Let's pick 700 poppins. Let's pick 700. So I guess that's all we need. Yeah, that's, let's just stay like this. Let's pick 800 as well. Should we? Okay, let's replace. Let's take out 700. Let's remove 700 and let's pick 800. The bold, yeah. So we now have all we need. So good. Now that you selected your fonts, you need these pieces of data, right? So we need to copy this and go and add to our HTML. Okay. So each of our HTML page is going to have this, right? So we have this pieces of data, the method, chassis, this. So let's do some commenting to keep our code neat. Page title, right? We serve this as a comment. Oh gosh, we serve this as a comment, and then I love I love my builds looking neat when I'm building. So page title, then Google fonts. After page title, Google fonts, right? So page title should be the last thing on the list. But let's go. I'm going to refactor them, Google fonts. So we comment this out, Google fonts, right? Then so we paste our Google fonts here. So this is it. So we have our Google fonts added to our HTML. So the seems there's something wrong. Is it my Zoom? I think it's my Zoom. The I don't like the way it's kind of coming. Probably I didn't copy it out well. All right, let me see now. All right, it's basically the formatting, right? Don't worry, we're going to see if everything works out. If it doesn't work, then we get to see. So let's cut this out. The title stays last. That's just my preference in this case. So the title stays last. So we have Google Fonts, we have the title. Don't worry, we're going to update the title, but let's focus and get done with Google Fonts first. So we have brought the Google font, we'll copy the HTML aspect of the font, right, which is this. Now we want to copy the CSS aspect of the font and customize it. So let's go to our CSS file. For our CSS file, we're going to do some drama here because we're going to be using Tailwind CSS. But for now, let's just create a source folder, src. No, let's call it dist. No. Yeah, should we create a source folder or a dist folder? We're creating a source folder, then our source folder will compile to the dist folder. So we'll create a source folder. Inside of our source folder, we call it styles. Let's call it main input.css, right? Main input.css. That's what we are calling our styles coming from the source folder. We're going to be using Tailwind CSS. So the way Tailwind CSS works inside of HTML, in a normal HTML, it works differently in React and Next.js. But in HTML, the way Tailwind CSS works is it does compilation. So while you are writing, it's compiling. Tailwind CSS is awesome. Just check out, probably do a Google search, read about its awesome features. Tailwind CSS is super cool. Tailwind CSS is one of the best things to ever happen to CSS. Period. Right? So main input.css. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. That's just my opinion. All right. So you might have a different opinion. I respect yours. All right. So main input.css. This is where our main input is going to be. So we post all of this stuff. So this is coming from Google, right? This is coming from Google. We've copied the HTML aspect. Now we've copied the CSS aspect. So it's basically the font family property, right? But then the way I want us to do it, we are going to do it in such a way that our fonts will be added to classes. So wherever we want to use the font, we simply call a class name, right? So let's go back and write some CSS. We call these Nonito Sans, and then let's write some CSS, and then we carry this guy goes up. This is a shortcut I use. You want to use it, just hold the control key and shift key on Windows. That's if you're on Windows. If you're on Windows, on the Windows OS, the control and the shift key, and then your arrow keys up and down will do the toggling for you. So I've done this. Let's take this out. Okay, so we've added the Nunito Sans font. Now we add the Poppins font. And then, so whenever we want to use a font, we just call it. This is how I love using fonts in my project, and it's super cool. It's nice. It makes building comfortable. If you're going to be, yeah, definitely smash the like button. Please smash the like button if you're enjoying the video so far, and then don't forget to hit the subscribe button, right? So subscribe to my channel. You're going to see me build stuff the way I do them. You're going to see my regular, this is my workflow I'm showing to the world here. So you're going to see how I do stuff world class in top notch level. So you're going to learn from me, right? So this is how I love using fonts, except if the case demands that I do something different. So now we have our fonts added here already. So before we test if our fonts are working, let's go and add Tailwind CSS. We can go ahead and test if our fonts are working already, right? But should we do that? No, let's go and let's do that. Good. So let's go back to our HTML build. So we have Google Fonts here already. We have our page title, fine. Now inside of our body, let's add some HTML. Let's say main. All right, so main, and then let's add some long piece of text, lorem 200. Just dummy text gives us 200 characters of dummy text, right? So this is what we have on our index page. I'm going to be using an extension called live server, so we don't have to keep reloading our page. When you're working with HTML, if you just go ahead and open your HTML page directly in your browser, anytime you make an update in your code, you need to go and refresh your browser. But there's an extension here called Five Server. You can install it. It's called Five Server, FIVE server, right? Five Server. All right, so live server, Five Server. This is the extension by Yannick. You can install the extension, and it helps you serve HTML pages. And in that case, you won't need to keep reloading and reloading and reloading. Everything is just going to be, I mean, your page serves automatically. There'll be automatic updates whenever you save your page. So it just makes your work easier and smoother. So I'm going to be starting my HTML file. Ensure you are inside of an HTML file before you hit live server. All right, so you don't get confused if you're a beginner. So ensure you are on the HTML file, and then you hit go live. This is what you hit down here. You can see open Five Server. So you hit it. It starts your HTML file in the browser for you. So let's check out the browser and see if our HTML file is there already. Okay, I think it's coming. It seems to be here already. No, it's not here. This is our API. Let's wait for it. Right, it's still loading. Right, so that is it. It's loading. Let's drop the terminal a little so we can have some good space up here. So our page is ready. While live server keeps getting ready, I want to show you guys how. Let's do the setup for Tailwind CSS. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and do the setup for Tailwind CSS. All right, so like I said, the way Tailwind CSS works in vanilla HTML is different from the way it works in React, and it's different from the way it works in React. Let's go back to our code. Live server just started. It's different from the way it works in React and Next.js. All right, so sorry about that. So this is a vanilla HTML project. When I use the word vanilla came into the programming scope. It came into programming because of the vanilla kind of flavor, vanilla kind of ice cream flavor, which is plain, right? You don't want any flavors, you just want it plain. So you say I want it vanilla, right? So when you say vanilla in code in software, you're basically saying a programming language without libraries, without frameworks. So when I say vanilla HTML, I simply mean there's no React, there's no Next.js, right? So there's no framework, there's no library, vanilla HTML, vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, vanilla Python, whatever you wish to call it. So that's some bit of history for you. All right, so good. So let's proceed. Now our live server has started, but let's ignore live server for now. Let's all right, good. Let's try to focus on one thing. Let's get that done first. Let's not get up and down. All right, so let's go back to our code page. You can see the font isn't looking so cool, right? It's basically is it sans serif? I think this should be serif. It's a serif font, but this is not what we want. We want it to look like we want. So coming into the HTML now, I already have my CSS here, right? I already have my CSS. Okay, I think we should, yeah, it's better we go set up. Okay, no problem, fine, it's fine. I already have my CSS. So let's bring in our CSS now. After Google Fonts, our CSS should stay before Google Fonts, so we don't get so our CSS, our fonts don't come and override Google's, right? So style import. So we comment this out. styles import, we comment this out, then we bring in our style link, right? Link, and then our href. We want styles, go to styles, go to search, and then you pick main input, the css. Good. So let's go back to our input here. So we have Nunito sans, we have poppins. Okay, saved. Let's go back to our html. I want to show you guys something. So you can see this space around about uh our page here. It comes in by default in every html page. It comes in by default, and it's left for you, who's the developer, to kind of annul that. So let's go back. I want to show you guys how it is. You can see it comes with the body, the body element. It's a margin, right? A default margin. So let's go to our css and let's annul that. So let's do that before our font. So we say body, and then we say padding. Padding is 0. Padding is 0. Margin is as well 0. Right. So with this, you're going to see now that the space is gone. You can see there's no more space, it's gone. So that proves that our css import worked, right? So now we already have our fonts classified into classes. Let's go back to the html file, and now let's add the Nunito sans font here. So class Nunito sans, Nunito sans, right? So you're going to see now this our page is going to be rendered with the Nunito sans font. So let's go back, and you're going to see it's now Nunito sans, right? It's just like we want it. So I think our font isn't looking as slim as this, right? I think uh it's picking the 400 instead of the 300, and the 300 is what we want. This slim look of the font is actually coming from the 300. So let's go back to Google Fonts. Let's make an update. So we simply go to the Nunito sans, and then we take off the 400, take off the regular 400, right? So we have an updated HTML import to make. So we simply copy this now that we have taken off. Yeah, we've taken off the 400, right? No more 400. So we copy this, right? This remains the same. Okay, so no worries. We copy that, and then we go back to our HTML, and then over here we paste it, right? So save. Now we should get that slim look, right? We should get that slim look, clean and beautiful look over here, right? So you get to see that's, I mean, this is what Google Fonts helps you do. It gives you the power to customize your font, make it as customizable as you want. So now we are sure our Google Font works, right? Our Google Font setup works just fine. uh the link to the repo, the demo build, will be in the description, right? So if you want to follow along with the code, you already can have access to it. So the link to the GitHub repo will be in the description. Check out the description. You get to the GitHub repo, you check out all the build. You even get probably some extra comments that helps you to do to understand things better in the demo build, right? That might not be in this live build. So all in all the live builds, I'm going to show you guys everything I'm going to build, and for each of the build, HTML, React, and Next.js, we're going to deploy each of them to Vercel. I'll show you guys how everything works. So now our font is working just exactly as we want. Now let's get Tailwind CSS into the mix. Tailwind CSS is what we're going to use for styling. Tailwind CSS makes life super easy. It's awesome. So how does Tailwind CSS work? Let's go to the Tailwind CSS website. Let's go to Tailwind CSS. Here we are. This is the Tailwind CSS website, right? So let's go straight to the docs. There's no time to waste. Let's go straight to the docs, and then this is how to install Tailwind CSS. So if you are using the HTML version, this is the option. This is the option to use. I don't know if there's another way you can use Tailwind CSS inside of HTML, right? But this is basically the option I use. Probably the CDN version works. All right, probably I think the CDN version works, right? But this is the method we're going to use, right? This is the method we're going to use. We're going to use the CLI version, where you run your command and then you keep watching for changes in your HTML file. So we're going to use the CLI version. Probably if we're building another HTML project next time, we can then use the CDN method, or probably, I don't know, probably post CSS method might work, but we'll use the CLI version. So to use the CLI version, you need to install Tailwind CSS. So if you've never worked with a project where you made an installation, this is a perfect project for you to learn how npm works, how to install stuffs inside of your project, how to install dependencies, right? And dev dependencies. So in case you're an absolute newbie, enjoy the process. So to be able to do this installation, you need Node.js, right? So go to Node.js, nodejs.org, go to nodejs.org, and then download Node.js, download the long-term support version, this version, right? 18.17, right? Download this long-term support version of Node.js. Don't download the current version. This is the best to download, right? So let's go back to Tailwind CSS. Okay, like I said, install Node.js so you can be able to have this ability to use npm and npx, right? Once you install Node.js, those two stuffs comes together. Npx comes together, npm comes together. So if you go back to the terminal, Node.js is installed globally. You go back to the terminal, right? I can now run, first let me clear up my terminal. I can run npm, sorry, not npm, node-re, and then I get to see my version, the version of Node.js that is currently running, that I'm currently using. All right, so npm-v, you get to see the version of npm you are using, and then equally when you do npx-v, you get to see the version of npx you are using. Everything, oh sorry, -v, not -x, everything comes with, let's, to terminate a process, just hit Control C, it terminates the process. So npx-v will show us the npx version. So you get to see all of these things that you're using, all the versions you're using, and they come once you install Node.js. So installing Node.js is easy. It's basically a normal software installation process, right? Install it on your computer and you'll be good to go. So let's go back to Tailwind CSS. You can now use npm and npx. So you need to install, you need to start with installation, right? So now I think we need to drag our terminal a little bit up. Okay, so uh, so uh, we want to install Tailwind CSS now. You need to make sure you are inside of the HTML client folder, right? Because that's the you install Tailwind CSS on the root of the project. That's the root of the project. So you need to make sure you are inside of your HTML client folder. So now that we are here, we can now do install npm install. Sorry, we already copied the command. Let's just paste it. So let's go. We're going to have npm do the installation for us. So Tailwind CSS is going to get installed. I hope it takes as little time as possible so we can proceed as fast as possible. So once we install Tailwind CSS, you're going to see it's going to come with Node modules folder. Node modules is basically a massive file that stores your dependencies that will be coming with your dependencies and dev dependencies that will be coming with the installation. So we already have the Node modules folder. It's right here. Once our installation is complete, then good. Okay, so we have the Node modules folder, and we have a whole lot of files coming with Node modules. We have over 1,000 files coming with Node modules. Right, let's go back to our source control here. You can see a lot of files coming with it. You see Node modules, Node modules, Node modules, over 1,000 files coming with Node modules, and we don't want to commit these files to GitHub. Right, that is something beginners do, but come on, you don't want to commit you don't want to commit or push Node modules to GitHub. So what do? You add the git ignore file. So how do you add the git ignore file? Git ignore stays at the root as well. So dot git ignore, right? So this is it. And then we ignore the complete Node modules folder. There's a comment, Node modules, and then you call the folder name node underscore modules. And then once you save, you're going to see it's going to change from over 1K plus to, sorry guys, it's going to change from over 1K plus to just about, I think about a very few number that we can use. So git ignore. Okay, good. You can see it's now showing 9. All right, so we ignored the complete Node modules folder. So because we basically don't need it on GitHub, right? Anybody that pulls that clones your project repo will have to do a fresh installation for themselves, right? So when they do the fresh installation, Node modules comes in along with their installation. So they basically don't need Node modules. You might be wondering, how will their system know the dependencies to install? That is where package.json comes in. So you push your package.json, you can see it's not ignored. The package.json is not ignored, it's available for you to push. So when you push your package.json, the package.json will contain the list of dependencies and dev dependencies, right? Like dependencies are basically those requirements, right? Those tools you'll be using for your project on your computer. Dependencies you use on your computer during development, and the server as well. We need them to run your app or your code. But then when you come to dependencies, you need on your computer, right? You need on the server as well. But dev dependencies you only need on your local environment. Okay, so those are dev dependencies. So that's the difference between dependency and dev dependencies. So good. Now we have installed Tailwind CSS. We are going to be pushing our package.json file along. So the moment anybody clones your project repo and he simply runs npm install inside of the HTML client folder, right? It automatically installs no other command, just npm install. That's how you should do whenever you clone a project that is not yours. As long as it has need for installations, just run only the npm install command, and then your project, all the dependencies and dev dependencies will get installed automatically. So that is by the way. Now we have installed Tailwind CSS. Let's go back to Tailwind CSS guide. I think we should move faster. Let's now initialize Tailwind CSS. We copy the next code and we go back and equally we paste it. And then once we paste it, we're going to get our Tailwind CSS config file, which we are going to now configure to get us set for our project. So once this npx init command runs, it's going to give us some extra files. I think post CSS, Tailwind CSS. So once those files come, it seems to be taking some time. Right, let's wait for it. Okay, here we go. So we have our Tailwind CSS config file here. Right, I just open not having an error. Right, good. We're not having an error. We have our Tailwind CSS config file over here. So what are we going to do inside of our Tailwind CSS config file? We're going to configure it to suit our project. So how do we start? To start that, you have to do something over here. The first thing you do is, sorry guys, the first thing you do is you're going to configure Tailwind CSS. Excuse me guys, I'm sorry about that. You're going to configure Tailwind CSS to target any HTML file and any JS file inside of the HTML client folder, right? So any file at all that ends with the HTML extension or the JS extension inside of the HTML client folder, you want to target those files so that Tailwind CSS can process any Tailwind CSS class you add inside of such files. So let's proceed. And now this is how we do it. You use the wildcard, right? Just follow along. Don't bother. You don't need to really understand this. Just follow along and get everything done exactly. So you say HTML, JS, and that is it for this section. So by doing this, we have targeted every HTML file, every JS file that is inside of the HTML client folder. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to bring in our media queries with Tailwind CSS. This is how media queries work. Tailwind CSS gives you the ability to use media queries in a very super amazing fashion, right? Don't worry, you guys are going to see how we're going to do all of those things. So I love using 5 breakpoints basically for some projects. I guess I've worked on those. I guess I've used those endpoints on some projects, but in this project we're going to use just 4 endpoints. This is Code Whisperer. Code Whisperer is an Amazon AI code helper. It helps you code. So it's already bringing suggestions for me, and I'm going to take its suggestions. I'm going to take its suggestions, probably make some updates. So these are the endpoints we want. We want the SMX endpoint 640. Okay, we want the SM endpoint. We don't need we don't need quotes here. So Copilot can give us a wrong piece of code sometimes. You just have to be careful. This is AI. AI can hallucinate. So let's get suggestions from Copilot. You don't have to wait for Copilot, right? You don't have to wait. So let's go ahead and write out our media queries. So MD is going to be 640, right? 640 px, and then the same way, let's add some piece of comment, right? 640 pixels, is it 780? It's not 780, it's going to be 640. Sorry, that was SM 640. MD is 770, right? MD is 770. So it's going to be at media, and then we kind of describe it 770, not 768, 770. Okay guys, so this is basically how you use breakpoints in Tailwind CSS, right? This is how you use breakpoints in Tailwind CSS. You just declare the breakpoints, and then basically Tailwind CSS breakpoints work as classes. You just declare the breakpoints, and then you call them as classes. So now I'm basically just going to paste the remaining breakpoints so we save time and move faster. Okay guys, so we've basically accomplished this first 2 steps. We've accomplished the first 2 steps. The next step in Tailwind CSS setup is we've done this. We've accomplished step 1. we accomplish step 2, right? We'll set up our compiler with our targeting our HTML and JS files, and then we set our media query breakpoints, right? So we're done with these 2 steps. Now, the next thing to do is to copy all of this. The next thing to do is to copy all these declarations and go and paste inside of your CSS file. So I paste it here, paste it just at the top of your CSS file. All right, so this is our CSS file, right? So we had our source folder and then we had our main inputs.css. This is our CSS file. So now I've pasted the command. So we are going to I've pasted the command. Let's go back. Okay, before we proceed, I want to explain how this method of this Tailwind CSS method we are using works. This Tailwind CSS method is the compiler method. When we are using the React, when we are building the React version and the Next.js version, we're not going to need this manual compiler. But for this HTML version, we're using this manual compiler version. So we need to run a compiler command so that the Tailwind CSS compiler watches our CSS. Whenever we make a change, it compiles it for us and gives us the final output. So this will be our input. We can add CSS here, and then equally inside of our HTML, we can call Tailwind CSS classes, right? The utility classes. Inside of our JS as well, we can call them. That is using template literals, which we are going to do, and you guys are going to see. So this is our main input.css. We can use Tailwind CSS classes here. We can also use them inside of our main HTML files or our JS files, right? So anywhere we use Tailwind CSS, the compiler goes and picks all of those classes we use and then bundles them into an output CSS. So this will be our input CSS. We are going to have to create a new folder for the output CSS and as well a new CSS file, right? Where our final CSS will be dumped, where the compiler will compile everything into. Okay, so Tailwind CSS is actually very beautiful. One reason why Tailwind CSS is beautiful, why it excels, is because it's what you use that ends up as your output. So Tailwind CSS is not one of those libraries that requires you to import the whole library or to install it. Probably if you're using CDN, you get a CDN link that brings all the whole library into your project. No, Tailwind CSS gives you only what you use. So it's basically the classes we use in our CSS that the compiler picks and compiles into our final output. So Tailwind CSS is just awesome. So we have our styles folder, and inside of our styles folder we have a source folder, right? So now we're going to create a new folder inside of our styles folder. We're going to call it dist. It's going to be the dist folder. So inside of the dist folder, we're now going to have a CSS file called main output.css, right? So it is now this main output.css that is going to be our final HTML. Okay, guys. So inside of our HTML, we are no longer going to have this as our CSS file because we are writing our CSS here. We are not going to write all our CSS here. I just hope you guys get that. In case you don't get it now, you guys will understand as we proceed. This is basically all the CSS we are writing here. We are not, I don't think we are doing any regular custom CSS. Everything will be Tailwind CSS utility classes. That's how awesome Tailwind CSS is, and you guys are going to see that play out right in front of your faces. So this is our input, right? This is where we can, if we wish, make use of regular CSS and probably bring in Tailwind CSS as well using the apply directive. But we're not doing that. We are going to enjoy utilities all through. That's how beautiful it can get when you master Tailwind CSS. So the warning is you can't link this to your HTML file, right? You can't link this to your files because you might use some classes inside of your HTML files or inside of JS, JavaScript, and then those classes will be bundled into your output. And then it is not your output that is linked to your HTML file. By then it becomes a problem. So you ensure that the CSS file you link is the output file, not your input file, right? Because you might not write CSS here, you might call the classes in HTML or JS, and those will get compiled. Those will get compiled into your output. And if it is not your output that is linked inside of your HTML, you get a problem. So right here, as you can see, I've already set it up to the output, right? So you can see this main output, this main output. So we're no longer using the main input, we're now using the main output for our HTML. Okay, so our final CSS file, which we are connecting to our HTML, which is going to be connected to all our HTML files, is now the main output. I just hope you guys got that right. There's no cheating anywhere. I want you guys to understand everything very clearly. Our regular CSS goes here. I try to explain things so you guys can really understand. Okay, this is not your regular YouTube video. So our CSS goes in here. Our output CSS goes here. All our CSS will be compiled here from HTML files, from JavaScript files, and from this CSS file as well. Everything will be compiled into the output file. So it makes sense that it is the output file that will link to all our HTML files, right? So now we've completed that step. We've copied this directive and we've pasted. The next step is to now run our script, right? The next step is to run our script. Okay, so how do we now run our Tailwind CSS script? How do we run our Tailwind CSS script? To run our Tailwind CSS command, okay, like I've been explaining, right? The Tailwind CSS command is basically a command that helps you that helps your compiler watch for changes, right? So let me paste it. It's a command that helps your compiler, your Tailwind CSS compiler, to watch for changes. If you check out the backend build, that's the last video, right? The link to the description, the description of this YouTube video will contain a link to that sorry, the description of this YouTube video will contain a link to the whole tutorial series. Follow that link, you get to see all the videos in the series that will be available at the moment you'll be watching this. So you get to see the back end build. And while we're building the back end section, we use a tool called MERN. So MERN helps keep our Node.js server alive, helps us reload just like live server, right? Same thing happens here. Your Tailwind CSS compiler compiles your CSS. So every time you save, there will be a compilation. So that's why you need to run this watch command. Okay. So now let's get to customize our watch command. This is how it was on Tailwind CSS website, right? This is how it was. But now we want to compile our watch command to suit our project, right? So now basically our Tailwind CSS config file is on the root of our project, right? So our compiler, the assumption is that our compiler begins from the root of our project as well. So it searches from the root of our project, right? So let's close out all of this. So here is the root of our project, right? Excuse me, guys. Here is the root of our project. So for us to get to this Tailwind CSS file, to this CSS files and tell Tailwind CSS, which will be the output, which will be the input, we need to do some navigation. So that is what is happening here in the watch command. So npx Tailwind CSS I, which is input, we want to start from not source, right? So first of all, go into the styles folder, right? So we customize this to suit our project. We go into the styles folder. From the styles folder, we pick source, and then we pick main input, not input, main input.css, and then we proceed to our output, and then our output is styles again, right? Inside styles, we pick our output is styles again, right? Then styles first, our output is styles, we need a slash here, right? So slash styles, then we have this, and then it's not output, is main output, right? So we have main output.css. So our watch command is now complete. But mind you, you need to be inside of the HTML folder first, right? So if you're not yet inside of the HTML folder, ensure you cd, you navigate into that folder. The command is easy. You just do cd and then you get into it, right? So ensure you are inside of the HTML client folder before you run the command, because that's where our Tailwind CSS is installed, right? So the compiler starts checking from the root of that directory of that folder. So npx Tailwind CSS, the input is here, style source main. Okay, we need the slash as well. We need a forward slash here as well. Okay, good. So styles source main input.css output styles this main output.css. So this would be the final dump, and that is why it is what we are linking inside of our HTML, right? So it styles this main output.css. So let's get to run our build command and let's see what it gives us. All right, so our build command should work just fine because we have done customization. So our build command is telling us no utility classes were detected, meaning we have not used any utility classes anywhere inside of our project yet. So first of all, let's play around. Let's go ahead and use some Tailwind CSS utility classes. Let's say text red 500, and then text red 500. Let's say underline, right? So these are some Tailwind CSS classes. This is how beautiful Tailwind CSS is. As you can see, the compiler is running. It stays alive. It keeps running as you save your CSS. All right. So one thing you need to take note of is, this process. We have 5 servers serving our HTML, right? As you can see, it's detecting our CSS changes. So we have 5 servers serving our HTML, and then we have the Tailwind CSS compiler compiling our CSS. So we have these two, basically, permit me to call them compilers. So they are working at the same time. So sometimes you might save your file and the changes might not reflect immediately. So when you notice that, simply come over, save again, probably a number of times, and then you go check. I hope by then your changes should reflect, right? So this is that's just an explanation with regards to the fact that we have multiple compilers at work here. All right, so I've used some Tailwind CSS utility classes, text red, and then underline. This is a color class, right? You can say text red, you can make it 400, you can say 300, you can say 200, you can even say 100, and you can even say 50, right? Gives you different variants of red. That's how amazing Tailwind CSS is. You just call a class, and then it gives you a value. And like I said, you guys are going to see how awesome it is. I'm not going to write one single CSS apart from this. I'm not writing a single CSS more. Everything will just be calling of classes like this. And you guys are going to see how super cool it is. If you've not used Tailwind CSS before, then you are in for a treat in this video. And I hope you get to enjoy it. So let's leave our red as 500, and then we use the underline class as well. Then the next thing, before we proceed, I want to show you guys an extension that is very important. Is the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. So go ahead, search it, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, install it on your computer, and then you get to get the support in games while you're writing Tailwind CSS. It's very important. Please ensure you install this extension if you are going to be using Tailwind CSS. All right, then. So I guess that's it with that. We have now called some utility classes, and that warning is gone. Okay, so let's go to our HTML and see what happens if our utility classes are basically up there working already. So if our utility classes are working already, then we'll be very happy. Okay, so where's our project? Here's our project. And as you can see, let's refresh. Let's refresh. Good, our utility classes are working. We have the red color working, and then we have the underline. So let's play around again. Let's take out the underline, and then let's make this leave it at 500, but we're going to make it blue. Right, we're going to make it blue, blue. Right, so let's go back to our code, and you get to see there should be a change. All right, this is what I said playing out, right? The compiler, I don't know, I don't really know how to explain it, but I guess it's just because they are intertwining. One might pick before the other, so we go ahead and just save a number of times more, probably 1 or 2 more times, and then you get to see everything works. Right, so Tailwind CSS is alive in our project, so we are just moving fine. All right, then, so we have installed Tailwind CSS successfully. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to install, we're going to bring in our fav icon, right? We're going to bring in our fav icon. So we'll see fav icon. Fav icon is basically that icon that shows on your project, right? This is the demo. We have the fav icon here, D, right? So we have the image already. We're going to import it. So this is how to add such an icon to your project. So your project will show nicely inside of browsers. So as well, you use the link tag, and then real attribute value is no longer going to be style sheet, is going to be icon, right? And then we'll have, apart from the real, we're going to have the type, right? The type is going to be image / x icon. So that's what is going to be for the type. And then for the href, we'll look for our image. It's favicon.svg. It's here inside of assets, right? It's here inside of assets, favicon.svg. So we just target it, and then I save. So once I save, you get to see it responds inside of our project, and then you get to see favicon is going to show up just up there. All right, so our icon is there, right? So this is our build, and this is the live demo. So this is our build. Our icon is up there. So now we've added our favicon. Let's update our title, right? Our page title. Let's update that page title. This one says full stack. The page title says full stack project with the MERN stack, Tailwind CSS, and HTML. So let's make ours look the same as well. So we say full stack. So yeah, let's go this. Okay, home first, right? Home, the bar, and then full stack project with the MERN stack, Tailwind CSS, and HTML. All right, so this is our page title, full stack project with the MERN stack, Tailwind CSS, and HTML. So let's check out our title, what it looks like now. So all right, good. It's looking pretty much the same now. So that's the goal. We are trying to duplicate this project. That's how you work as a front-end engineer. When your designer gives you the user interface, you try to duplicate it as pixel perfect and as beautifully as possible, right? So we have Tailwind CSS is working. We have our favicon is set. We have our title updated. Our project setup is just good at the moment. So our project setup is good. We have a very good setup to proceed with. Okay, so this is much of the setup we're going to do is just a tutorial project. Hopefully in another video I'll go more in depth, showing you guys some extra setup that you can do in your HTML project to make it more complete. Probably we'll do add some metadata for SEO or for other stuffs, and then we'll add probably the, excuse me guys, and then we can add something like the open graph image, right, for your website to display very well inside of social media posts or when shared as links, right? So I mean, these are stuff you can do, but for now we're not doing those ones in this project. Let's just proceed with what we have in front of us. So Tailwind CSS is set. Our project setup is done, right? I think we're making very good progress. So the next line of action I think should be we should begin building our user interface, and you guys are going to see how Tailwind CSS works. I bet you guys are going to love it. All right, guys, so it's time for the real deal. It's time for the real part of the show. So let's knock this out. Let's get our UI built. Let's implement some JavaScript, and then we proceed and to the React.js build, and then to the Next.js build. So first thing first, let's go back to our project, the HTML project. Inside of our project, let's create our pages. We're going to have two extra pages. I guess we already did. Good, we already did. We're going to have two extra pages, and then we'll have our index page, right? So we have our index page all set up and we're ready to build. So let's go back to the browser. Okay, one thing to note is it's important to note that Tailwind CSS is a mobile first framework, right? So when you're building with Tailwind CSS, you start from mobile, right? You start from mobile and then you build towards desktop and larger screens, right? So Tailwind CSS is built mobile first. So it's important that you ensure you build Tailwind CSS mobile first. Okay. So we're going to start building our Tailwind CSS from ground up. So this is how our UI looks like. We have this kind of header up here, and then we have the cards, and then basically we have this nice looking background as well. So first of all, let's get our background color. I think it's BG Blue 50, right? Inspect. No. Let me target somewhere else. Yeah, it's BG Blue 50. That's our background color. It's BG Blue 50. Control Z, we'll get that back, right? And then let's check out what we have. All right, I think we have it now on the body, right? Yeah, we have it on the body. So we have BG Blue 50 added to the body for us. We can increase it to make it clearer. Let me make it 500 so you guys can see it clearer, right? So it's now applied so to the body. So let's remove it. Let's go back to 50. So this is how you use classes inside of your own custom selectors. So this is the body select, the tag selector. You just use the apply. Even in classes, go ahead and use the apply directive. So let's go back to we don't have a business with the output. Please don't even open the folder. Just leave it. Focus on your input. I don't think we'll write anything inside of here again. So let's go back to our HTML now. We have our background working as we want it to work, right? BG Blue 50. So going back here, we have the light BG blue, and then we start with our navbar, and then we start with this other content. So remember, like I said, mobile first. So the first thing we are building, we build semantically, right? Use semantic, use the proper tags for what they are meant to be used for. So inside of our nav, we have two elements. We have by the right, we have these developer profiles with the counter, and then we have a button by the left. So first of all, we need two items. So let's call div. Let's duplicate it. To duplicate, you hold your control and your shift, and then you press D. So control, shift, and D. That's the duplicating shortcut in VS Code, right? So that's how you duplicate in VS Code. So let's give this okay, good. So there's something I call identifier classes. That's basically not a Tailwind CSS rule. It's basically my invention. I call it identifier classes. Okay, so I call them identifier classes. Like I said, it's not a Tailwind CSS rule. It's just my initiative, my invention. Identifier classes are they are necessary when you are using Tailwind CSS because they help you debug your code. For example, let's go to the demo. Now this is the demo, right? So in the demo, I used identifier classes. So when you're trying to debug your code, let's say we have written plenty HTML and we are trying to debug our code over at inside of the browser, right? The browser console, the dev tools help you debug a lot. So we won't get confused. Like you can see, this is one utility, one identifier class here. So profile cards wrapper. I know this contains the profile cards, right? This is the nav bar, right? So those classes are not Tailwind CSS classes. They are classes I created to help me identify elements while I'm coding. That helps with debugging. So as you can see, we have the main wrapper here. So these are just classes. You should call your identifier classes first. They should always come first, right? Because the essence is to help you debug. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. The essence is to help you debug, right? So your identifier classes should always come first. So that's it about identifier classes. So let's call it navbar. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm cold. All right. So let's call this identifier classes should come first, right? So let's call this what do we call this? Main wrapper, right? We can call it parent wrapper, main wrapper, whatever we wish. So navbar, and inside of this two, let's just call it okay, no need for that. We're gonna have some classes there, so you mustn't call identify, you mustn't use identifier classes everywhere. Just some salient points to help with debugging. All right, so we're gonna have two sections now. One will contain the developer profiles by the left, and then the other will contain the other. So we'll go with developer. Let's use a span. Let's use a span for this. So we have developer profiles, and then aside the span we have a div for the counter. Div we'll call it counter. Let's get the class profiles counter, right? Profiles counter. So and then let's start our profiles counter. There's BG blue. Let's say I think BG blue. Let's check out what the blue. Let's check out what blue it is. Inspect, right? And check out what blue it is. So is BG blue what? BG blue is BG blue 900. Yeah, see it there. It's BG blue 900. See it, BG blue 900. So BG blue 900. Right. So developer profiles BG blue 900. What else? I think we should set our body to Nunito Sans, right? So should we do that? Should we do that? Should we do that? Okay, let's set it here to Nunito Sans. Okay, it's already set. So basically everything we write will take the Nunito Sans font except some very few areas where we now need to call the Poppins font, right, for our headings and other stuff. So everything takes Nunito. Then whenever we want, we call the Poppins font where it will now take effect, right? So let's proceed back to the code base and developer profiles counter BG blue 900. This is text white. Text white. Text isn't white by default, so we need to set text white. Let's give it an X first. Let's give it an X, an uppercase X. So developer profiles, we have our X here, right? I guess we're making good progress. Let's give it a PY 3 PX. This is the PY is um, vertical padding, right? Yeah, vertical padding, and then px is horizontal padding. Let's go this way. So saved, I think we should have this done. Then over here we have the button, right? So we have the button, and then we have add profile to it, right? And then for this we have bg black. Let's give it an identifier class. Let's call it add profile button, right? Okay, so add profile button, bg black. All right, text white. So this is how awesome Tailwind CSS is. You just call classes and you move. Okay, so Tailwind CSS is beyond awesome. So for the nav bar, we have two elements. Let's give them classes. Let's say class. Let's give them identifier classes, right? Let's say nav left, and then nav left, and this, right? So identifier classes help us keep our work neat, right? And readable. So nav, right? So those are two identifier classes we have. So our nav bar, we give it the flex class, and then we justify content between, so that there'll be a space between them. And then when you master these things, you really don't have to look to style them, right? So that's the beauty of it. The more consistent you are, the easier it becomes. So you give them space between, and then yeah, item center, so everything can be vertically aligned in the middle. So let's go and check out what we have inside of our demo, right? So first of all, let's take our demo as well. Let's drag our demo to the mobile view. So okay, it's looking fine. Let's give our button a width. Should we? Is it necessary? Okay, I'm coming. So this is a button, not a div. This is a button. What was that? Okay, I think we have a bug here. We have an issue here. So this is not supposed to be a div, by the way. It's supposed to be a button. Right, it's supposed to be a button. I guess I'm missing something. Close our span, close this div. Okay. Now, right, it's a div. We get the div first, and then inside of our div, we'll call our button. Should we call the button directly? I think it makes sense for us to have the nav right first before we call the button, right? So type is button, and then we cut this all out from here, and then we cut it all out from here, and then we paste here. All right, then type is button, add profile, bg black. Okay, so then we cut this out as well. These classes are for the button. Okay, so Control X, we clean out all of this. There's a box, class. Okay, I don't need to write the class again or paste it. So this should be it. So we have nav left. I think we're having an issue. There seems to be a bug somewhere. So we have a close. I'm coming close as well. I think I'm missing one div, right? So good. Not so fast. I mean, not so fast. No way. So plug this out from here, and then I save. So we should have two items. So we have a nav left now, and we have a nav right, right? So inside nav left, we have a profiles count, we have a span, and then inside of this, we have a nav right, we have a button. So I don't expect us to be getting errors so fast, right? It's not going to be fun. So main wrapper, nav bar flex, justify between, right? Items, center. So nav left as well is going to be flex. I think it should be flex by default, right? Let's debug and let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening. Okay, good. So this is where your incoming. It seems our compiler is beginning to get buggy. Okay, let's believe our compiler. Okay, our compiler is working. Just that it seems to be taking some time. Right, our compiler is working, just that it's taking time. So this is where your identifier classes come handy, right? So this is where it comes handy. So we have nav left and nav right. Okay, all right, good. A div is a block element, so the span and the div can't stay on the line. Having an understanding of these things help you makes you a better front-end engineer. The span and the div. A div is a block element. A span is an inline element. So the span and div, they can't stay together. The div will always take its fresh space. So let's go make them stay together. So we make this nav left to be a flex as well. Make it flex, and then so nav left, there's typo here, nav left flex, and then okay, we now flex them. Let's give some gap, let's say gap 4. This is basically spacing between them. And then item center, so we have a good vertical alignment. So let's check out what we have now. You should see they should come horizontal. Okay, good. So I like that. There should be some gap in between them. Our compiler will bring that up. But for now, developer profiles, let's add a class here. Let's bring in the Poppins font. Let's make it bold. Right. So I guess we're making good progress. So right then. So let's give our nav some good padding. Our nav, let's give it PY4 and then PX3. For mobile screens, I like PS3. I just like a very small padding around my mobile screens. So you can see the Poppins font has come in. Right, okay, so you can see the compilation processes are just kind of clashing. Don't worry, we're going to get through it. So developer profiles for our navwaf PY4 vertical padding, PX3. Then what else do we need to implement? For our counter, let's give it some border radius. Rounded, just we call it rounded. Our button as well, we'll give it rounded, and then let's give our button some paddings as well. There's an error here. Yeah, we have an error inside of our button. Okay, I guess that's fixed now. So text white, we'll give it rounded as well, and then we'll give it we'll give it px4 py3 as well. Right, so okay, I think it's working. So let's check out if everything is perfect. I think everything is perfect. Right, so let's go back as well. Let's give it the Poppins font too, should we? Let's give it the Poppins font, and then yeah, let's make it bold as well. It's a call to action button, so it should be bold. So BG black, text white, rounded. Right, so I think we're making progress. So font bold. Let's go back to our browser and see what we have. Okay, so let's see if it looks more like this. The fonts are small. I think our fonts are big, but over here we have small fonts. Right, so let's go back. Let's adjust our PY inside of this. I think PY2 should do. So PY2, and then this, let's take off the Poppins font. We don't have the Poppins font over there. And then add profile button. We don't have the Poppins font as well. Alright, so we don't have the Poppins font as well. Let's set our global font size to 14. Text is how you set sizes. Tailwind CSS has their custom classes. Text, Excel, base, text SL, text base. These are all Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, I'm going to show you a cheat sheet, an awesome cheat sheet that will help you learn Tailwind CSS. But for now, we're going to use a custom value. So this is how to use custom values. To use custom values, you just add them inside of square braces. So I want my default font size to be 14. Anywhere else I want it to be bigger, I can go and adjust it myself. Right, so I guess we have do we have a better looking project now? My button, let me reduce my PY for the button as well. The button, let's make it PY2. Right, so what else am I missing? We have PY2, developer profiles. I think our project is beginning to look more like the original. I think it is. The Poppins font still seem to be having effect. Right, so we have Nonito. I missed the S. I see. That's why our Nonito Sans font wasn't working. So our Nonito Sans font should work just right like the original now. So developer profiles, add profile. Okay, so let's make it PX8. I'm trying to be as pixel perfect as possible. As a front-end engineer, it's important that you care about pixel perfection. care about making your final product look as much as what was delivered for you to build, and best of all, even better, right? I care about pixel perfection a lot. I care about neat and well delivered UIs. Hey guys, we're making progress. There seems to be an issue here. PX8. Yeah, there should be a padding on the button already, but the padding seems not to be responding. So this is an issue you get with the compiler and then your what do I call it? The compiler and your live server interaction. Right, let's proceed. The change will come on as long as we've added it. It's going to come on. So we have font bold. Don't worry, when you're working with React.js and Next.js, this issue isn't going to be there. So let's just make do with it for this build. So I guess we're done with our navbar at the top. Developer profiles, add profile. Then we can proceed to the next. Coming, let me see. Blue, PY2, PX4. Alright, then we have our X. Right, I guess we're done with our navbar then. So after our navbar, we'll move to the body. We'll move to the body which houses our cards. Right, so we basically bring in our card wrapper and then we wrap in our card. So div.card wrapper. Right, so we have our card wrapper, and then we can now bring in div.card. For the card wrapper, let's make it a section. Right, you build semantically, and then for the card wrapper, we'll make it a section. So then inside of our section, we can now have our card. So inside of the card, we have first of all, let's do some styling for our card wrapper. Let's give it empty. I've basically mastered the Tailwind CSS classes. So empty 10. Okay, good. First of all, let me show you the cheat sheet I promised to show you, so you can use it to learn Tailwind CSS. It's here on this website, nerdcave.com/Tailwind CSS cheat sheet. So it's basically an awesome cheat sheet that teaches you Tailwind CSS, right? So in your free time, you can just go to this website, nerdcave.com/this, and then you can begin to learn the classes. So if you want to learn Flexbox, you just click down, and then you get to see different classes: Flex1, this, Flex Grow, Flex String, Display. You can see Flex Direction, Flex Wrap, Flex. You can see you just get to learn the amazing stuffs. Then I'm coming. Let me see text. Let me see. Okay, good. Text size, font size. You see different font sizes. Text XS. You get to see their values. So this is how you get to master this. This was a tool. It was a tool that helped me master Tailwind CSS. Hopefully, I'll make a video about just this tool. It was really an asset to me. That's it about NatCave. Yeah, that's it about NatCave. It's a tool that helps you learn Tailwind CSS. So like I said, I'm going to make a video. Yeah, I'm certainly going to do that on some tools that will help you learn Tailwind CSS, and hopefully give some tips about how to learn Tailwind CSS, right? So let's go back to our project. This back to the demo, and then let's see what we have. Our project is looking quite more like the original now, right? It's looking quite more like the original. Maybe we can do better. We're doing fine, no problem. So the next thing to do is to create our card. So creating our card, inside of our card, we have our card is BG, is a white background. We have a padding around it, and then we have these values. Okay, so I'm going to do a lot of no face coding here. So inside of our card, we have our padding. So let's say px4, that should be 16 pixels, right? So one unit in Tailwind CSS is a quarter rem, which is 4 pixels. 1 unit is a quarter rem, which is 4 pixels. So 4 units, px4 is 1 rem, which is 16 pixels, right? So take note of that. Same thing as text. That's just the standard unit. Tailwind CSS is basically a design system. So they have a standard unit, a standard metric. So px4 is 4 units, and a unit is a quarter of a rem. So px4 is 1 complete rem, which is 16 pixels. So our card, I'm giving it px4. Let's give it p4 rounded, p4 all round. Then BG white, of course, it has a white background, and then inside of it, it has how many sections? It has this top section, right? and then the second section, and then the third section. It has three sections inside of it. So we have div. Should we use sections? Okay, let's use section times 3, right? So it has three section. For the top section, let's call it image wrapper section. It's not basically an image. Okay, let's call it avatar. Yeah, avatar section. Right. The second section is bio section, right? Yeah, bio section. And then the third section is gosh, I should have added sections, not sec, right? Section. I think I'm missing something. Section, good. So class bio section, and then the final is class. Final, let's call it contact section, where the website and the email stays, right? Where the website and the email stays. So for avatar section, we have avatar section, we have bio section, and then we have contact section. So for the avatar section, we have two sections. Let's use divs, div times 2, right? For the first, we have the avatar area, and then by the right, we have the edit icon, and then as well, we have the edit icon and then the delete icon. So start with the avatar area. So let's just add a letter A in there, and then let's style it. So BG pink, I think that should be BG pink. What? Let's check. BG pink 200. See it here. So BG pink 200. BG pink 200. So we give it a rounded full to give us a perfect cycle, and then we have W, or let's say 50px, right? It should be inside callis as a custom value. W50px h 50px, right? So we can get that perfect cycle rounded full, font bold, and then text. The text should be big. Let's say 3XL. Yeah, we're using Tailwind class, Tailwind the default font size here. So let's check out what we have inside of our demo. But let's proceed. Text white. No, it's supposed to be text black. Let's check out the demo. What's up on the demo is black, right? And then we have the PG pink. So the text stays that way. Let's give it some padding P. Let's give it a rounded padding. Let's say P6. Text is already 3XL, right? And then we have font bold. The font is supposed to be bolded already, right? So let's just start our compiler. Let's go to the readme, and then we copy that, watch command again, and then paste. So let's hope our compiler stays stable this time. Our compiler seems to be giving us issues, right? So that's what we have now. Okay, I don't understand why this bug is persisting. So BGP P6 text rounded, uh text rounded. What class are we missing? W50 H50 font bold text 3SL. That's what we have now, right? So I guess it was that typo that was causing the issue. So BG pink, okay. I don't know where this came from. I think I can see now. It's rounded full, save, and then let's see. Rounded P6, rounded full. Yeah, it's working. H50 this. P6, I think P6 is too much. Let's say P3. Let's see what P3 gives us. Okay. Right, so this is basically the process and it can be slow, right? I guess next time we use another method instead of the compiler method, right? Let's check out what we have. We have some sort of roundedness, right? The edge of our card is kind of rounded, so let's go get it rounded. So our card will say rounded, we'll give it some kind of curve. Okay, it's already here. It's supposed to be for the card, right? So not over there. So rounded, right? So I've added the rounded class to our card. It's actually boring. The compiler method is slow, is frustrating, right? But don't worry, we'll make the best we can make out of it. Okay, the next thing is the second section. This second section is going to have two uh, items. It's going to have the edit icon, and then it's going to have the delete image. Delete is not going to be an icon; it's going to be an image. So what do we do? Let's start by using a span, right? We need an icon for the edit. So let's go get our icons from hero icon, right? So let's go to heroicons.com. Let's get the edit icon we want. So we want it solid, and then we search for edit, and then here we go, it's here. So we are not working with React or Next.js, we're not using JSX. So we copy the SVG, then we come over here and then we paste. So our edit icon is pasted. Then after our edit icon, we want the image, so we go with div dot delete profile image, delete profile icon, right? Yeah. So let's call it delete profile icon. Yeah, let's leave it as an icon. Then we bring in the img, right? And then our source, we look for that image is delete icon.png, and then let's give it a suitable alt text, delete profile icon, right? Delete profile icon. So that's what we want. So we are targeting this. So now let's size it so it doesn't overflow. Let's size it so it doesn't overflow. So like let's give it some sizes. Let's say the width is let's give it the width of 25 px, and then height is, the width should do it's an image. Normally for images, when you set the width, the height tends to respond automatically. So let's just set the width of the image and let it be. So delete icon profile, we give it the width of 25 pixels. Then we have an SVG. Okay, the yeah, this is the wrapper containing those two icons. Let's make it flex, and then let's give them a good gap. Let's say gap 6. That's some space between them. Then let's say item center, let's get some good vertical alignment. Okay, then inside of this parent as well, we need to flex so that we can now justify the space between the avatar and the space between the avatar, right? Okay, let me add an identifier class here. So the space between the avatar and the icon wrapper, sorry, yeah, the icon wrapper, the SVG for edit and the delete image, right? So the space between them, I want them to reflect so they can be nicely positioned, right? So let's check out what we have in our demo currently. All right, so our build is looking nice so far. Okay, I think we're going just perfect, right? All right, so let's kind of make this work. Let's cheat a little. So normally, how would you do this, right? You basically cheat. It's not cheating, but I call it cheating. So if you want to do this, you just target the padding, and then you reduce it until it fits what you want. So come in, let me delete it. 5 px. Let's just pixels so we can adjust. Right, 5 doesn't seem to be working. So we say px, we say py 8. Okay, py8 and then px, let's say 10, then px, right? So I think this is it. So this is how you cheat, right? I'm teaching you how to cheat. So this is how you get your work done. So padding is 7 pixels and then 14 pixels, right? So let's go and then implement our cheat inside of the avatar. So it's no longer going to be p3, it's going to be py top bottom 7 pixels, right? And then it's now going to be px right left 14 pixels, right? So this is how we cheat and then we get the job done. So this is our UI. Okay, I think I just added the padding now and it seems our compiler is here to bring it on. Okay, good. So it's reflecting now. I guess we are beginning to get more like it. Probably we take off the Poppins font. It seems the Poppins font is making our avatar alphabet to look big, unlike what we want. So let's take off the Poppins font. Right, so we're taking off the Poppins font. Let's see what it's going to look like next. But meanwhile, let's proceed. So we've done this top section. The next is the bio section. We have the name and then the about, right? So the name and the about. Okay, we took off the poppins. Now let's bring back the font bold so that our font can look bold and I think permit me to say nicer. Yeah, more like it, more like it, more like it. Right then, so we're making progress. Our build is gradually looking like the main build. Alright, so let's go to we're done with this avatar section, are we? Yeah, we are. So let's go to the bio section. The bio section is basically two divs as well. So we have div.name, it's a developer name. You don't have to use identifier classes always, right? Let's say some Altman. You don't have to use identifier classes always, but let's use it as much as possible. So the about, okay, the bio, the developer bio, right? So then we add some lorem text. Let's say lorem 70 worded character. I want lorem, let's 70. Yeah, good. 70 is too much. We're going to cut part of it off. Let's stop here. Right, so developer bio lorem 70 and then the name. So over here, let's use flex as well. We want a vertical alignment, so we say flex call. So after you call the flex class, you still add the flex call. Flex is display flex. Flex call meaning you want a vertical alignment, and then we say gap. Let's give it a gap of 6. Right. So this is how we roll with Tailwind CSS. You just call classes. It makes life super easy. All right then. So let's see what we have. It seems not to be responding very well. Meanwhile, let's add let's give it an empty. Let's go to our demo and let's see we have a margin top. This looks like a margin 6. This looks like an empty 6. So let's give it an empty 6. Let's push the bio section from the other section. Then some Altman, let's give it a text of let's give it a custom class, right? Okay, let's just give it XL text SL, right? Then font is bold, of course. Font is bold. The font stays as Nunito. The font stays as Nunito. What else? Let's check out the demo. Some Altman, just bold. I guess that's it. So just the name and then the bio. The bio stays as Nunito and it stays light. No need to add anything to the bio. I guess we're good like this. Let's check out what we have now. I seem not to be getting that margin top. My empty 6 should be for the whole bio, right? Should be for the whole bio. Very good. Then there seems to be a strange margin here. Let me see. Yeah, some Altman, some Altman. All right. Empty. Should we make it empty 4? Okay, let's say empty 4. And then we save some Altman. There seems to be a strange margin I can't account for here. Okay, the flex. Our gap is 6. The gap is much. So let's make it out. Let's make our gap 4 as well. Right. So this gap is going to reduce. All right. So it has reduced. Let's see. Let's make it 3. 4 still seems to be too much. Right. So we're making progress. We're done with the bio section. So the next thing is I want us to wrap the bio section and the avatar section together, right? You see, they are kind of stationed separately, right? They are stationed separately, and then this contact section is stationed separately, so that we can have this space in between using flex, right? So that we can use flex to get that space in between. And the moment we get that space in between, we are able to not stress. We can just use flex to justify between them, and then we don't need to stress much. So let's have a div, a wrapper to bring these two together, right? Then we now have the final div for the about section. So, okay, we'll bring the contact section down. Okay, let's make this section then, and then let's switch this to divs. I like being semantic, right? It keeps your code readable. We'll change this to divs as well, right? So that stays as section. Okay, let's call this avatar and bio identifier classes, right? Avatar and bio section, right? So then we have the contact section. So inside of the contact section, good. So now that we have two items inside of our card, we can now use flex, right? And then we can now justify between, so that that space automatically comes in between, even if there is not so much content. Is not going to be justifying between now. It's vertical, so it's align items, center, align align center. Sorry, item center, right? Item center, and then yeah, as well we want horizontal alignment too, right? So we equally go with justify. No, we don't want horizontal alignment. We only want vertical alignment. We want the vertical spacing. Sorry, we want just the vertical spacing. So when we go back, we should see there should be some sort of, not yet, because we have not added this. So we need this other section. So we need these two icons, and then we need some links and some other stuff. So first thing, let's go with link times 2, right? First of all, let's use divs. Let's get the icon first of all. Let's go to hero icons once again. Let's go to hero icons. Let's get the globe icon. Okay, still on solid. You copy the SVG, right? So you copy the SVG, and then over here you paste, right? Oh gosh, let's go back and copy again. You copy the SVG, then you go back to paste. So we now have our SVG, and we have a span. No, we don't need a span for this. We just use a link directly. So we go with the link, and then href is the first is what? Is it the email first or the let's go, we have the email first, right? So href is I think the value should be mail to, right? Mail to, then I guess I'm correct with the syntax. Let's say me.me@me.com, right? So I just hope I'm correct. href mail to me.me@me.com. Then we write me.me@me.com. And then yeah, we style this as well. We want the text blue of 600. Let's make it 700. And then hover, good. This is how you use pseudo classes. Sorry, this is how you use these elements, right? Hover, active. This is how you use them inside of Tailwind CSS. So hover, we want the text blue. we want a lighter blue. When you hover, we want a lighter blue of 500, and then hover again, we want underline, right? Okay, so text blue, that's the normal color, stick 700. When you hover, we get text blue 500. When you hover, we also get underline, right? So I guess we're doing fine. Okay, so let's say we now have this. Then the next thing is the other. This is for the website. This is for the website. The Okay, we're supposed to build the email first. All right, my bad. So I think we should go ahead and have the second div now. Div, no, I want the div. And then inside of this div, I need to plug out this SVG. This is not meant for it. This is meant for this section. Let's go and get its own. Its own is the envelope NVG. The envelope SVG, sorry. Right, solid. And then I copy SVG, right? So let's go over here. I paste the envelope SVG. And then the next thing is as well, I need a link. This time is to the website, right? So href https colon dev websites.com, and then the value also stays as http. We're going to automate this, don't worry. Dev websites.com, right? Then what else? We need to give it the same styling, right? Let's save so we get formatting. So we need this same styling for that link. We just copy it, and then equally we paste it. Our link is missing a closing tag here. It's here, it's here. So we paste this, and then so we now have those sections working together. When you check out the demo, you're going to see this is kind of gray. These two icons are kind of grayed out, and then we need to adjust their sizes as well. So they came with Tailwind CSS classes. Hero icons is made by the guys that made Tailwind CSS. So they built hero icons with Tailwind CSS. So it's basically the icon library for Tailwind CSS, right? But you can use it in any other project. So it uses Tailwind CSS classes. So this width and height, they are all Tailwind CSS classes. So you want them to be W5 and H5, not W6 and H6. So good. This is it. So we now have our SVG, we have our icon, we have our link. All right, then I think we've done so well. Let's check out our view. Let's see what we have now. Okay. I think there's something wrong somewhere. All right, it's fine. So contact section, close. Between contact section and this avatar and bio section, typo here. So we want flex. Okay, good. It should be flex call, right? We want vertical alignment, flex call, and then yeah, items center, right? I think no, should be justify center, not item center. Justify between, not center, rather justify between. We want that space between, and then equally we give it a mean height. We give it a mean height of sorry, mean height is what's that mean height class in doing CSS? Mean mean age screen, right? Yeah. Okay, so I don't want screen, I want a custom value. Let's give it 300 pixels, right? So the minimum height of our card is going to be 300 pixels. So the extra space will now be forced. There will be a force, like there'll be a spacing in between this contact section and the avatar section. So when you get to master CSS, this is how fun CSS can be. So I can't see that spacing yet. All right, then first of all, let's go grade these guys out. Let's go grade this guy out. These guys, they are black, but let's go grade them out. So let's open the contact section. Let's grade them out. Class. Let's grade them out. Text gray. Text gray. Let's say 400, right? Text gray 400. Let's copy it and equally come over here and paste text gray 400. Okay, so we're doing fine. Text grades 400, and then we want to use flex on them as well, right? When you check out the demo, both the when you check out the demo, these guys, they are horizontal, right? So we need to use flex to make them horizontal. So this and this. So we class is equals to, we want to use flex, and then wow gosh, I'm making an error here, right? You just need to be careful when you use this shortcut. Okay, so I want to cheat, I want to move faster. So class, I want flex, I want gap, I want the gap between them as well, gap 4. So I think gap 4 will be too much. Gap 4 will be too much. Let's make it gap okay, let's check it out first. Let's see how it looks like. So now our envelope, and yeah, you can see now there's some nice space. All right, I think our gap 4 is okay. I'm yet to get that PG. I'm yet to get that. Okay, it's fine, it's here. So let's give them some spacing as well. So contact section, let's give it a flex as well. We don't have to give it a flex. We can just come over here, and this other one we give it a top margin, right? We give it an empty yeah, let's say empty 4. That there will be a margin in between them, and there will be space in between them, right? So let's go. We have, right? So I think we're looking good. Let's see what we have. I think we're looking just great. So let's bolden these guys out. Let's bolden them out. They should be font bold, right? Font bold. Bolden them out. What else do we need to do? I think we should make this text to be 900, to be thicker, to be stronger. Then when you over, you get to see the more, you get to see it lighter, and the effect is more obvious, right? So when you over, I think it's good, but our blue seems not to be showing. But I think we're done with our card now, are we? Right, so this is how you build UIs that are very, very perfect, clean, and beautiful looking with Tailwind CSS. So let's increase the main height of our card. Let's make it 350, maybe 400. And you're going to see the moment we increase it, the space in between these two guys, the space in between them is naturally going to increase, right? Don't worry, it's just the compiler trying to do its job. So once the compilation is successful, there will be a gap between them, and that gap is going to be automatic, right? Because we created, let's go back to our code. All right, let's inspect it here. So we separated these guys. So these two stayed inside the same section, right? The avatar section and then the bio section, they stayed inside the same section, and then we wrap them, and then we call it avatar and bio section, and then this other section stays. So we now have a flex, right? So there's a vertical flexing, and then there's a justification between them, and there's a mean height. So that whenever that mean height is established, the remaining space is simply flexed in between them, right? So that's the beauty of what we did, and this is how beautiful it is when you have mastered front-end engineering. It's just cool, isn't it? I guess it is indeed. So our project is looking so much more like the original project already, just some little difference, I guess, right? So let's see if we can do some more updates and make it look a lot more alike. Let's go into our navbar. We have font bold here already. All right, then px8 py2. Or maybe we'll just take out the py from this then. Right, probably we'll just take out the py. So it needs to have a py certainly. Let's leave it at py1. Let's just say py1. Right, so we have the add profile as the button. Then what else do we need to work on? This guy, we need to work on this guy. Don't worry, the compiler is going to bring on our padding. uh let's inspect it. It's not looking more like the original. We have py2 px4. Okay, let's just make it py1 then. So py1, just like this other one. And then let's see what our compiler gives us now. Okay, so let's just ignore the compiler. We're going to get our response. So what else? We can now go and duplicate our card, right? We can now duplicate our card and then create the arrangement. Okay, before, yeah, I think we're good. I think we are able to do that now. So we can now have multiple cards incoming. Card wrapper. Okay, so we have one card, we have second card, we have third card. Let me get one more card. Let's duplicate one more card. So we have four cards. So with this, we can implement our grid system, right? Okay, good. So let's begin to implement our grid system already. We want our card wrapper is certainly going to be flexed. And the moment we flex it, we want gap in between them, gap of you see, you can see these ones, there's no gap in between them, they're just stacked together. So let's give them some sort of gap. Let's say gap 6, right? Gap 6 is 24 pixels. Let's just say gap 5. Let's give them a space of 20 pixels, so you can see there'll be some sort of spacing in between them once the compiler loads up. Right, so don't mind the compiler, this is just, oh, I think the compiler is correct. We're supposed to have a flex call. For mobile, we're supposed to have a flex call, and then from MD, we're now supposed to have a flex row. So flex row is horizontal, flex call is vertical. So, but yeah, good. I'm now using media queries here. So this is how you use media queries inside of Tailwind CSS. All right. So you say the flex call. Sorry, the MD. MD means go back to our Tailwind config. This is MD 770 pixels. So excuse me, guys. I'm basically saying from 770 pixels and above, I want the MD breakpoint to take hold, to take effect, right? So that's why that MD breakpoint is showing. That's why I added it. Sorry. So MD, I want flex row, I want horizontal flexing. Then from before MD, before 770, I want vertical flexing, which is flex call, right? So once I get horizontal flexing, I want the gap to be like this. My, I want gap y. I want vertical gap to become 20 px. This should be custom value. This incoming gap 5. I think let's just make it gap 4, right? Yeah, let's make it gap 4. And then MD 25 px. So when it's let's take this gap before the MD. Right, MD gap y 25 pixels. So MD gap y 25 pixels, gap 4. Okay, I think I'm fine with that. Gap y vertically, and then gap x horizontal gap, let's say 35 pixels. Right, so this, you're going to see how they are going to be gapped when it's on MD and upward. So basically from MD upward, we're going to have this gap. Sorry, there should be an MD here, right? I want that to happen at MD. So let's check out what we have. You can see there's a gap in between them. This gap is small. Let's say gap 4. Let's make it gap 6. Right. So if that would be gap 6, then let's make this 40, and then okay, let's just leave it at 40. Right. Gap y. Let's just say gap 40. Then we take off this, right. So both the vertical gap and the horizontal gap becomes the same. So this is what we have currently on our demo build. Let's make on our that's what we have currently on our demo build, right? Let's give some spacing at the bottom down here. So let's go to our main wrapper. Inside of our main wrapper, let's say PB padding bottom of let's say 70 px, right? So there will be some extra spacing at the bottom. There will be, don't worry, when the compiler compiles it, it's going to show up. There'll be an extra 70 pixel spacing at the bottom for us. Let's just forget about it. When the compiler gets it done, it's going to show up. Right then, so Sam Altman, we'll have our profile showing. Okay, this is the original build and this is our demo. It's looking alike. I'm loving it. All right, so we're making good progress. All right then, so let's see how our build looks on the vertical. Okay, you can see it's going bigger, 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 right? So this is how our build looks on the vertical. But how does our build look in our demo? So let's explore how our build looks in our demo. Okay, SM it changes, and then MD again it changes, and then LG again it changes, and then I think Excel, right? Excel it changes, right? Good. So let's check out our breakpoints and see what we have, and be sure of where the changes are happening. Yeah, to Excel, rather to Excel. So let's drag again. So we have a change at okay, that's 1150, right? So there's a change at LG, there's a change at LG. Sorry, my mouse seems not to be picking it. All right, there seems to be a drag. Seems to be a drag. Okay, 1150. Let's see. All right, all right then. So I guess I've gotten it. All right, so let's go and do some media query implementation. Let's go back to our index page. So inside of our cards wrapper, how do we start out with this? Let's check out if our bottom padding is now available. It's still not available. What's wrong? Main wrapper PB 70 pixels. Our bottom padding is still not available. Hopefully the compiler hasn't picked it yet, but I basically want this kind of space at the bottom. All right, but then no problem. Let's get our media queries done. So inside of cards wrapper, I want it to be that at from the SM breakpoint, the width stops filling the space, right? For the small screens, you see the width fills the space. When it gets to SM, the width stops filling the space. So let's do that. On top of each of the cards, let's implement that. You just hold down the Alt key in Windows and you get this effect. So I want to implement the same classes. So you might be wondering, doesn't it make, you might be wondering, does it not make more sense if I just add up these classes together inside of one place? Right? If I just add up these classes inside of one place and then call them, yeah, it's good that way. But the truth is, come to think about the advantage of Tailwind CSS, which is what do I call it? Flexibility. Tailwind CSS gives you a lot of flexibility. So assume I just keep I assume I clump all of this into one class and I keep calling that class. It's possible, very doable, right? I can just go to my CSS file here. I can call a class name and then I can call the class name and then I can use the apply directive just like I did here, right? I can use the apply directive and then I bring all of those classes in here, right? So let's go back to the HTML. I can then copy all of these classes excluding card because card is not a Tailwind CSS class, so it's not going to make any effect. So I can copy all of these Tailwind CSS classes. This is a Tailwind CSS class, even though it has a custom value. Tailwind CSS understands it. So I'm going to copy all of these, right? And then I can go and paste them inside of this class using the apply directive, right? And just paste them, anything I paste. And then the moment I call this class, all of those values are applied. I think I should try it out, right? But the problem is what I'm trying to explain here. The problem is flexibility. When you now come to the point where one of that element needs to have its own style, one needs to be different, that is where Tailwind says that is where Tailwind says wins, because it gives you all the flexibility you need. But if you go ahead and customize everything to look together, that's when you now start trying to disfigure the general class to suit the needs of one or a few that needs to be different, right? So CSS gives you so much flexibility, and that leaves you with a lot of advantages. So as much as possible, just go ahead and work with this. All right. So don't worry. Probably I'm going to do that for you guys to see practically. But for now, let's just proceed and continue and implement the styling we need to implement here. Okay. So these are all our classes. Now, what I want us to do next is when we get to the SM breakpoint, I want our width to be our card. I want our card to be 450 pixels wide when we get to the SM breakpoint, right? I want it to be 450 pixels wide. Okay, should I add a width, or I should just, I'm going to use a padding instead. I'm not going to use a width, right? So let's go to the card wrapper instead and work it there. So SM, I'm going to say let me say 40 pixels, right? Right. So with this single command, I've been able to do something such that when I get to the SM breakpoint, I want a padding from right and left of 40 pixels. And then let's go and check out what we have then. You're going to see the moment we hit the SM breakpoint, right? That padding will be implemented. Let's see okay. I think there's a bug with that padding I added down there. EB padding bottom 70 pixels. I think this should respond. It should. It should. Okay, let's hope the compiler. Okay, our compiler failed. Our compiler failed. Right, our compiler failed. So let's copy the command again, and then I guess that error is coming from my system. I don't know, but our compiler failed actually. So we'll copy the command again. Let's clear up this terminal, and then we paste the command again, and we run it. So I think the next build, we're not going to use this compiler method, right? It's kind of buggy, it's kind of slow, but we're making progress even with it. Like I said, the fun part is the React.js build and the Next.js build are not going to use this compiler option, so we're not going to have that issue. Let's just make do with it. We'll soon get done over with it. Let's see if our breakpoint is working already. So we now have the padding I have always wanted down here. So let's make it bigger. 70 pixels is small. Let's make it 100. Right, let's make it 100 pixels. Okay. Alright, so our compiler is here to respond to the new change. It's going to come. So let's focus on what we want. Let's see if the implementation is here. You can see now the implementation is working. So when it gets to SM, I get this extra padding by the side, right? So the card no longer covers everywhere. Scroll down, let's make it bigger. SM, let's say 60 pixels, right? Let's just a percentage value. Okay, let's say 15%, right? Let's just say 10%. So our card will be 80% wide, covering 80% of the space when you get to the SM breakpoint. So our compiler is here to get that done for us. Okay, our compiler is here to get that done. Let's not wait for our compiler. Let's proceed and all right. So we're done with the SM breakpoint. Let's check out what happens as we move further. Okay, good. When we get to the MD breakpoint, our card changes to a double width, right? So when we get to the MD breakpoint, we'll remove this padding. MD PX is no longer going to be percentage. Let's just say 20px is now going to be 20px. Let's give this padding as well to our navbar. So at the MD breakpoint, our navbar takes a 20 pixels padding, and then at the MD as well, our cards become at the MD breakpoint, our cards become twin, they become double. So the width is now let's say 45%, right? The width becomes 45%, and then the remaining 5% is going to be left over in between them. Okay, so yeah, W 45%, MD at MD, this should be MD, right? At MD, that should be our width. And then at MD, this is our width for each card. And then uh, at MD, this should be our width. Then what happens after MD? Okay, after MD, we keep moving, keep moving. It continues until LG, right? Yeah, it continues until LG. Then we now have some extra space. And then it continues again until 2XL, I suppose, where it now breaks again into D, right? Let's check out 2XL. 2XL is 1536, right? I guess it's 15. It stays double. That isn't the perfect. That isn't actually perfect. Don't worry, we'll fix that. So let's go back to our build. Let's go back to the HTML file. So when it gets to the MD breakpoint, our width is 45%. Okay, so when the width is 45%, there will be some extra space in between, right? So when the width is 45%, there will be some extra space. And what do we do with the extra space? We flex them in between. So let's say MD. We could use grid for this, but I prefer using flex. Let's use flex here. So MD between justify between. So this 45%, the remaining 5% space, we force the space in between them. So MD justify between. Then it continues that way. Right, let's just wait and see. Let's see what we get after that. Okay, I guess I like this. So it's working as fine as I want. Okay, it seems to not respond, to not have responded yet. Let's save again. Our compiler is this will be coming from my PC. Okay, let's give it flex wrap. Let's give it flex wrap. So MD flex wrap. So flex wrap basically causes it to break the moment it gets to its dimensional limit. So when you have just enough space, it wraps to the next line. So that's what flex wrap does. The compiler is actually slowing me down. I love building UIs fast, right? So I guess we have it. So there it is, guys. It's getting implemented, right? It's getting implemented. Okay, it's getting implemented. It's looking nice. All right. So I think from okay, from LG, let's get some extra space around it from LG. Is that okay? Yeah. From LG, let's get some extra space. So let's extend again. For the LG breakpoint, I want us to do some extra space. I want us to do W, yeah, W a 75%, right? No, let's not do this at LG. Let's do this at 2XL, right? For LG, let's just do PX. Let's do a bigger padding for LG. PX, let's say 10% still, right? Yeah. So let's bring back the 10% padding for let's bring back the 10% padding for the LG breakpoint, and then for 2XL we want a width instead. Okay, for 2XL we want a width. Okay, let's just leave this like this. Let's leave it like this, because if we use that width issue, we are going to if we use the width of 75%, this padding will still be there, so there will be some extra. There will not be enough space as should be. So let's basically copy this out and go and add to the nav bar as well, so we can get the same width for both the wrapper and then the card wrapper and the nav bar. All right, so let's check out our demo. Let's see what we have in our demo. Okay, good. I like that. I like that spacing, right? This is what I just added. All right. Okay, this is going great. So I want to excel to become 3. So at 2XL, I want the width to now change, right? So I'm no longer going to touch the width here, the 10%. I'm simply going to adjust my card at 2XL, right? So I'm going to say 2XL. I want W 30%. So my card becomes 3 at 2XL. And then the space still remains the same. Justify between, right? So there's already justify between from the MD breakpoint. So the moment I get 3, everything falls into place. So let's check out what we have currently. 2XL, what's the size for 2XL? 2XL is 1536. That's the size for 2XL. Let's go back to our build and let's save again. Oh, our compiler is kind of slow and frustrating, but we're almost done. We're almost done. Not really, but let's hope things go better. Easier to respond, like I adjusted. 2XL. What's the size for 2XL again? 1536. Right. So let's go back to our HTML. Let's go back to our build. Okay, good. So it's finally responded, right? It responded just like I wanted. So this is how it is. From the moment we get to 2XL, it becomes 3. From let's go back to our code so I can show you. So at MD we get W45, which means it becomes 2. The remaining 10% spacing. W45 means 45%. So each card is 45%. There's a flex wrap. So 2 cards stays on each line. The remaining 10% is not enough for a third card. So the next card wraps to the next line. So that way we keep having new lines of cards that are extra. So the remaining 10% will be spaced in between each of those guys. So we already have a neat looking UI. We already have a very neat looking UI. So as we move like this, as we move to this, it becomes like this. So we already have our responsiveness completed for the landing page, right? We already have our responsiveness completed for the landing page. So you guys can see how neat and beautiful our build is looking. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to duplicate the card as much as we want to see the effect it gives us. Meanwhile, let's do what I said we are going to do. Let's copy all of this out so I can show you guys there's no cheating. Let's copy this, just this one, and then let's add a class. Let's say card, let's call it card, and then we paste them using the apply directive. So all of these classes automatically get added to card. So when you now go to the index.html, all we need to do is call card, and then everything works fine, right? So as you can see, it works. It works. Just that the problem is now when you want flexibility, when you want that flexibility, you then begin to struggle. That's where the Tailwind CSS shines. Okay, it gives you that opportunity to be as flexible as you want. So I'm taking off all of these. We're just going to use the card class. Right, we're just going to use the card class and it'll be fine. The card component is a dynamic component, so we're going to duplicate it inside of we're going to duplicate the card component inside of JavaScript. In React.js, you basically map through, right? You just use your map and then you get it through. But in HTML, you have to do that using template literals inside of JavaScript. So a lot of developers just really don't know as much of JavaScript as they should, right? And that isn't really the best thing for them. So we'll do vanilla JavaScript. When we do vanilla JavaScript, we'll do React, and then we'll do Next.js. So you get to see how everything works. So you see, we've duplicated by hand. We've successfully duplicated our incoming. Let me see. Incoming. Let's scroll down and see. All right, then. Let's do some responsiveness work for our navbar, right? For our navbar, these guys they tend to become bigger as we get into the MD screen. Is SM as we get into the SM screen, our button tends to become bigger, and then this developer profiles text as well tends to become bigger. So let's forget about Kajapa for now. Let's go to span. Let's finish with this. Let's say SM text 16px, right? Let's make it bigger, 16 pixels. We copy the same text and then we add to the button. So from the SM breakpoint, it takes the 16 pixels font size. So we're good. What else? I've implemented this. I've implemented this. Let's check out our demo what it looks like. So let's make the padding bigger as well. For SM as well, how do we make our padding bigger? Let's say PY3, PX, PX remains 8, just that we want the PY3. Will 3 not be too big? Right, our compiler is here to bring that on. Alright, so I think PX3 is big, but no worries. Let's make it PX2 then, right? So let's make it PX2 then. So I think we have a very our UI is looking similar, not perfectly similar, but it's looking similar, and I love the responsiveness. This is just the power of Tailwind CSS, right? This is awesome. Okay, so let's implement something down here. I want this not to be like this. So I think we need to switch our flex from justify between to how do we do this? Let's say justify center. So MD justify between, not justify between. Let's just justify center. In the next tutorial, or probably in another section, I'm going to use uh in another section I'm going to use grid. I'm going to use grid. Grid is, yeah, you can see the justify between has taken effect. So using the compiler can be a pain, okay. Meanwhile, let's make this bigger. MD gap 40. Let's break this. Let's break this. It's not looking nice. Let's break this. So MD gap 40. Okay. Let's make this bigger. Gap 60. Between our items, the space should be bigger. LGPX10. Right. It's easier to adapt to what we want. Okay. So LGPX10. That's fine. MD justify center. MD MX auto. Yeah. So that there will be no spacing. There will be no drifting, right? So if you check out, there might be some drifting because of center justification, but when you set everything to MX Photo, there will be no drifting. Everything will just be perfect. So I think our UI is looking perfect, right? So I guess our UI is looking perfect. Not really as exact as the original, but it's looking cool, right? It's looking great, ain't it? Yeah, so we have a very similar looking UI, probably even better, right? So I guess we are good with this. I'm satisfied with our UI delivery so far. With this, I think we're done with the landing page. Let me inspect. Right, you can see responsiveness is dope. Responsiveness is powerful. The responsiveness is so deep. You can see how much we go and we are still responsive. Right, this is awesome. Okay, we go as far as this and we are still responsive. Alright, so I'm coming. Let me see if I can make some more adjustments to improve responsiveness. Right, PX8. Should I use PX8? Or let's see PS610. Control S. Let's see, let's drag. This is just powerful. Tailwind CSS is powerful, right? Tailwind CSS is just so powerful. You can see the responsiveness, isn't it? Is cool, is clean, good. So basically we're done with the landing page. Okay, let's build out the overlay. Let's build out the overlay. There's actually an overlay. Sorry about that. There's actually an overlay. Let's build out the overlay. When you click on the delete button, an overlay pops up and then you say no thanks, yes, delete, no thanks, yes, delete. So let's build out that overlay that pops up when you hit this icon. So let's go back and then this let's go into our card. So I guess now we can remove the, don't worry, we can just work on, all right, let's remove everything since we have successfully implemented our grid system. Now we want to work inside of a single card. I guess we can close our terminal now. Right, so let's close our terminal. Let's just hope we don't get lost when our when our compiler breaks. Let's just hope we are conscious enough to go check it whenever it breaks. So what next are we trying to do? We're trying to implement the link to the other pages. So for this edit, this is not an SVG, this is actually a link. So so with this we are going into the pages. Right, inside of pages we are looking for uh, update profile.html. So this is basically this SVG is leading to the updating profile page. It's going to be a dynamic page. I'm going to show you guys how to create dynamic pages with HTML. So it's going to be a dynamic page. It's going to be the SVG is basically the link that goes to that page. So let's go check it out if it works. So when you click on this, is now a link. So it takes you to the update profile page, right? So let's go back to, there's nothing in the page for now. You can see it definitely did take you there. You see the link, pages of the profile.html. Go back to our project, you go to pages, you see update profile.html. So let's go back here. Good. Our icon is now okay. Now let's work on delete button. The moment you click, first of all, let's go check out our links. Are they working? This certainly should work. It's certainly not going to work because the URL is not, I don't know if it exists. Okay, so that's not necessary. What is actually necessary is the email. We want to check out the email if the email we asked it to mail to. So the moment you click on this email link, it should pop up your email app. Right, so let's see if it works. So it works just fine, and then you can see the email comes in here. Right, so that's what the mail to does. Go back to our code. You see this mail to simply automatically starts an email directed to this address. If you're mobile, it's going to have the same effect. And then this other guy is basically just a link to an external URL. Right, great. All right, so the next thing we're trying to implement, we already have this going to the update profile page. The next thing is to implement this button for popping out overlay. So where are we? Where is it? Where's the button located? Let's close this. This is the contact section. You can see the help of the identifier classes, right? The help of the identifier classes. So this is the contact section. I knew it very easily because there was an identifier class. So avatar and bio, I don't need this section, do I? Yeah, I need this section. Yeah, but I can close the avatar section and then uh, do I need this section? Okay, I need this section is in here. All right, so we have implemented our link for the SVG. Now this should be a button, right? This should be a button. Should I make it a button? No need. It can remain a div, just that I'm going to add a focus to it. So let's add it to the image. Let's add it to the image class. Let's give it a focus. Uh, cursor pointer. Cursor pointer. So it acts like a button. When you hover on it, it gets this. Let's check. Cursor pointer image. Right. So let's go back and see now. Still not responding. What's happening? Class cursor is pointer. Let's check out our terminal. Our terminal is running. All right, so what's happening? my pointer. Okay, that's basically a compiler issue. It's still in CSS. It's taking time to respond, so it's responding now. So it's basically acting like a button. The moment I click it, I want my overlay to pop up. So let's go back now. That's working just fine. So let's create our overlay. Our overlay is going to stay up here. So we close this, we close this. Our overlay is going to stay up here. So let's is going to be a div, the overlay, overlay, it's overlay. So div the overlay is going to stay up there. Then let's add a comment, right? Uh delete profile overlay, right? Let's just call it overlay, and then we comment it out, and then we start calling it. So that's our overlay. We want to give it the background. We start by giving the positioning. It's going to be fixed, min-age screen. I want it to fill the whole screen. And then let's give it a BG black first as we test. Top 0, left is 0, right is 0. It should just be absolutely perfect. So top 0, left 0, right 0, right? So it should just be perfect. Position fixed in his screen. I want it to fill the screen on each kind of device. Okay, so it's going to be flex. Its content is going to be in the center. So we have justifies both vertically and horizontally. It's going to be centralized, justify center, and then item center as well. So both vertically and horizontally, we want a center alignment. So let's go to our demo over here. Let's click and let's see how our overlay looks like. So there will be this background. Let's go give it the background color. So how do we implement the background color? Let's use inline styling here. Sorry about this. Let's use inline styling. Style is equals to background color or RGBA. RGBA is basically red, green, blue, alpha. So the red, green, blue is your regular RGBA intensity and what have you. So we want kind of darkish. Let's just forget about this. We already have a background color. We can now, okay, first of all, let's just forget about the style, right? Let's comment out the style, right? It's not working. Okay, let's just go ahead and I wanted us to test with the background first. So we can delete this. So let's make a test with our background first of all. Okay, good. So our overlay is working, right? The positioning fixed and all of those other stuff is working. So now we can remove this BG black and then add the background that we want. So we use inline CSS for that. So we say background color like we did RGBA. Yeah. So I want 0. This is going to be black, comma 0, comma 0, and then my alpha I want point what? I want point let me say 0.45. So we're going to have a transparent black background, right? So you can see the transparency, right? It's transparent. That's what the alpha there does. So you can see this one is darker. Let's make it darker. Let's say 0.65. We save. Then it should be darker again. It should be darker. Yeah, more like it. Alright, let's say 0.75. No more changing. We stop at that. So this is our demo looking more like the original. Then we can now do our styling and bring in this overlay content. So good, let's style our overlay. Let's give the overlay model, right? Overlay model. So div the overlay model. The content is going to be a BG white. Background is white, and then it has a px4, sorry, p4 rounded, and then what's was its content, the heading, body, and then a section for two buttons. So we want three divs, right? So the heading, we're going to have, or we don't actually need the div, is a simple component. So we go with them h3, right? And then delete. Let's see what's the prompt. It says delete, and there's a typo. It should be delete a. All right. So delete a developer profile, right? Developer profile. Okay. So this is what we have as the heading, and then inside of this place we have some text. Lorem, let's say 30, let's say 45. 45 looks much. Let's clean it up to like so. Right, so after our lorem like that, what else do? We now bring in the buttons, right? So we have div, let's give it an identifier class, buttons wrapper. Right, so we now have two buttons times two. Good. So in the first one we have no thanks, right? And then in the other one we have yes delete, right? Okay, so we save, and then we give them some identical styling, right? So this is how front-end engineering becomes cool when you are very good at it. You really don't even need to look to style your stuff. So we have rounded here for the overlay, as for the modal we have rounded as well. For each of the both things we have rounded. Let's continue styling them. Rounded, we have px3, right? No, px3 will be not, it won't be much. Px4, py2 for the both things. Okay, text, let's give it text semi-bold. Text semi-bold. Okay. All right, so now the individual styling. Let's say bj green, 100, right? And then text, this is blue, not green. This is blue, 100, and then text blue 500, right? So let's save and see what we have. Okay, so over here as well, we just copy this out and then we change to green, right? And then b is not text, this should be font, not text. Blue, we change this to green, right? Okay, so let's check out what we have in our demo. All right, no problem. It's coming. Let's give this a width, right? Overlay modal, we need a width for it. Am I correct? Right? Yeah, let's give it a width. W 500 px, the custom class, so the custom value. So we've got, right? So notice, I love this. Let's see what we have in the original. More like it. The font semi-bold is not working yet, but don't worry, it will be fine. Right, so delete profile. Let's start this. Let's call it poppins. Font bold. Let's give it a text of 16 px. Let's be bigger. Save poppins font bold 16 px. Developer profile. I think we're good. Let me see, delete developer profile. Okay. So for our buttons here, let's flex this. The buttons wrapper. Give it the flex. Yes, we don't need flex call. It's flex row. It's flex row by default, so we don't need to state flex row. It's flex row by default. So we want a gap of 6, right? The button should have a spacing of 6 in between them. Then for our overlay modal, we have 3 elements, right? The h3, the div, and this. So we want to flex them.
and then we want to flex them vertically, and then we want a gap in between them as well, a gap of 5. I want gap, not just sharp. Right, so let's check out what we have in our demo currently. Cool. Alright. Okay, we don't need Poppins font on the heading. Right, we don't need the Poppins font on the heading, we just want the font bold. And then for our buttons as well, let's make this bold, not semi-bold. Right. Let's make it bold. It's looking more like it, but we still have a typo. Why don't we just write down the text directly? It says you are about to delete the dev profile. Are you sure you want to continue? So let's just write that out directly and say you are about to delete the developer profile. Are you sure you want to continue? Question mark. Right, so save and let's check out what we get. Oh gosh, there's a typo here. Oh, I don't know how long it has been. Right, Mongo text in PX, we have flex here, flex for 5. Let's see what we have now. I love this. Our build is looking nice. Our width of our model seems to be wider. Let's reduce it. Let's make it 400. Right, so our width becomes 400, and then let's make our text with thicker. It seems to have thicker strength in it seems to be thicker. There's a over effect. There's over effect. Let's see what we have. Yeah, more like it. I'm loving this. Let's reduce the width again. Let's make it 300. Ours is still wider, so let's make 300. And over here we want that over effect, right? So when you hover, we get BG green. It's BG 100. So we get a lighter version, a darker version. We get a darker version. So when you hover, it becomes 300. So for this, it's blue, not green, right? Blue. So good. This is for the demo. Okay, easier to respond. Basically, I suppose that is coming from our compiler, right? Yeah, the compiler is slow, frustrating, but we're making the best of it. Okay, let's up the width response. We give it the width. Our heading still seems to be small. Delete the developer profile. Let's make it 20. Okay, let's make it 20 px. Okay, maybe we need to send an information to the witnesses about the behavior of the compiler. Yeah, like I said, it could be because of the live server. You know, live server is serving HTML. The compiler is also doing its work. So that intersection of both kind of slows us down. I believe you get a better experience if you stop live server, but then we want the best of both worlds. So we keep using both and making the best of what we can do. So PX4, I think this is PS6, more like it, right? Yeah, it's looking more like it. It's looking more like it. There's this extra space here that I don't like. Let's look, let's inspect it and see where it's coming from. Without overlay. Right, I think it's our gap. Our gap seems to be too much. Right, but it's not that much for the other. Okay. Right, so let's just reduce our gap. The gap in between those 3 items should be, let's make it gap 3, right? Let's leave it at 4. Let's leave it at gap 4. And then we save. Let's hope our compiler comes through on time. If it doesn't come through, we keep waiting, right? So guys, we're making progress. We're done with the overlay. We have this button. Let's reduce that color. Let's make it 200. 3 seems to be too thick. Right, there should be, that's just a light effect, just like this, right? Right, so our compiler is now trying to implement the changes. So we finally implemented our overlay successfully, right? Can you see how similar it looks? This is just the power of pro front-end engineering. When you're a professional, this is how awesome your UIs look. Alright, so we've implemented our overlay. We can now go ahead and hide our overlay, right? We don't want to implement any JavaScript yet. Let's finish building out our pages. So let's go ahead and hide our overlay. Where's our overlay? This is our overlay. Let's hide it out. Let's remove the flex display and let's give it a hidden display. Let's give it a hidden display. Okay. So now our overlay is going to get hidden, right? Don't worry, it's going to respond. We want our overlay to get hidden. So the moment that overlay gets hidden, we will now be able to proceed and build the other pages, right? Right, so our overlay is now hidden. We can now, thanks, this is the demo. We can now proceed and build the other pages. So we have the developer profile page. So let's go to the add developer page. So on this page, let's go to the index. Let's copy out some similar stuffs. The style import, we're going to customize the style a bit. We are copying Google Fonts, we're copying everything, even the title. We're copying everything like this. Then we customize as is necessary. So we go to the add profile page, we cut this out, we paste what we just copied. So we're adding the fav icon, right? This is now going to be different. So first of all, you have to move out of the pages folder before you head to assets. So we're going to add one more dot here, right? So you're moving out of the pages folder first. That's the essence of the 2 dots before you now locate the assets folder and go look for your fav icon. So our styles now, our styles as well. You are moving out of your pages folder before you now go to the styles folder to look for your CSS. Good. Then for Google Fonts, there's nothing we need to do. Just the title. We want to go to the title and then we want to add. Let's go and see what the title is on the demo. The demo says profile. Very good. So all that changes is just this. Add profile. So the rest we're going to leave it just like that. Good. So this is our add profile page. So we go straight to building. Start with main, of course. We build with semantic reasoning. So inside of our main, what we are going to start with is this padding at the top. This sort of padding at the top here. So for the padding, we say there's this sort of padding at the top. What's the size? Let's say 70. Let's give it 70 pixel. So let's start with that class. UI, let's give it 17 px. And okay, so there's the padding already. The next thing we want to do is div, right? Let's say section view. Okay, no need. Let's just go with h1. And now we have what? We have add developer profile, right? So we go with add developer profile. Right, and after, okay, let's use a section here. Let's call the section page header. Let's use a header then. Let's use a header element. Remember semantics, right? So we use the header element. Semantics, of course. So class, we call it section header, right? Call it section header. So that's our class. We call it section header. Okay. Then we have the h1 coming in. and then after the h1 we have the p element. Use the span for that. Let's copy the text. Let's just copy to C, then we come over, paste it, Control C again, copy, we come over, remove this, and then paste, save, and then let's get this out, this extra space. Alright, cut this out to save. Okay, so we have our header, add developer profile, right? So let's check out we have a demo. Okay, so for our body, everything goes to the center, text is center, px is free, like I love it for small scripts, and then w is 5, let's say 600, right? No, let's say 500 px for screens from SM, and then from that point we also have mx auto, SM mx auto. That mx auto centralizes the content to the center, right? So this is our header. I just wish we didn't have this issue from our compiler, but it's fine. We're moving fast. Center px3, smw 500 px, sm mx auto. Okay, right? So we're moving just fine. Let's start this. Class name, class, right? Text DXL, text blue. Where's the color? Let's go to our demo. Let's inspect what color is this. Text blue 900. Right, so text blue 900. Right, so I guess this doesn't. Let's make this bigger. Heading. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it bigger only from SM and above. Text. Basically, all our font is text 14 pixels, right? Same as the landing page. Then I want from SM, I want the 16 pixel. It's basically part of the heading. It has to be bigger, right? So that's what we have. Right, we're doing fine, I suppose. Oh gosh, we shouldn't have made the body blue. We shouldn't have made the body blue. Only the landing page needed to be blue. So let's go back to the body, to our style, and then we take off this blue from here. Right, take off that blue from there, and then we go back to our index page. Only this guy deserves to be blue. So bj blue 50. Was it 50? Let me check again. Control C. Control Z. Yeah, it's 50. Control Y. Get back. And then index of HTML. We're not done actually, but we are currently here building this page. Right. So let's see what we get now. It's still not responding to the center. Let's do the best we can do. So here we have text center. No, we have font bold rather. Font bold. Is it Poppins? Yeah, it's Poppins. Font bold. Okay, yeah, we need monitor sans here as well. The class, right? The class name. Everything stays as monitor sans by default. But when I now want Poppins font, I bring in Poppins. Alright, so this guy, let's give it an by default, a padding should have a margin. A P element should have a margin. The P tag should have margin. But in Tailwind CSS, it basically don't. Right? So you set those things yourself. Okay, so empty, let's give it empty 4. So restarting our compiler, I guess, should make it move faster. Okay, so this is what I was expecting all the while. Right? So we have it. Our font looks a little different, but no problem. That's nothing to bother about. So let's get to work. We now have what we wanted. So after the header, we now have our form wrapper. So let's go with div section, the form wrapper section, the form wrapper. So we're basically going to have a form here, right? We're basically going to have a form here. So inside of our form wrapper, we want to give it the margin top empty what? Empty more like 48. So form wrapper, let's say empty 48, right? Empty 48 will be 192 rems. That's too much. Empty 24 or 28 instead. More like it. So let's stop with empty 28. Then let's go back, and inside of our form, we're going to have 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So 3 are going to be we say div impute group, right? Impute group, and inside impute group we have label first, right? Label for number 1. Let's see. Number 1 is what? Full name, right? So we say full name, and then the label is full name, and then we have impute, right? Impute text placeholder is full name, right? Placeholder is full name. After placeholder, we use HTML5 form condition. So required text type text placeholder full name required. Alright, so what else? Okay, let's check out the code. Let's inspect this and see what we've got. Let's see the attributes we have. We have full name. Okay, we have the ID. We have type. We have placeholder. We have required. Then we have class. Right. And so we have type text placeholder. We don't need the ID for now. Right. Required. Let's go with the class. Let's style it now. It's rounded. Right. There's a curve. And then border. Just a tiny border. And then px4. Okay. py3. Okay. So this is what we have. Let's go and check out what we have in our demo. Okay, so full name. Our leg should be flexed, right? The group should be flexed. Yep, flex. So the impute group should be flexed, flex call, right? We want vertical alignment. I want gap 3, right? Gap between, and then I want MB equal to margin of 3. So our compiler seems faster now. Okay, and then we need to take off that text center from up here and give it to Ctrl X and give it to just our section header. So let's go back here. It's looking more like it. Our margin was too much, which our compiler is way faster. It's cool. Our compiler seems to be faster. Am I correct? I think so. Our width is too small, I suppose. Let's say 600 pixels. There's a padding, there's a margin somewhere, right? Empty. Let's make it 16. 2016, so I imagine should be more like it. I like the speed of the compiler now. So our label, let's give it the size of let's style it. Font size, text, sorry. Tailwind CSS, text. Let's give it 16px, should be bigger. And then font bold. First, let's check out what we have. The compiler is responding faster, and oh gosh, I love that. Yeah, let's make a form rider. So MD let's say MD. Okay, why don't we make it SM? Okay, no, let's make it MD. Let's leave that for SM. MD is going to be, let's say 700 px then. So the next thing we want to do is, okay, let's finish up our input. Right, this form py, what I give you py3, let's make it py2. Right, then so I guess we start our compiler. Let's see how it works this time. Okay, so right, okay, text 600. Oh, it's not gonna work. We have a typo here. Sorry, our compiler wasn't problematic. We were problematic. Right, so sorry, compiler. Apologies. That's funny, right? So we have that width that we're waiting for. It's now wider. It's now wider. So let's make it 650. 650. Right, I guess it's now more like it. It's more like it. But the padding is now looking smaller. So let's go back to py3, right? So we go back to py3, save, then full name. Let's go. This our padding for the input is px3. Let's give px3. Right. So what else? We have our type placeholder required class. I guess we are good. Are we? Full name, type text. Are we good? The placeholder required class. I don't need the value. Right then. So I think we are good. So now we can duplicate this 3 times and then we simply change it. That's the beauty of Tailwind CSS. Right, so placeholder, we have email, we have email here, right, and text as well, type is email, right, type is email, for is email, right, okay, then we need an ID then, ID, we're using the for, then we need an ID, right, when you click on the label, it automatically focuses on the form, right, so, sorry, for, and over here, we want an ID, you see, ID is equal to, ID is email, next is, let's finish from the email, so we have for email, text, from bold, email, 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 so this is now for, this is for, let's check out the form, we have email, website, so the next is for website, let's my identifier classes, and then here we have email, right, we have the email, and then over here we have the website, right, so full name, email, website, so email, here is website, here is one of these, website, so ID for website, and then type text, of course, placeholder website, okay, https / example website.com. So we have a required class down there. Check. This is not our demo. This is ours. This is our demo. Right. I think we need some gap. Empty. Let's make this. Should it be MB? Right. I give it MB. Let's make it for then. MB, probably 5. Let's leave it at MB, let's say MB5. Right, so I guess it's looking more like it, right? So we have the full name, the email, we have this. The outline still isn't going. I don't want the outline. We give outline none. We haven't given outline none. It seems we haven't. Have we? The subject. Outline. Is there outline anywhere? Alright, I gave outline none to the wrong part. I knew I added it somewhere, but obviously I did it at the wrong spot. Outline none. And then we're having issues. Right, remove the extra code, remove the extra code. Because we're good. So let's see what we've got. Something wrong on the email. Right, so space here. Okay, so this. See, there's no more focus. So we're making progress. So the final thing is the about section. So the about is also going to be, why don't we just duplicate that same way, where it's going to be different, right? So it's going to be about, right? It's going to be about, it's not going to be website anymore. It's going to be about, right? So text placeholder is what's on the placeholder? Developer bio, simple, developer bio, developer bio. So placeholder developer bio required rounded. The class stays the same. The class stays the same about. Right, the class stays the same. Incoming. The class stays the same about text. Type is text. We don't want an input here. We want the text area. Text area, right? So close this, and then over here we close with the text area. So we don't want anything. We don't want an uppercase text area. We want the lowercase text area. Right, so we want the column cos of equals to 7. Cos equals to 7. What was that? I think it should be ID, right? Yeah. So let's go back here. Right, so let's increase the columns. Cos is 7. Let's make it 0 cos. Let's increase it and see. If it doesn't move, then we know we need to make cos, not rows, to increase. Alright, so let's increase rows, not cos then. Let's increase rows instead of our cos. Right, so we have it. Let's make it, let's see the size. It's more like it. Let's make it 7. Yeah. So we just made it 7. This, and this, right? So we're making good progress. Alright, finally, our button down here. That's the last stuff here. So the button, right, and inside of the button we have add profile. Right, so let's start our button. Type first of all is button. Right, type is button, and then we style it. So we want PY3, text white, BG blue 900, PY3 text white, BG blue 900, empty, let's say empty 8, right? Let's make margin from the top, and then give it W fold always. Okay, so always fold the space for your parents. Okay, so the font is going to be Poppins, POPPINS, font, let's try semi-bold, font semi-bold. Okay, not bad looking. It's kind of heavy. Probably we go to Google Fonts and then take off the heavier. I think we should do that. Is that necessary? Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it, should we? Alright, let's quickly go to Google Fonts and let's do it. Let's take off the heavier Poppins. The heavier Poppins member. Okay, good. I think I see it. Let's see. Poppins, it has only one and it's too heavy. So let's pick 600, shall we? Yep, let's pick 600. So we take off 800. So it's as simple as copying only this, right? That was easy. So let's go back to our HTML. We start from the index page and then replace this, right? So we save. Then we go to now our add update, our add profile page, and then we as well save, right? So we're making progress. So let's check out how it looks now inside of our demo. Does it look similar? I think easier to respond. I think the compiler is easier to respond. Undo. Save again. Okay, then so we're making progress with the button. We have one like it. Can you see it's looking very similar? Yeah, very similar now. So that's nice. That's nice. I like that. I prefer that. Right. So I'm coming. Let me see. Let's go font bold. Let's make it bold now. Then we have the same font size. So font bold. Add profile just like this. Right. It shouldn't be Poppins. It should be Nolito, but then it should be bigger text. 16 px, right? So let's make it 16. And then it's bigger. More like it. So good. We are done with the add profile page, I guess. Let's go to our mobile. We didn't bother much about mobile on this page because it's basically, you can see I was conscious of what I was doing. I started with the regular. I love this very slim padding by the side. So I was conscious. I gave it, when you get so used to this thing, it becomes so natural. So I gave it the px3 from the beginning, right? So I knew I had that padding there. And then from SM, basically the widths become specific. So there was no much need for responsive trouble here. So it's cool even in mobile. So when you shut down instead of mobile and you drag, you're going to see responsiveness is going to be powerful, right? So it's super responsive. So same way you continue up to this. Okay, good. So we are done with the add profile page. Now let's go to the update profile page. For the update profile page, you know the form basically remains the same thing. The field you are collecting in the add profile is the same field you are collecting in the they are the same sets of fields you are collecting in the update profile page. So we basically start with our initial setup, right? So we go to the add profile page, we copy all of this out, right? Title, Ctrl C, come to the update profile page, Ctrl V, Pub icon remains the same, style import remains the same, Google fonts remains the same, title, Pub icon, sure the same, style the same, Google fonts the same, page title, we now have update. Alright, good. So we basically go to the add profile page and then we copy almost everything. Not almost, we copy literally everything. Right? That's the power of Tailwind CSS. It gives you so much flexibility. You are not afraid. Depends on how planned and organized you are. But you are basically not going to be afraid if a specific class there's a class that is, if there is a class specific to a particular page, right? Because you get so much flexibility. So Tailwind CSS is just so powerful. So now I've pasted the whole of the almost not the whole, but almost the whole of the add profile page inside of the update profile page, right? So we have the header, and then the header we're going to now change this to update developer profile, and then what's up in the, let's see what's up in the update developer profile page. Okay, good, we have it. So when we hit this, you get to see this, the data gets fetched and populated. We're going to do all of those things, but what I basically want to see is this. So I copy this out, and then I go to this place, and then I put, and then I paste it. So we're done with that part. So the form remains the same, right? The form remains everything the same. So we have our profile basically remains this. Oh, here changes to update profile, right? Update profile. Okay. So we've done very well, and I actually love the way the compiler finally adjusted. All right. So we have full name, email, website, this, and it works. So this is the update profile on the original, and this is the update profile here. Let's go to our body now. The main wrapper that takes this blue, it's always going to have a main page screen. See the behavior here is this space here, so we want to ensure that never happens to the page screen, right? So we give the main screen so everywhere gets filled with the blue, and ensure that never happens, right? So we have it now. We have our overlay. We go to the update profile page from the card, right? We go to that page from the card. Let's check out the card and let's see the link. Okay, we go here. I'm coming. Update profile, good. And then the add profile. Let's set that up. Over here is not just a button. Let's make the link first, and inside of the link we add the button, right? / pages, and then add profile, right? So we can now bring in this. We can now bring in our button and push it up. Okay, we keeping the button might not be necessary, but let's just leave it that way. It's your choice. Right then, let's try taking it off. Let's try taking it off. So we have only the link, right? So we don't duplicate this, and let's see what it gives us. If it works fine, great. If it doesn't, then we fix it. Right, so let's see. Right, leads to our add profile page. Now add this, leads to the update profile page. So guys, there you have it. We successfully built out 3 pages: the landing page with the overlay, the add profile page, and the update profile page. So the next things we're going to do is we're going to build the notification model. There's going to be some notification model when you click, when you're trying to update when you're trying to add a profile or update a profile. There's going to be an update that shows. Let's try this out, and then let's add things here. Okay, let's make it shares instead, right? So I'm trying to update now. So I hit update. Okay, you can see this, right? So that's what we're trying to build out now. And then you can see the shares definitely did come, right? The update. So let's go back, and then inside of add, we do basically build it in add profile, then we duplicate the same thing into update profile, right? So it's going to be inside of main. Okay, it's going to be inside of main just together. We're going to use positioning, so it's going to be uniquely positioned. So we have okay, let's call it section, but models, right? Should I call it models or pop-ups? Let me call it pop-ups, right? Pop-ups, right? So we're going to have 2 divs that alternate. When it's successful, the success one shows. When it's not successful, the other one shows. So we are currently on add profile. Let's say profile created. Okay, let's say your profile, or let's just say developer profile is being created. It's being created. Please wait. Please wait. Alright, please wait. Good. So this is going to be for the in process. So when it's done, You see profile created. When it's done, you see profile created successfully. Profile created successfully, right? So these are the two different views we are going to have. But then let's give them some styling. They're going to look very similar. So class, of course, rounded. We're going to give them rounded. W 280px, right? On the small screen, the image should be going to px. And then px should be 4, right? Py should be 3. Then I guess I'm done with this text should be center. Text should be center. And then bj, I'll use blue first. Same way we had 200, right? bj 100. Let's check out the overlay. Let's check out the colors in that both things. The overlay is up here, right? So let's check out the color in both things. Okay, we have 100, 900, 200. Alright, then let's go back here. So we go to add profile. So it says bj 200. Right, so it's bj 200, and then text blue 900. Text blue 900. So bj blue 200. Text blue 900 over no hovering. There's no hover effect here. So basically one is going to be green and the other is going to be blue. So we change the success guide to green, right? The process is blue and the success guide is green. So we have achieved that successfully. So each of them, they're going to have positioning. And by the way, let's add some comments. Okay, let's say success. Let's do success model, and then success model, and then this should come here, this should come here. Success model, and then over here we say progress model, we say progress, we call it progress model. So we hit the button. So progress model, success model. So developer profile is created with wait, and then success model. Developer file created successfully. So text center bg green, right? W to 80px, W to 80px as well. So the next thing we are doing, we want to use positioning. We hide both first of all. We hide both. So position. Sorry, no need for this. We want absolute for both of them. Top is 0, left is 0. Top is 0, left is 0. So right is 0. So we have this setup like this. So both of them are hidden. If you give an element a position of absolute like we did on these two guys, you must ensure to give their parent a position of relative. Note that and note it down clearly. If you give elements an absolute positioning, any element at all, ensure you add a relative position to the parent. So this is the parent housing these two. So I'm going to give it the relative positioning. So I'm going to say relative. So now I think this guy should work just fine. So first of all, let's release one of them. Okay, we missed. It should be double E, not triple E. This W280 should be for regular small screens, but from SM we want W500px. Right, we want it to be as wide as 500px from the moment it hits the SM point. So let's see what we've got now. Right, I think I love this, but I want it to be lighter. So PG blue 100. It's supposed to be 100 and 200. Right, so let's see what we've got. So So let's restart the compiler. So our developer profile has been created. Please wait. 200, 280, 500, 500. It's your good. Alright, good. The weight is now in. Alright, so we need to make it MX photo. Alright, so we need MX photo so that it's always going to be centralized, right? It's a div. So when you give it the width, you always state that, alright, I want to have this width, or I want the width to be in the center. We need an A here. So we say, right, good. So it's finally centralized. Yeah, it's definitely finally centralized. But it's actually covering our heading. Does that matter? Not really. That doesn't matter, right? I think it's looking creative actually. But the moment we hide it, don't worry, we're going to hide it and show it, right? The moment we hide it, it's going to show. At some point, it might cover that whole section before the page disappears. But let's see what we can do with this that we currently have, right? So let's hide this one as well. Let's hide this guy. Hidden. And then over here, we see block. Let's see what this guy looks like, right? And then over here, we get to see what it looks like. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. It's cool. So let's give them some update progress model. We say progress. No. This one is progress. Progress model. Progress model. Progress model over here. Success model. Success model. We have progress model. We have success model. Good. So we basically copy this as well, and then we go and duplicate inside of our update profile page, right? So let's see what it was inside of this. It was simply inside of main, right? So we copy this out, and then we hit, and then we save. So when we go to the update profile page as well, it should look like this. So add profile, there should be that pop up there. When you go to update profile, there should be that pop up there, right? So basically our pop-ups are working fine, just that inside of update profile, the developer profile is being updated, right? Because this is a different page, updated, and then over here you see developer profile edited successfully, developer profile edited successfully, updated, right? Updated. Alright guys, so this is so much work we've done. I mean, we've done so much work. We basically built out our UI, we built out our overlay, we built out basically everything about our UI. So the next step, I guess, the next step should be JavaScript, implementing the functionality of our website.
Right, guys. So we are done with JavaScript. We're done with JavaScript. We're done with sorry. We're basically done with our UI build. Let's go back to our demo. This is our demo. Is looking awesome. It's looking good. So we're basically done with our UI build. Our fonts, everything is working. We already duplicated our cards and we did our grid. We established our grid layout. So once we get these cards duplicated, we're going to see our grid is just going to work out fine. All right, we already did it. You guys saw it previously. So now I guess our UI is completely built. We have our overlay built out. We have the pages. So the next thing we're going to do is we have even our pop-ups. We built our pop-ups, or we built them all out already. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to begin to work on JavaScript. Of course, we're going to fetch. We're going to begin to work with APIs, fetching data, implementing functionality, right? So those are the stuffs we're going to be doing. Those are the stuffs we're going to be doing now. Okay, getting off my sound issue is kind of taking a toll on me, but yeah, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Okay, so let's proceed. So now we're basically done with our pages, I suppose. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our script. Inside of our script folder, that's where we're going to have all our JavaScript. So we have three scripts. We have the main script, we call it main.js. That will be what will control functionalities on the landing page and some other necessary functionalities, basically on the landing page, I suppose. Then we're going to have the update profile.js, right? We're going to have the updates, update profile.js, and then we're equally going to have the add profile.js. So scripting for those pages will be done inside of this JavaScript file, add profile.js. So we'll focus on the homepage for now. Let's focus on the homepage. So these are our scripts, our main.js script. So uh, the first thing we're going to do inside of this page, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create some variables. So when we create the variables, we're now going to proceed and knock out some JavaScripting. Okay, so let's go back and let's start. Let's add a comment, JavaScript comment. Let's call it global variables, right? So it's basically recommended that you use local variables, right? So use local variables as much as possible. When you can't help it, then you go ahead and enjoy the freedom of using global variables. But it's recommended to use local variables because using local variables helps prevent bugs because your variables stay locally within those blocks that you call them. All right, so it's important to keep that in mind when you're scripting, when you're writing script, building any programming language at all. It's important that you use local variables as much as possible. Then you always can't escape it, right? So you definitely will be using uh, global variables as well. So let's call some global variables. The first variable we're going to call is our model. We're going to target our model overlay, right? We're going to use the get element by ID. We call it modal overlay is equals to document dot get element by ID. We use the get element by ID and then we give it an ID. We give it an ID of modal overlay. For now, the ID is not there yet. We're going to go and add it. So we call it modal overlay. These are first global variable. So we go back to our index.html and then our ID. Where's our modal overlay? Okay, these are overlay, so we give it an ID. So after style, let's give it first. So we stay clear. ID is equal to modal overlay. Right, so we're done with that. Our overlay gets the modal overlay ID. Then let's go back to our main.js. The second variable we're declaring is the confirm delete button variable. So we declare the confirm delete button variable. We declare the confirm delete button variable, and then the cancel delete button variable. So we declare those two variables. We declare the cards wrapper variable, right? That will target the cards and then give it an inner HTML for us. All right. So basically, things work differently in React and Next.js as they work in vanilla HTML project. But don't worry, that's the beauty of this tutorial series. You get to see everything line by line, step by step. After this build, we'll go ahead and do the React.js build. We'll do the Next.js build. So you get to see how everything progresses, and it's really going to be beautiful. So model overlay, document.getElement by ID model overlay. Then we declare another variable. We call it confirm delete button. So confirm delete button is equals to document dot get element by ID again. We use the element by ID selector and yeah, we confirm delete profile button. So confirm delete, we need to make it complete here. Confirm delete profile, and over here as well, confirm delete profile. Right, so confirm delete profile button, and then the next is const cancel delete profile button. So cancel delete, we missed this. Cancel delete profile button. This should be items on the overlay, right? So go. Let's That's code whisperer. Thanks for the help. So cancel the profile button. We get this. Then card wrapper. We want to get our card wrapper. So we call it card wrapper. Equal to, yeah, document. So get element by ID. Get element by ID. We're not going to call it just card wrapper. We're going to call it profiles card wrapper, right? Profile cards wrapper. All right. I think it's correct. So we're good like this. So profile card wrapper. Then all right, guys. So we're going to declare one variable. Don't worry, I'm going to explain what the variable does. We're going to keep the variable null for now. So we're going to use the let keyword. So let keywords are changeable. They can be changed. So when you use the let keyword on the variable, its value can be changed, but const cannot be changed. So we basically have three keywords for declaring variables in JavaScript: let, const, and var. Right. So when you use the const keyword, the variable cannot be changed; it's immutable. But when you use const, it cannot be changed. But when you use let, it can be changed. So we're going to declare a profile ID variable, and we're going to call it null. We're going to give it null value. So why are we declaring this variable? We're declaring this. I love this. Code whisperer can be brilliant, right? It gave us just the perfect explanation. So let's cut this and then let's take it back to the top. So global variable to store the ID of the profile that is being deleted. So let's go back to our demo. Let me show you guys. Right. So I think I love the mobile view. I love the mobile view. So this is the the build project, right? This is the build project. So if you check out this project as it is, right, the deleting functionality is somewhat of a big deal, right? The deleting functionality is somewhat of a big deal. So when you click on this delete icon, the ID, I'm coming. So each of these cards, right, they are individual pieces of profile, developer profile data, right? So this card consists of a developer profile, another developer profile, right? So we wrapped the ID. Okay, I think we should go to Postman, right? Let's go to Postman. Right, so that's the beauty of this tutorial. I can't find Postman. Right, it seems I don't have Postman open. Let's go to Postman. So the beauty of this tutorial is full stack. So it teaches you full stack development. It makes you don't have to be a full stack developer to really focus, to really participate in this course. It's this course, by the end of it, you'll be a very, very vast front end engineer, whether front end only or full stack. If you are full stack, you'll be very fast. If you're a beginner, even if you're intermediate, you'll be better. If you are a front end only, you certainly be better because you get to understand how a lot of things work together. uh, it took me for a long time into my front end engineering career. I wasn't using Postman. Okay, I wasn't using Postman, but then coming later on, I started using Postman, and then coming to see the benefits. It's just not cool that front end engineers don't use Postman that much. So coming to Postman, this is our API, right? This is the API we're going to be using to fetch data. So let me try it out. So we'll get back some responses, and inside of those responses, we'll get uh, we built this API ourselves, right? If you want to see how we built it, check the description of this video. You're going to see the link to the complete series, and then you get to see the back end build. That's the second video in the series, right? You check it out and you get to see how we build the API. Once again, I've said this before. Even if you're not a back-end engineer, please go through that video. Just watch it for the knowledge sake. You don't have to know, you don't have to learn back-end engineering, but just watch how back-end engineers build APIs. I mean, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a lot, and it's going to make your front-end engineering career way, way better. So this is our API. This is what we are going to be using to fetch data. This is the API URL. So I just made a request. I mocked a request. That's what Postman is all about. So I got some responses. As you can see, Sam Altman, Andrew James Opaimo. Let's go back to our demo. It's the same thing. Sam Altman, Andrew James Opaimo, and then you can see the pieces of details. They're all there, right? So this is how the API comes, just piece of strings, and then we make meaning out of them as we display them into our UI. So as we integrate them rather into our UI. So this is a unique ID coming from Mongo database, the database we are using. So each of these profile entries gets a unique ID. Each of them gets a unique ID, right? So Now we trying to implement a delete functionality. We need to, you know, this card has the data of you. This card has the data of this. It's kind of hard to explain, but I'm going to do my best on it, right? So once again, this is not your regular YouTube video. On this channel, you learn a whole lot. Okay, so inside of this card are enclosed all the data for this developer profile, them for this developer profile, right? So we don't worry, I'm going to show you the implementation. We are going to store the ID of this card. We're going to store it as a data set value, right? We're going to store it as a data set value. So we're going to attach the ID to a data set for this image. So the moment you click on this image, this we're going to write the script to store that ID, the ID of this particular card, right? Any card we click to delete, the ID of that card gets stored inside of that variable we just created. So when the ID is stored, we are now able to come over here, and then when you click a delete, we are able to now implement a delete on the database because we have already stored the ID in memory. We just get the value and then we implement a delete. So I've done so much. Excuse me, guys. I've done so much justice trying to explain that. Let's try it out now. Let's hit the delete. Let's try deleting the profile. So at the moment we click this, there's a storage in the variable, and then we hit yes, delete. The profile will get deleted, and then we can see data is fetched to update the current profiles that are available. So that's cool, ain't it? Let's go back to JavaScript. So I just explained what this variable is going to do. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to fetch data. So fetching data, I already showed you guys our API URL. So like once again, I'm really emphasizing, please uh, go back and watch the second video in the series so you can see how we built the API, we built everything from scratch. You get to see how all of these things work. So we're going to get our API URL. In the beginning of the video, I also explained, right? I explained how we got, initially it was localhost, and then it became the URL that render gave us, right? I explained that at the beginning of the video. So this is our API, and the endpoint is a get request, is a get endpoint, right? Is a get endpoint, and it helps us get all the profiles, right? So this is the API we're going to use. We copy this API, and then we say URL is equal to, we save it. Sorry, it's supposed to be a string. It's supposed to be a string. So that's our URL. So the next thing we're going to do is we're now going to implement a data fetching functionality. So we say handle fetch data. We call it handle fetch data is equal to it's going to be an asynchronous function. Yeah, because we're going to be awaiting data, so we need to resolve some promises. So I'm going to implement the data functionality here using the fetch API. In the React.js build, I'm going to implement with Axios, right? So probably I'll use React query in the Next.js build. I don't know. But in this HTML, I'm going to implement it with the fetch API. In the next build, I'm going to implement, quite all right, we're going to use Axios here for our post request, and we're going to use Axios for every other request except this get all profiles request, right? For every other request is going to be Axios. But then I'm going to show you guys how to use the fetch API here, and then in the React.js build is going to be Axios for everything, and then in the Next.js build it's either going to be Axios or React query. So handle fetch data, we want to write a functionality to help us fetch our data. So Code Whisperer was already making some suggestions, but let's ignore Code Whisperer. Let's go ahead and write our function. Let's avoid bugs. So response, good. We'll fetch our data, and then we say fetched data is equal to, yeah, we await again for a response.json. Right, good, response.json. All right, so we have that done. Then we're going to check, we're going to do some checks. It's important to make as much checks as possible. So we're going to say if fetch data is defined, right? If fetch data is come on, this guy is just giving us a lot of suggestions. Ignore it, just hit the click. Okay, it goes silent. Right, so if we're going to say if fetch data is defined, right? Then we're going to, if fetch data is defined, okay, first of all, let's log our fetch data in our console. I love building like this. So let's do a console log. Let's log our, sorry about this. Let's log fetched data inside of the console. So we can see what data we are getting, right? you're going to see we're going to get exactly the same data as we got inside of Postman. So now we have written our undo fetch data function. Let's invoke it. So let's invoke our undo fetch data function so we can be able to have our data logged inside of the console. So let's import our script into the index.html file, which is where we want the script to function. So basically, whenever this page load, this is the script we want to run. So where do you import your script? You import your script within the body, just before the closing tag, right? So after all the contents of your body, you import your script. Okay, so script source is equal to, we want to go to script, right? We want to go to script, and then we want to go to main.js. So we have now successfully imported our script. Okay, let's go back to main.js. So inside of our main.js, we have implemented our functionality, and then we have invoked the handle fetch data function. So by now we should have some piece of data inside of our console. So let's check our console. We don't have anything. I'm coming, let me refresh. Yep, so we have some piece of data inside of our console. So you can see we have response, and then we have 6 items inside of our array, which is this 6 users, right? So you can see the 6 users are coming. Okay, so we have 6 items, and this is what we are getting. So the response is an object. We have the profiles property, we have profiles count, we have response message. So now we're going to say if this whole object is fetch data, right? This whole object is fetch data. So we're going to say if fetch data is defined, and if fetch data, the response message is this, right? Let's copy it. If it is this, then we're now going to pass whatever we wish to pass. So our undo fetch data works just fine. So I think before we implement, we invoke the handle fetch data function. Let's do what we wanted to do. Is actually supposed to be inside of the handle fetch data function. Yeah, it's supposed to be inside of the handle fetch data function. So all right, we have logged it into our console. We will now say if fetch data, right? If fetch data is true, if it's defined, if it's available, and fetch data the response message, is equal to fetch data the response message is equal to, remember the text we copied, we paste, or profiles fetched successfully. If is that the message? Profiles fetched successfully, good. So if this is the response message, then what do we want to do? Bring in our callies, and then we're now going to simply return fetch data, right? We're going to simply return fetched data. So we're going to return just fetched data. That's what we're returning. So if it is not defined, we're now going to have an else statement. I am not a fan of if else, but it's still JavaScript, right? I guess this is the only if else we have in this code base, but let's go ahead. So if that condition is not met, so we just want to throw a buffer, right? We want to kind of handle errors so our app does not break. So we're going to now target card wrapper, right? Document or get element by ID, profile card wrapper. Let's go back to our index page. Let's clean up our opened files so we don't have some needless stuff, right? So let's kill all of this. Oh no, let's get these guys out of the way so we can be able to focus and work more effectively. Right then, so we have our index.html and our main.js file. So if this condition is met, we want fetch data, right, which is just this as our response. All right, but if it is not met, then we want to create a buffer, right? We want to kind of handle errors so our app doesn't just break. We have something that will be presented on the UI if there's the error. So we go back to our index.html, and then we create this profile card wrapper ID. So profile card wrapper, where is it? Okay, good, it's here. So we call it id is equal to, let's go back to our script so we copy it exactly and we don't make a mistake. So like this, Control C, okay, sorry, and then we paste. right? So this is it. We now have it. So we're now able to hinge. We're now able to hinge into it, to hook into it. So if our piece of data is not defined, we want to now do, we want to return card wrapper inner HTML, right? So we want to now do card wrapper the cards the inner HTML, right? So we want the inner HTML of card wrapper to become some piece of HTML string literals. So when you want to write HTML inside of JavaScript, you use string literals, right? Backticks. Backticks are the key you use to bring out your terminal control backtick, right? Just below your escape key. So you hit backticks and then you can now be able to write HTML inside of your JavaScript. It's the same way we are going to use to dynamically supply our our card component so that it can be dynamically recreated on our page, right? So the next thing we are going to do is okay, we have our data coming. Let's go back, and then if it's not defined, so we can now write some piece of HTML. We can now say p, right? We're going to be slow here because autocomplete seems not to work. Probably there'll be an extension to help us handle that, but I don't have it yet. So we're going to say we're going to do some Tailwind CSS styling. Tailwind CSS works here. It works, right? It's basically JavaScript rendering HTML for you. So any HTML you add here works, right? So we're going to add my40. We're going to add some big piece of padding. We're going to make the text to be centered. We're going to make the text to be centered, and then we're going to give it a text gray. We're going to gray out the text. Text gray 400, and then we're going to make the text to be pretty big, 20 px, and then mx auto, we want it to be at the center, right? So what's going to be the content of our p tag? Okay, I missed it. We need to, yeah, thank God I noticed that typo. So inside of our p tag, we're now going to say developer profiles could not be fetched. Developer profiles could not be fetched. Please check your network and try again. So developer profiles could not be fetched, right? Could not be fetched. So please check your network and try again. All right. So if your network is okay, if the user's network is okay, fine. But if it's not okay, then probably the error is coming as a result of a poor network connection, right? Oh gosh. Right then. I'm trying to ensure our indentation is uniform. Okay, the tab should do this. All right, so developer profiles could not be fetched. Please check your network and try again. So if our data is not available for any reason and all of this are not defined, then we give back this response, right? So we have implemented that check. Okay, so do we have, it seems we have a bug somewhere. Do we? Our if statement are closed, our else statement is closed, right? Then our function as well is closed. So I think we're good to go. So we now invoke handle get profiles, right? So we have successfully implemented the handle fetch data function. Now we're basically saying uh if any of this, if this is not defined, if this is not this, then if it's if they are both defined, right, we return this, else we return this. All right. So we have that done. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to implement uh, we're going to implement a functionality that gets profiles and then duplicates it, right? So you get the profile array coming from your API, and then when you get all the profiles, you are now able to duplicate. You map through your array, and then you get the individual pieces of data, right? It's getting more fun, right? So we take out this for now. So the next function we're going to write is the duplication of our profiles. So we call it is a function, right? The function keyword first. So we call it handle get profiles. All right. So it's an asynchronous function, of course. We'll be fetching data. An asynchronous function. All right. So we have it done. Okay. Equals to async function const. Where am I missing it? Oh gosh, sorry. What am I doing? What am I doing? How to get profiles? Right? No, this is not how it should be. For the function keyword, it should be async from the beginning, right? Yeah, async from the beginning. In the demo, I didn't use the function keyword. Okay, over here as well, I didn't use the function keyword. So if you are using, let's use the different syntaxes. If you are using the function keyword, it should be async from the beginning, and then we don't need equal to in this case. Then, so undo get profiles. I did something different in the demo, but let's just show you guys this. So we want to, the first thing we are going to do inside of undo get profiles is to we're going to catch our count inside of our nav bar, right? This count, we're going to target it so that we can straightway add our profile count. So if you check out this response object, we have a profile count helping us count our profiles directly. So we want to target this guy and then we automatically impute the count into it. So how do we do that? Like I said, we use local variables as much as possible. So we say profiles count, right? Profiles count is equal to document.get element by ID, get element by ID. So what are we calling it? We're going to call it profiles count, right? I think we should call it profiles count wrapper. Yeah, profile count wrapper, right? Profile count wrapper. That's the ID name. So profile count wrapper is an ID. We'll copy this, and then we go back to our index.js, and then we scroll back to our nav, and then we'll call it, you give it an ID. It already has a class, but ID helps us stay unique and away from bugs. So profile count wrapper, we have the ID. Now the next thing we're going to implement is so we have the profile count wrapper. So good, let's get our data. Now to get our data, we say profiles data, and then the we simply invoke the handle fetch data functionality, right? Is equal to await. So we invoke the handle fetch function. All right, so that automatically gives us our data. All right, so now we've invoked our profiles data. Let's go ahead and then let's be sure our function is working as we proceed. It's good to build progressively. That way you stay away from bugs. So next thing, let's invoke the handle get profiles function. Let's invoke it. So we are sure that we're fetching our data. We're sure that we're fetching our data, and then we're getting the response we want. So let's go. So it's working. So right, this is the first log, and then this is the second log. If you hit the link here, you get to see it shows you where we logged our profiles data. So let's go back now. It's successfully working. We are getting our data coming in. So once we're getting our data coming in, what's the next thing we do? So profiles data, we're getting our data. So we say if profiles data dot all profiles dot length, if it's less than one, we're doing we're building the project as professional as we possibly can, right? As professional as we possibly can. So we're saying here we're going to check that if let's go back to our browser and see our data how it looks. Oh gosh, sorry about that. Let's go back to our console. So you can see here we have the object, and then the object has three properties: the profiles count, and the response message. So we're going to say if our profiles count is if our profiles count, which is basically profiles dot let's go back to our code. What did we call it? We call it profile data, right? So profile data, and then we get the profiles response. Profile data, and profiles is an array. So we can use the profile count instead of just struggling with that. So let's go ahead. I did something different in the demo. So, but let's prove that we know what we're doing, right? Let's do this, guys. So profile data is not profile data. It's supposed to be profiles data, right? So we say if profiles data, which is our response, if profiles data dot profiles count, right? What is the name? I'm coming, let me see. It's profiles count, so there's an S. Your profiles count. If profiles data dot profiles count, if it is greater than zero, then you go ahead and do what we want. But if it is less than one, we still do we provide another UI, right? We provide another UI instead of allowing an error or just keeping the user hanged. So if profiles data dot profiles count, if it's less than one, we're going to implement this. We're going to bring on JavaScript again. All right, Code Whisperer is doing a good job for us. Can we trust it? I think we can trust it. So card wrapper in our HTML uh, no styling. In this case, no styling, but I think it's cool. We add the styling. Yeah, so it says no developer profiles found. Please add some. I love that. This isn't what's in the demo, but it's cool. AI can be awesome sometimes, right? So I'm going to make another video. I believe you can't wait to see that video. I'm going to show you guys how to install Code Whisperer. I've been using Code Whisperer for free, right? I don't know why, but I've been enjoying it for free, and I believe it's out there for free. It's for everyone to use. So if that condition is what we have, then we have that response. I'm coming. Let me return this. Let's return this, right? So sorry, return. Okay. So we don't need this. We don't need this. We just evoke this to help us get our error done. So I'm coming and to get profiles. Good. So we're done with our first condition. So now if that condition is not the case, so if profiles data the or profiles dot length, if profiles data the profiles count, if it's greater than one, if profiles data dot profiles count, if it's greater than one, if it's greater than zero, right? Yeah, if it's greater than zero, then we now map through our data, right? So we say const, we create a variable again, and we call this variable profiles, and then is equal to profiles data. We're now going to map through dot profiles, right? So profiles data is the whole response. This is profiles data, but then this whole object is profiles data, right? Remember, go back to our code. You can see it's this is profiles data. This is it here. So our response, the whole object is profiles data. So profiles data dot profiles is now the array we want. So profiles data dot if profiles is good. So profiles data dot profiles data dot profiles. What do we do? Profiles data dot profiles. So we map. All right. So we need to be very careful here. We're mapping through data. It can easily blow out into uh, an error, a buggy situation. So we are mapping now. We are now going to say when you're mapping, you add a function, and then inside of your function, you state what you want each of the item you're map your each of the item you're mapping is providing should be called, right? You state what you want each of the item your map is creating. You state what you want each of them to be called. So in this case, I just want to call them each. So when I do anything with each, I'm basically doing it for each of those elements that I'm calling, right? So each, we're now going to map through. So the first thing we are going to do with each, we are going to set the avatar value, right? If you go back to our HTML, you're going to see that our avatar value is just a dummy piece of data here, right? So I'm coming cards avatar, right? Good. So do we need to do this? Okay. Oh yeah. We need to really get the first value out of our cards avatar, right? So we're basically going to get the name of the profile of the developer, and then we only want the first letter, right? So let's implement that functionality first of all. So we're going to say avatar alphabet, then we slice out the first letter, we make it an uppercase letter, then we have it as a variable, and then we can now add it later on into our script. So each, good, we're still going with local variables here. We say const, right? Avatar alphabet, right? Avatar alphabet is equals to h dot. We can use character at, but let's use slice. I'm going to use character at char at, right? Like chr char at. I'm going to use it somewhere else, but let's go ahead and slice in this case. So each avatar alphabet h dot full name, right? Each dot full name dot slice. Let's slice, and then we just want the first letter. So after we slice, we want it to be uppercase, right? We invoke the uppercase method on top of it. Okay, we just need to be careful so we don't get bloated. We don't write too much code on addressed code and then we get bugs. So far all our codes are working just fine. So each the full name unknown word. Oh sorry, it should be camel case, right? So each the full name dot slide 01 and then dot uppercase. So dot to uppercase. Good. Meanwhile, let's log our each. Let's log our each. Console dot log each. If profiles data profiles is equals to this. No need to console our each first. Should we do that? Should we do that? But no need. Let's proceed. Let's write some code. So we have our avatar alphabet, right? So we are slicing the very first letter. Okay. I think we need to log our each somehow. Yeah. So let's log our each console.log. Let's log our each to the console, and then once again we invoke the handle get profiles function. So handle get profiles, we invoke it. Let's just, this is basically you being careful as you code. You are making sure your data is coming in as you're coding. So it's supposed to be an uppercase C. So fine, right? So we should get, we should actually get response in our log. Coming, let's console avatar. Let's log avatar alphabet now. So you see, this is why it's important to keep coding progressively so you don't get into trouble after writing a whole lot of code and then you start complaining, you start regretting. So we are good. So we now have our avatar alphabet. We can now remove this. Then the next thing we want to do is we now we know we're already getting each, right? We're already getting this each, which is the individual profiles. So the next thing we're now going to do is we're going to destructure the values from each. This I'm going to show you guys. So I've already done it basically, but I'm going to explain. So I want to destructure all the remaining pieces of data. We have a website, we have about, right? Oh gosh. So website, we have about, and then we have what else? Sorry, we need a const. We are destructuring, right? Object destructuring in JavaScript. So website about, website email about, and then we want the ID as well, right? So we are destructuring all of this from each, right? So we are destructuring all of this from each. So first of all, before I proceed, you see this ID, it has an underscore. Let's go and check and be sure that's exactly how it is. So when you check each of these profiles, you're going to see it's not ID directly, it's underscore ID, right? So that's why we wrote it that way. So we are selecting these three items, website. Okay, we need email too. We need email, and then we need about, right? We need full name too. We need full name, but okay, let's get full name. I already used full name, but let's use it again. I'm going to explain what I want to explain to you guys. All right, so this is destructuring, object destructuring in JavaScript. Object destructuring is basically the same thing as what I did here, right? So you like I told you guys earlier, we called each item that is coming in from our array. Each of these items, we called each one each, right? Anything you add into this bracket, anything you add as your argument serves as your each. So over here, while you are mapping, anything you add here, this function that stays inside of your map method, anything you add becomes the name for each of those items, the identity of each item in your array. So we have 6 items. So we are basically going to have six multiple effects of this each keyword here. So that's why when we logged each, we got those 6 responses. So now for each of those each, permit me to put it that way, we have all of these details coming. We have about, we have created at, we have email, we have full name, we have website. So we have ID as well. So we basically need ID, website, full name, email, and then about. So let me go back to the code. So that is what we basically did here. We got those details out of each, right? Just like I did here, it is the same thing as saying each dot full name. So it's the same thing as saying here. It's saying website. Sorry, we need the variable first, the variable keyword rather. So it's the same thing as saying website is equal to each dot full name. Sorry, each dot website, not full name. Each dot website, and then email is equal to each dot email, right? So it's basically the same thing as this. Let me comment this. So it's basically the same thing as what we did here, but which is shorter. Imagine us duplicating for each of these 5 items. Doesn't make sense, right? So we use object structuring, which is the shorter method, right? So now we have access to each of these guys already. So we can now go down. So we are now ready to map and duplicate our card, right? So return, good, braces. Then of course we are duplicating our card component. So we use template literals, right? Just below your escape key. So now we go and copy before we copy that card, right? We want to, after we map, after we have mapped through our data, right? Yeah, we've mapped through. Now we want to duplicate the card. After we duplicate the card, we now want the content of our card wrapper to be all of those 6 cards that we are going to duplicate, right? So for now, we just have only one card, one dummy card. But after we duplicate, we want to have all those 6 cards inside of the card wrapper parent, right? So where's the card wrapper parent? So profile card wrapper, right? It's here, and then we only have one card now. So we're going to copy out this component and then have it duplicated. But first of all, let's go back to our JavaScript. Let's go back to our JavaScript and then let's write out what happens after we duplicate it, right? So we're now going to say card wrapper, right? We're going to say card wrapper. We already declared it up there. Card wrapper is the parent that wraps the cards, right? So this is a card wrapper up here. So we go down. We're now going to say card wrapper. Yep, card wrapper. So when you map through API data in vanilla JavaScript, this is how you wrap up your response. Sorry, this is how you wrap up your final uh, delivery. This is how you wrap up your integration, right? So card wrapper in our HTML, we now want to pour in everything we are mapping. So this profiles is basically going to be the duplication of our card, right? So we are pouring everything that we are getting from the map. So we say profiles, the join. I think I should show you guys this. I should show you guys this, right? So okay, don't worry. Let me show you guys this. Let me show you guys it. Let me show you guys it the bad way. Let's call it profiles, and then profiles, and then let's go ahead and as well profiles count, right? Let's profiles count is the counter up there. Profiles count in our HTML profiles data dot profiles count. Good. So I think we are good to go. So now let's go and copy our card component, right? Yeah, let's go and copy our card component, and then we come and duplicate. Are we good? Yeah, I'm not supposed to leave this like this, but I want to show you guys the reason why it's not supposed to be like that, right? Everything should be very detailed, very explained. So now let's go to our index.html. Let's copy our card component, right? Let's leave this empty. Are we going to leave it empty? Control C. We're not going to leave it empty, right? We're going to cut it out. But before we leave, we're going to leave some sensible piece of data. Let's go copy out that styling for the p tags we already used, right? So my40 text center, good. Let's copy this styling, Control C, and we go back to our, right? So we paste the class. Sorry, Control Z. We add the class first, and then we paste, and then we now say loading developer profiles loading developer. Okay, let's say loading developer profiles, loading developer profiles, right? 1 2 3, we save. So this will be the content now. It's no longer going to be our card, right? So loading developer profiles, and then after our data is loaded, the content now changes. I think the content should be changing already. Probably we are having an error somewhere, but let's go ahead and finish up our work. Then we know if really there's an error. So over here, we return, I don't want to return just this, yeah, string literals, and then I put my card component. Oh gosh, I copied something else. Oh, all right, let's cut this out. Control X, and then let's replay till where we have the card component. Okay, so this is our card component, right? So let's come over here and paste what we have, and then now let's cut this out. This is what we want. We cut this out. All right, so okay, so now we go over here and then we paste our card component, right? So our card component is now going to get duplicated, right? So let's save that. Card wrapper the inner HTML. I don't like. Okay, we are returning. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. We shouldn't return before some other functionalities. So return card wrapper the inner HTML. Okay. All right. Those content are not supposed to be inside of our handle fetch. They're not supposed to be inside of our handle get profiles function. They're supposed to be outside of our handle get profiles function. So we bring them all out, right? Yeah. So we bring them all. No. Sorry. They're not supposed to be inside of our map rather. So let's close our map. I think they're not supposed to be inside of this if statement. Okay, they're supposed to be inside of the if statement, but not inside of our map, right? Okay, so they're supposed to be inside of the if statement, but not inside of our map. So paste them here. Good. All right, then. So we now have our card component duplicated. So this each, you see, we know when we log this value into the console, right? When we log this value to the console, each time we log each, we're going to have 6 different responses, and the same thing is now happening here. So we have 6 different responses coming in already. So it's duplicating, right? But it's duplicating with our dummy data for now. So let's refresh. You get to see it comes first with that effect loading developer profiles, and then once it loads, we get this response. So our progress is going fine. We're doing great. But our grid system is buggy. Our grid system is not working. Okay. Why is our grid system not working? Let's go back to our profile. Profile cards wrapper. Our grid system should work just fine, right? It should work just fine since all we did was just copying out. Okay, let's go and debug in our browser. Profile card wrapper. Oh, good. I understand why. All right. So that is the reason why I want to show you guys. Now, if you guys can see, let me try zooming in. There is kind of a comma here, right? There's a comma. You see the comma. There's a comma, right? So anytime you create and you map through an array, right? You are what we did here was we basically returned the same very array, right? We return the same very array. So it's more like an array of strings, an array of numbers. When you return that array, you get the exact array with the commas, right? So, but that is basically what is playing out here. You get the array with the commas because what we did here was just to return the files, to return the items, right? Sorry, when you map through an array, let's say an array of objects, an array of numbers, you get the array, you get the content of the array when you return it with the commas and everything, right? But we don't want the commas. That's why our grid system isn't working because the commas are coming. You scroll after this, you get to see the next comma. You scroll again after this, you get to see the next comma. So that was why I said I wasn't going to complete this. I want to show you guys why we needed to do what I'm going to do now. So the next thing, you use the join method. The join method, you're basically telling the array, I don't want you to join anything. I don't want you to join don't add any content in between the items of the array that you are duplicating. So let's save and then let's go back and see if our grid system now works fine, which should be the case. Let's zoom out. All right, so our zoom is 100% now, and our grid system should work as perfect as it should work as we set it earlier, right? So this is cool. I'm loving this. The progress. I'm loving the progress, and the build is going nice. I apologize about the sound earlier. I just hope you're enjoying it. So this is it. Our build is working. We have our array items being duplicated currently. So let's finish up. Let's ensure the values are unique. So over here, we're now going to do some JavaScripting where we are using template literals, right? So inside of template literals, we can use we can call variables inside of template literals, inside of literal these string literals, right? Backticks, we can call JavaScript. How do we call JavaScript? We just use this syntax and then we can now call JavaScript. So over here, we want to call the avatar alphabet. So you're now, let's go back to your UI. You're going to see the avatar alphabets are now going to be unique, right? So you see S, Sam Altman. The second is supposed to be Andrew Paimo, right? Then we see Mata Baxter, and then somebody over here. So let's go back. We now have avatar alphabets. Let's now get those stuffs in there. We have avatar alphabet. Okay, here we have full name, right? JavaScript. We're going back to JavaScript land again. So we delete and call it full name, right? Then the next thing after full name, we have email, right? href is this. Okay, so as well, we bring in JavaScript here, right? Yep, yep. So we bring in JavaScript, and then the dollar symbol, and then when we delete, and then we bring in email, and then inside of here, the content of the element as well is going to be the same, right? The dollar symbol, and then we bring in email as well. All right, guys. So we are moving great. I guess we're doing just fine. So we now have our avatars, we have our usernames being unique, we have our emails as well, right? There's a typo inside of our href. We missed our closing tag. So class, email, I'm coming, let me go back. Okay, this is where I missed it. So we have email here, right? So we have email, good. So equally on the website here, we remove this, and then equally we bring in JavaScript, and then that wasn't the dollar symbol, but let's go ahead website, and then bring in the dollar symbol, and then over here as well, right? Website, website is website, right? So we're moving great. What else? The about section. Now this section, we bring in JavaScript, right? We bring in JavaScript, and then cut this out. We cut this out. About, right? So save, good. So good. This is looking so much like the original now. Let me close the mobile view. This is the original, and then this is what we have, right? So that's super cool. That's cool, ain't it? Okay, then I guess I'm loving this. So this, let's prove that this works. Uh-oh, we made a mistake somewhere. Okay, yeah, that's correct. You can see it works. It pops up my email app. Let me show you guys again. It pops up my email app, and then it directs to this address automatically, right? So we don't want to send the email. The website, let's try the website. Right, you can see it works just fine, right? All of these are just dummy pieces. Sorry, let's bring back the tab. All of those are dummy pieces of data, but mine is original, right? So I could access mine, even though all those other ones were dummy pieces of data. Okay, so let's wait for our data. Loading profiles, loading developer profiles. Why the delay? Okay, good. So we have a piece of data coming in. Okay, so what else do we have? Let's fix our avatars. They're not looking nice. So let's fix our avatars. Coming. A code base. I think we're progressing nicely. All right then. So let's cheat again. We're basically being wise. We're not cheating, but let's call it cheating. All right. So let's cheat. Let's reduce the padding. Right. The padding is py. So we increase, we adjust until it gives us what we want, and then this as well, we adjust until it gives us what we want. It's not working. I'm coming. Let me see. All right, it's not working. Have we? Did we use? Sorry, guys. There's no text center on this on this card. The avatar. I think that's one of the problem. So let's add text center to it. Right? We added text center to it. Let's hope it responds immediately. All right, good. It responded. Now let's adjust the vertical padding. So let's see. All right, so we need 10. 10 is too much. We need 9. Yeah, we need 9. Padding top 9. Padding bottom 7, right? So where is it? Avatar alphabet PY. So we say PT9, and then PB7, right? All right, it's working fine. Let's reload. So we get to see this, we get to see that loading state before we see our response. So we have, we are now successfully fetching our data. We're doing great. So we're successfully fetching our data. So the next thing I want us to do is I want us to go and set the ID. I want us to set the ID. I want us to, okay, let's implement our overlay toggling functionality first of all. So when we click on delete, it should bring up our overlay, right? So how are we going to implement that? We go and I'm coming. Okay, good. So let's go back to our JavaScript. We're doing fine. So good, we're going fine. This handle get profile should it be invoked automatically? Yeah, it's invoked on load, right? It happens once the page loads up, so it should be invoked automatically indeed. Let me see. Everything is going fine. Systems are great. What else? Good. So we need to check. We need to handle our overlay. We want, what I want to do now is to handle our show overlay. So on showing the overlay, we want to make sure that before we click on this button, we want to make sure that our data is already fetched and available, right? No, sorry. It is not before you click on it. All right, don't worry. Let's go and implement the function. Hopefully you guys will understand it that way. So async, yeah, we use this syntax in this case. So of course, handle show overlay, and then good. So handle show overlay. The next thing we are going to do is we're going to wait again for our profiles data. Once again, we are fetching data, right? Profiles data. It's local variable, so we can use the name as many times as we want. So handle fetch data. So we wait for our data. We need to wait for our data to make sure that uh, I'm coming. When we click on it, we need to make sure that all our data, I'm coming, sorry, handle show overlay, delete profile, I'm coming. For each show overlay buttons. Okay, great. So before we declare the show overlay buttons, we want to make sure that our data is already fetched, right? We want to make sure that our data is available. I don't just want us to go ahead and declare the overlay buttons. While I was building the demo, if you declare the overlay buttons before your data gets fetched, right, there will be an error, there will be a bug, right? We are invoking this handle get profiles function, and then on click the handle show overlay function comes to play. So if you invoke the handle show overlay function on click and our data is not already available, it's going to throw us an error. So we want to make sure our data is available before we now declare the show overlay buttons, right? So let's proceed and handle the show overlay button. So first thing we are going to do is we're going to say if profiles data, right? Profiles, we could have as well written the whole function, right? We could have as well written the whole function into one big function, and then we can just invoke that big function at the end of everything. But I think it's better this way, having it modular, having it split. But then the downside of this method is that we just have to keep waiting for data each time. But I think it's better this way because when one part of our code gets broken, we know it's just that part of the code that is broken and not the whole code base that is broken. So we say if profiles data, right? We are basically doing the same thing. So if profiles data and profiles data, we're checking if it's greater than 0, meaning if it's an array we can map through. Profiles data dot profiles, right? The profiles count, okay, good, is not equal to if it's greater than 0. right? If it's greater than 0, then we want this to happen. I think we're doing fine. So if it's greater than 0, I'm coming back to our code base. If it's greater than 0, then we now want to declare a variable, right? We want to declare the show overlay but things. We want to declare it, right? Show overlay but things. Show overlay but things is equals to, we are targeting them all, right? We can't target them one individually because it's basically dynamic data. So we need to target them all, and then we now map through, not mapping in this case, we are using the for each method. So we use the for each method, and we say each time we click each, we want to set the ID of each to that ID. We want to set the ID of that particular one to the ID we declared, the null variable we declared up there. So document.query selector all. Okay, let's go with code whisperer first, but then this is not what we want. Document.query selector all, delete, right? Delete profile icon. So let's go and make sure this class is available inside of our cards. So the delete profile icon, I'm coming, is it there? Yeah, it's there. Delete profile icon. So we now have our access to this variable. So show overlay buttons is delete profile icon. So now we can now, since we now have our show overlay buttons, we're now going to use the for each method, right? We're now going to use the for each method, and then we go carefully as usual. So we call each one each. No, let's not call it each again. We say delete. Okay, let's just call it each. We can call it anything. You can call it bananas, like John Smoker we say. You can call it you can call it burritos, whatever you wish, right? So let's call it each once again, and then so each. Good. So yeah, when you're mapping or performing any kind of this array related functions, when you're using any of these array methods, mapping for each, find, filter, don't listen to AI helpers because they can easily get your code bugged. So you do it carefully. So we're now going to say each dot add event listener, right? Each dot add event listener. Click. The problem with these AI helpers is they give you code suggestions without completing it, right? So just like this one, it gave one of the callies without adding the second callie, right? So this can break our code. You can see the brace is not even there. So if you just go ahead and keep accepting all of these suggestions without being careful, you're going to get broken, right? You're going to have a lot of bugs. Keep enjoying. This is not a regular YouTube video, so learn from my workflow as much as possible. Uh, sorry, code whisperer. We don't write dirty code. So what do we want to do? We want to pick the event object. Before we pick the event object, let's go ahead and set the variable. Let's set the variable. So we are going to use the dataset API inside of HTML, right? So what we basically want to do here, we want to pass the ID. You know, we got the ID, right? We have not used it. You can see it's dull. So we want to pass that ID as a dataset attribute. We want to pass it as a dataset attribute to that image, right? To the delete profile icon coming. Yeah, so good. So we want to pass it as a dataset attribute to the delete profile icon. All right, so this is it. Delete profile icon. Then we want to pass it. We want to say data dash ID. Okay, so it's a dataset attribute. I'm going to explain more about that. So we bring in our quotes, and as usual, we go into JavaScript land, and then we pick our ID underscore ID, right? So we have set this ID to be a dataset attribute of this image icon, right? This is basically some HTML stuff, the dataset API. Should I call it an API? Permit me to call it an API, right? So it helps you add data to, it helps you attach dataset attributes to elements. So let's go back to our JavaScript. Inside of our, now that we have set the data set to this ID, we can now get that data. You know, we are targeting each element, right? So for this particular card, the data ID will be its own specific ID. This is dynamic stuff we are doing, not static content, right? So we first of all checked our data is available, our array is available, everything is available, defined. Then we now stated the variable. After we stated the variable, we now want to do a map through each. So we now want to kind of loop through each for each of those ones. When we click each of them, it stores the ID coming from that dataset attribute inside of that null variable that we created. Remember, let variables can be mutable, they can be changed. So for now, the value is null, but then we're now going to set it to that variable, right? So we're now going to say each dot add event listener. First of all, we are going to show the modal overlay, right? Have we targeted our modal overlay? Yeah, we already established our modal overlay up there. I'm coming, let me close this so we can have less scroll time. So modal overlay is up here. Let me close these functions as well, right? Good. So our modal overlay, yeah, the first variable is our modal overlay. So first thing we want to do is we want to show our modal overlay, right? So we say modal overlay. All right, guys, I hope you guys are hanging on. I hope you guys are enjoying it. So modal overlay, we want to give it some style. Our modal overlay for now is hidden, right? Let's go back to our index.html and check it out. So our modal overlay, it's hidden. Yeah, it's hidden. So let's go back to our JavaScript. Now we want to automatically make it show. So modal overlay dot style. We're going sorry guys. So modal overlay dot style dot display. The display is equal to, yeah, Tailwind CSS, of course, flex. So we want to display it, we want it to become flex, right? No, we want it to be flex. Then we're now going to set profile ID, right? We said profile, let's profile ID initially was null. So we're now, this is just how you set it. This is how you change the variable value. So good. How do we now get that dataset ID? Right? So you pass the event object. You pass the event object. The event object is basically an object that every event listener has, every element with an event listener have access to. So if an element has an on-click event listener, if it has an on-over event listener, then it automatically have access to the event object, right? I just hope you guys caught that explanation. So every element having access to an event listener has access to the event object. Okay, so this is the event object, and we have access to the event object because we have an on-click. We have an on-click. We have an on-click listener here, right? So we have an on-click event rather. So we have a click event, and then so we have access to the event object. So the next thing we want to do, we want to say I'm coming for each. So we want to say each dot target dot dataset dot id. I'm coming. Good. You know, the content we are clicking is the one that has access to this click event, right? So we are clicking on show overlay buttons, right? So we are basically saying show overlay buttons for each, right? We say each, okay? So each of those buttons, we are classifying them with the each keyword, which can be anything, anything at all, right? So we're saying each of those buttons we click, right? So each of them, because they have an on-click listener, an on-click event, they have access to the event object. So when you're using the event object, when you say event.target, you are simply saying that element itself, right? Just like in React, we're going to get to that. So when you say event.target, you are simply saying that element itself. So by doing this, we are simply saying the show overlay button itself, right? And it is now that show overlay button that has let's open up this. It is that show overlay button. Remember, it is the show overlay button that has that dataset ID. So when we now say e.target, we are simply saying that show that delete button, which is the show overlay button, dot, we are referring to itself, right? I'm trying to explain this as deep as possible. So we are targeting that that icon itself, and then we are now saying we're not going to say e.target, right? The value. So the value e.target the data set rather. So the data set is, okay, like I said, the data set is a JavaScript, is an HTML, permit me to call it API, right? So it basically permits you to add data set attributes to elements. So up there we said data set dot id. Sorry, we said data.id, right? So whatever you added after the dash is what you are going to call here. So if we say data.name and then we give it a value, we are going to call dataset.name here. But over there, we call it data.id. So we are going to say dataset.id. So this is how we are now able to get our ID and set it to this profile ID. And then we are as well able to show the modal overlay. So I'm going to celebrate if our code works without the bug. I just hope it does. So let's go check out our code. So it works without a bug. I told you guys I'm going to celebrate, right? So it's having a bug. So let's go fix our bug, right? Let's go fix our bug. Okay. So uh, profiles data, handle fetch data, good. If profiles data and this, which we know is true, show overlay buttons is equals to query selector all delete profile icon. So let's go back into our HTML and see if we have the delete profile icon. So it's there, delete profile icon is correct. And then over here we have data ID, right? So let's go check it out. So we have our E and then e.target.dataset.id. I think our code is fine. So modal overlay.style.display is flex. Our modal overlay did not work, right? But our on-click handler worked. All right, so let's do some debugging, right? For each let's comment this out, right? Yeah, let's comment this out and let's do a simple login to our console. Let's debug, right? Let's debug console.log. Let's say delete icon clicked. Let's console.log delete initiated, right? Delete initiated. So we save and then oh sorry, we didn't add the handle show overlay. We just threw the function. I guess we are doing fine. Sorry about that. We didn't actually invoke it, right? I think it should be all good. We didn't invoke it. It should be invoked before JavaScript can know be wrote, something like that, right? So basically, once there is a load, we want to invoke. Once the page loads, the handle show overlay function should be alive. So when it's alive, that's when anytime we click on those guys, it's now going to work. So it was my bad. I guess our function is working fine. Let's see. This is awesome. I love this. This is cool. All right. So writing code without bugs is fun. It's fun. It's fun. Right. So it works just beautifully. So let's go back to our code. Our handle show overlay function works. So the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to close our overlay and open it. Right. We're already opening it. So we want to be able to close it. So let's write the function that closes it. So we're going to say handle sorry, the const, let's the async keyword, right? Let's use the syntax. I'm just using different syntaxes, but you want to stick to a particular syntax when you're coding, right? You don't want to be like that. You want to have a particular syntax. You want to have a particular method. So personally, I will basically use the function keyword for my functions, right? I'll use the regular function keyword. Sorry, just like this. I'll use this method, yeah, the regular function keyword for my functions. And then when writing internal functions, I can then use declared functions, right? I can then use expressions, right? I can use my functions as expressions, give them to variables as values. But normally on a standard like basically block functions, right? Block functions will use the function keyword. And then sorry, am I correct? My explanation seems not to be going fine. Basically, functions that let me use the word standalone. Standalone functions will use the function keyword, and then functions inside of blocks can be arrow functions or expression functions, right? I guess I'm correct with that use of expression by saying expression functions. I think so. So function as an expression, right? So the next thing, async, yeah, we want to close our variable function. We want to say handle cancel delete profile. So handle cancel delete profile, handle cancel delete profile, right? So function handle cancel delete profile. Why is it an async function? It's not supposed to be an async function. We're not resolving any promise in it. So we're basically going to say modal overlay, right? Modal overlay dot style dot display none is a simple function, right? So modal overlay dot style dot display none. So okay, we're writing the function. Now let's add an event listener. So we already declared our cancel delete profile button up there. Let's go check it out. Our cancel delete profile button. Yeah, see it, cancel delete profile button. So we want to now add this function to it, right? So we're now going to say cancel delete profile button dot add event listener, right? It's going to be a click event. Yeah. So it's going to be a click event. Then after the click event, we now invoke the function. So handle cancel delete profile. So we save this. And the moment we click on that no thanks, we automatically get our overlay closing toggle. Right? So let's hit it. It comes on. All right, it's not working. It's not working. Handle cancel delete profile, meta overlay to style of display. None. Cancel delete profile button to add event listener. Click. And then we have handle cancel delete profile. Let's check if our target is properly executed. Confirm delete cancel delete profile button, cancel delete profile button by ID. Let's go to our HTML and see and be sure it's there. Overlay. Right, so it's not there. Is it? Delete. I'm coming. No thanks. Right, so it's not there. We haven't added the ID. So let's add it now. Control C. We go back to our index.html. The no thanks button, we say ID, right? And then we paste. And then we go as well for the yes delete button. We paste the confirm delete, right, as the ID. So let's go back to this. Okay, so this as well. So ID, right? Paste. Very good. So this does it. Then now it should work. It should work just perfectly. Right? No thanks. See that toggle? This awesome. We're making awesome progress. So good. Now the final thing we're going to do is we're going to now add the confirm delete profile button. Sorry, we're going to write the confirm delete function, and then after writing the confirm delete function, we're now going to add it to the confirm delete button, and then our job is done on the main page, right? Our job is done on the landing page. So yeah, it's going to be an async function, right? It's going to be an async function. And then we're going to say handle confirm delete, handle confirm delete, handle confirm delete profile, right? Handle confirm delete profile. Okay, so first of all, we say const deleted profile, right? We want to use Axios now. So for us to be able to use Axios, we're going to use Axios to implement our delete functionality, right? We're going to use Axios to implement our delete functionality. So before we bring in Axios, let's go to Axios website and let's check out what Axios is all about. So Axios basically helps you to uh it helps you with HTTP requests. So you use Axios to make HTTP requests. Get, fetch, get is the same as fetch, get, post, and then the rest. So you use Axios to, you can see Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for Node.js. It's isomorphic, right? So it can work in it can work in the browser, and then it can equally work on Node.js. So let's go back and get our CDN. So which CDN are we using? I think we are using this, right? I'm coming. Let me check out which CDN we need to use for Axios. We are using the unpack. Yeah, we're using this unpack CDN. So we need to copy the script and go and paste inside of our HTML. Right? We paste it inside of our index.html. So Axios, should it come before our script? Yes, it should come before our script. Sorry, it should come after our script. So let's add some comments here. Local script import. Comment this out, right? And then Axios import, Axios CDN, right? We'll comment that out as well. Let's keep things uniform. One extra line after I comment. Right, guys, so we're making progress. We have now added Axios to our project. It's as simple as that. In the React project, we're going to install Axios with npm. So that's basically what Axios is going to help us do. Deleting, we can use Axios to fetch, like I said earlier, but we are going to use Axios in the React.js project. So we're going to delete with Axios. We are going to, I think I should use Axios to fetch the single profile. Yeah, I'm going to use Axios in this project to fetch the single profile so that you guys will get to see everything and know that we're not cheating, right? So handle confirm delete. Okay, good. Let's now write our code. So we say deleted profile. So we want to get, after we implement the delete, we want to get the value back. And then when we get the value back, we'll now log it into our console so we know we are sure of the progress we're making. We can use this value as well to check, like to kind of perform checks. So if it's defined this, if it's not defined that, right? So we're basically not going to perform a check, but it's nice to get this, right? So that you are sure your data is available, you log it, you see it. Basically, it's important we do it this way. So we're now going to uh delete profile, right? So we need the delete endpoint. We need the delete endpoint. So this was the get all profiles endpoint, right? The profile that helps us get all our endpoints. So let's go to the like I said, please check out the backend build, check out that video. The link to the complete uh complete tutorial series is in the description. Go check out the backend build. So I want to, this is the API, yeah, YouTube live. So delete profile, we need the delete profile endpoint. So basically your API base, which is this, right? And then slash API slash version one slash profile slash delete profile. Then you pass your profile ID. So let's copy this endpoint and then we go back to Axios. And then so how do we do this? We said await. We already declared it as an async function, Axios.delete, right? Axios.delete. We bring our braces, right? And then the first we pass the endpoint, right? So we pass the endpoint. It should be in string literals, in template literals, right? Because we're going to get the ID dynamically with JavaScript, right? So we have I'm coming. Do we have access to the ID? Profile ID, deleted profile. Okay, by this time, the ID is already set, right? And you know, the profile ID is a global variable, is globally accessible. You can see it's global, right? So that means we can access it inside of any of the functions. Okay, so that means we can access it here, right? So we now go into JavaScript land and then we bring in profile ID, right? Is globally accessible. So we are now able to dynamically add the ID of the card of the profile that we clicked, right? Remember here we dynamically added the ID to the profile ID variable. Then over here, we now want to pick the ID that we dynamically added and delete it. So handle confirm delete. Okay, so we now have our deleted profile, right? So let's log it into our console.log deleted profile, right? In this case, we are going to challenge any error and go allowed to write out our code completely, right? So we get a complete result. So when the profile gets deleted, there should be a refetch. Our data should be fetched, so we can now get the updated list of profiles. So the moment we fetch up our data, we log our deleted profile into the console. Then the next thing we are going to do is we are going to now, after we have deleted the profile, right? We are going to now set model overlay. We're going to hide it, right? Because the moment you click delete, we want it hidden again. Then I think we should log this first. Yeah, good. So code whisperer is correct. We now invoke our data fetching. Remember, our data fetching fetches our data, maps through our data array, and then populates our card wrapper with our data. So it repeats that process and then it gets us the updated list of profiles, right? So I guess we've completely implemented this. So we can now add this function to an event. So we can say confirm delete profile button dot add event listener, right? Is of course going to be a click event. It's going to be a click event, right? Sorry, it's going to be a click event. Then you now invoke the handle confirm delete profile. Good. So we save this. So are we also keeping this alive? No need to keep it alive, right? I'm coming. So confirm delete below add event listener handle confirm delete. So we're done. I guess we're done. We're done. We've done a great job, guys. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks so much, guys. All right, so now let's try deleting the profile. Let's bring out our console, of course, so we can see how everything is happening. We can see the action. So we already have two objects coming from where? Coming from fetch data. Let's go edit. Let's go comment that out. So fetch data. We don't want that log in our console, so we comment it out. Right, let's check out the other one. Where's the other one coming from? Right, it's all gone. Let's refresh again. Right, then I guess it's only that one. So let's try now and delete the profile. Which do we delete? Let's delete new endman. Let's leave that guy. Let's delete Sandra Kimball. No thanks, it works well. Yes, delete. All right, it worked, and then we had everything work just fine. So this is our deleted profile, right? So data uh we get the profile we just deleted, right? So this is Sandra Kimball, right? You can see Sandra Kimball is the profile we deleted, and then Sandra Kimball is gone. Right, so let's go back to the code base. So that is exactly what we did. We deleted the profile. We invoke a fetching of data afresh, right? So handle confirm delete profile. We deleted the profile. We got a profile, and then we invoked a fetching again so that we can get the updated list of profiles, right? So this is just cool. We're done with building our landing page, and our job is perfect, I guess. So let's delete one more profile. I commented out the console, no need for that again. Always don't deploy logged consoles to your live project. Always cancel out or comment out console logs, logged consoles. Don't deploy logged consoles to production, right? So new endman, sorry, no, I like the fact that endman is ending the list. So let's delete Manu Gray. Yes, delete. So Manu Gray goes, you can see it's gone. We have only four left, right? So let's delete one more matter backstar. Oh, we clicked on the edit profile in this case. We clicked on the edit icon. So yes, let's delete matter backstar. So matter backstar is gone, right? Something seems to be not functioning well. I'm coming. Handle confirm delete. So modal overlay dot style dot display none. Handle get profiles. All right, then I think we're fine. Const await deleted profile, right? We basically don't need this, right? We basically don't need it. Yeah, we need it. Oh gosh, we need it. Then we do need it. We can actually go directly without declaring it as a variable. So I guess that's what we're going to do now. So we just go with await axios.delete, right? So we don't need it as a variable. We needed it just to test. But now that we have tested, let's basically discard it. All right, guys. So let's delete one more profile. Let's delete my profile. Let's hit delete. No thanks. It works. Delete. Yes, delete. So my profile is gone, right? So we now have just two. So our delete functionality works perfectly. Our build is going successfully, right? So guys, thanks for sticking around. We're done with building the landing page. We're done with that. We're building the landing page. Sorry, with scripting the landing page. So the next thing we want to do now, we want to go to the add profile, right? We want to be able to add profiles. So let's click this. We're running out of profiles actually. So we want to be able to repopulate our app. Okay, so good. Let's go and hide this. Let's hide those modal, these pop-ups, hidden block. All right, let's hide this as well. Right. So let's now begin writing our add profile script. Let's go to add profile.js. So first thing first, we need to import our local script and we need to import Axios as well, right? So we copy this too. We're going to edit it. We're going to customize it for that page, but let's make our work easier by going to just paste it. So as usual, put your script last in before you close the body tag. So it's not going to be main.js, it's going to be add profile.js, and then we need to navigate differently, right? We need to navigate differently. So first of all, you need to come out of pages, then you look for script, right? then you look for add profile.js. Okay, so this is CDN. We don't have a problem with that. We're done. Let's go to add profile.js. So inside of add profile.js, we'll start by declaring our variables, right? So inside of add profile.js, let's declare our variables. All right, let's get the form content. Let's go to the add profile.html page. You get to see all of this form content, right? The full name, the email, the website, and the, oh gosh, this is about here. About, right? Let's go to the update profile and correct that as well. Here we have about, right? So we want to target each of this form content. So we want to set the form values to different variables. So we can close the main.js file now. Let's go to add profile.js, right? So the next thing we are doing, right, that's finally responded. So let's go to the JS file and then let's get all of those form responses. So full name, or let's write out the comment, get form values. Let's make code whisperer help us. Full name. So basically we write out the comment, right? We write out a comment. So we say let's go back to our code base, full name, email, uh full name, email, about, and then full name, email, about website, right? So we comment that out, right? So let's get started. I guess the comments should make code whisperer help us better. So full name, good. Document, okay, element by ID. Let's see what we gave the ID. Add profile. So IDs are supposed to be camel cased. So label for, we haven't given them ID. Okay, I didn't give this guy an ID. Okay, this has an ID, this has an ID. This doesn't have an ID as well. Okay, it has about. All right, this does not have an ID. So let's give it an ID, right? Let's give it an ID, full name, right? So let's go back to, yeah, sorry, we're still in VS Code. Okay, so we have full name and then const email is equal to, all right, good. Then const again, about is equal to, sorry about that, document, okay, element by ID, about, and then finally website is const, first of all, website is equals to document, okay, element by ID, website. So we have this for stuff. Then we now want to get a form. We can now remove this comment. I didn't get as much help as I was expecting, but it's fine. So we want to target our form as well. So we say form is equal to document dot. We don't want to get by ID now. We want to use document dot query selector. We want to use query selector, right? It's a single query selector. You use query selector when that is the only class available, right? You use query selector when that is the only class available. If you have multiple of that class available, query selector will pick only the first one for you. When you use query selector, it gives you only the first. If you want to target multiple and repeat the same functionality on each, you use the query selector all, right? So we have form. All right, so we want to call it add profile form. Add profile form, right? We want to call it add profile form. All right, so let's go back to our HTML or add profile page, and then it's basically a class, right? So we give it the class. It's basically going to be an identifier class. So add profile form, right? So add profile form, and then add profile form. We're done. What else? Okay, good. We now want to target those two models, right? The success model uh, and the process model, right? So what classes did we give them? Okay, success modal and then progress modal. These are the two classes. So we can equally use query selectors, right? So come down as well. Const success modal is equal to document the query selector or query selector, sorry, document the query selector. We want the okay, this is going to give me an error. Thank God I noticed it. There should be a dot here. So query sorry guys, query selector is add profile form, not add profile form, success model, right? So we can just duplicate this and then we call this progress model, right? Progress model, right? Query selector, progress model. So we have targeted all we need. Okay, good. So now let's write our first function. Let's stick to the principle, right? So standalone functions, we use the function keyword. So let's give it a name, sorry, handle, handle, handle add profile. Yeah, let's call it handle add profile. Okay, so handle add profile. And then the next thing we want to do is a form submission. So we are going to prevent default. So in HTML, the moment you submit a form, right? The moment you submit a form, the page reloads automatically, right? So let me prove it to you guys. So you guys will see it clearly. Do we have time? The recording is getting long. Don't worry, let me show you guys quickly. So add profile. So the moment you submit a form, I'm coming, form type is button. I want this type to be submit. It should be MIT, right? So it should be MIT. The moment you submit a button, the moment you submit a form, the page reloads. So let's go to the add profile page and then let's hit the submit button. The moment you submit a button, you submit a form, the page reloads. Okay, there's form validation working. Let's prove everything is good. So good, everything is fine. Uh, let's also good this. I'm coming. Let me keep it empty and be sure the validation is working. Right. All right. The validation is working. Right. So we show that, and then this as well. Control A. Let's make sure the validation is working too. Right, the validation is working. So the moment you submit the form, there is a page reload, right? And we don't want that effect. We don't want that page reload effect, probably because we want to log our data into the console or do other things. So if that page reloads, your console gets cleared and other stuff. So the first thing you want to do is you want to ensure that effect is prevented. So you use the prevent default method. It ensures your page does not reload after your form gets submitted. That means you need to pick it's attached to the event object, right? I explained the event object earlier. So that means you need to pick the event object. Okay, so now we are using the event object, right? Don't worry, probably I'm going to make a video on the event object. I think so. Yeah, I'm going to make a video on the event object, right? So I'm going to explain how the event object work in that video. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to the first thing we want to do is we want to show the progress model, right? So progress model dot style, right? Dot style dot display is flex. Style dot display is equal to flex, right? Progress model dot style dot display is equals to block, rather not flex. We want block, not flex, right? So we want to show the progress model. Then after we show the progress model, the next thing we want to do is we want to now arrange our data into an object, right? So we say profile let's say profile, or should I say intended profile? Okay, let's just call it, okay, see, let's say profile data, let's just call it profile. Profile is an object. This is basically the profile you want to create. So full name is equal is an object. So we say full name, the full name we are getting from up there, right? Then email, email.value, right? This is the email. This email is the form input. So the value of the form input is going to be your email. The value of the form of this first form input is going to be your full name. So that's basically what we're doing here. So dot value, right? We need the comma. After that, email. Then about, we need the comma as well. About the value, about dot value. Sorry guys. So we need the about the value, and then so about the value, then finally website, right? Website is website dot value, right? Website dot value. Good. So this is the profile we want to send to the server along with our request. So const, let's say created profile, right? Created profile is equals to, yeah, we already stated it as an asynchronous function. We already have Axios inside of our HTML. So in that main, the first use of Axios was a delete request, right? The first use of Axios, the scroll Axios, it was a delete request, right? But in this case, this use of Axios here is a post request. So we are making a post request. Remember, the create profile endpoint is a post endpoint. Let's go to Postman. So the create profile sheet here is a post endpoint. It's coming. All right, so you can see the create profile endpoint is a post endpoint. So let's proceed. So Axios post. So since it's a post request, it takes two arguments. The first argument is the endpoint. Let's go copy the endpoint. Right, the create profile. Good. Developer profiles project. Yeah, everything is okay. So let's copy the endpoint. Let's paste. And then after we paste the endpoint, the next thing is we add a comma, and then after the comma, the next thing is we pass our profile, which is the data we want to send to the server. Inside of Postman, we were able to do it differently, but in this case, we are passing it programmatically, right? So we have now served our profile. So we're now going to do some checks. Okay, let's slow down, right? Let's log our created profile into the console, right? So let's log our created profile into the console, and then let's give this an event listener, right? Let's give the function to an event listener form. What's our form? Our form is the add profile form, right? So we're going to add an onSubmit event listener to it. So event listener, the event is submit event. So the moment you submit your form, I want the handle and add profile function to be invoked. So we can now already go and create a profile, right? Let's hope it's successful. So full name, let's create Sandra Kimball again. Skim, all right. And then Sandra K. And then let's go back here and copy some data. Let's copy some dummy lorem text. So we can now create a profile. Well, basically, what will happen is we're going to log the created profile into the console, but that's not all we want to do. So we hit submit. Uh-oh. Our prevent default didn't work. So handle add profile E. Oh gosh, there was a typo. Oh my, there was a typo. So now I've completed it. Oh gosh, I'm coming. Let me reverse and see if my input will come back. Yeah, my input came back. All right, we still get that issue. What? HTTPS. Excuse me, guys. So we have HTTPS here. Profiles, project, YouTube. This is how simple things can make developers go super crazy. The error is just me using an uppercase here instead of a single case. So these values should be single cases and not uppercases, right? Checking the error, I observed it was sending profile creation failed, please fill all fields. So that gave me a clue that something was happening, meaning my response seemed not to be sending all the fields, even though I was sending everything. So I now checked and I discovered that I missed, this shouldn't be an uppercase letter. This should be a lowercase alphabet, not an uppercase alphabet, right? This should be how it should be. This is how it's configured on the server. Okay, guys. So now our code should work just fine. Sandra Kimball, SK, SK. All right. So let's copy some text from here. All right. It was actually very surprising. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It was very surprising. So let's copy some text from there, and then sorry, I wanted to post it into this. Okay. So and then let's see what we have now. So our profile is successfully created this time, right? So profile created successfully, and then we have the profile. So when we go back to the landing page, and I guess we refresh, right? We refresh, we should see it becomes 5, no longer 4, and the fifth profile should be Sandra Kimball, which we just created. So we can now delete this profile. Let's delete. Our delete functionality still works fine. So our add profile function is now working. So let's finish that up. So we're now going to check. We're going to say if new profile, right? If new profile, sorry, if created profile, not new profile, right? If created profile is defined and created profile dot data dot response. Let's see what's our response message. Okay, let's go to Postman, right? So we can get the response message from Postman. Response message profile created successfully. All right, good. So if created profile and created profile dot data, right? That's how Axios sends it. Axios. Okay, let's wait. Let me show you guys. Let's create another profile. Samuel Naruto. I created this earlier, so they are just kind of showing up, helping the okay. So profile created successfully. Let's copy again, we paste again. So oh, an error key. This shouldn't happen, please. Okay. Alright, I guess we are still missing it, right? This should be, let's resolve this for once and for all, please. This should be full name, not uppercase full name. Right, this should be full name. Okay, we certainly should get that. Our code wasn't correct. And okay, let's leave it like this. Right. So it should work well now. Samuel Naruto. Sna. Sna. Control A, Control V. So let's see. So good, our profile gets created now. So this is how Axios sends back our response. This is Axios specific, right? So it comes up, our response comes inside of the data. The Axios response comes an object, and inside of that object we have another object called data, right? So our data, our response, which we are expecting, our API response, as it is in Postman, is wrapped inside of the data object, right? So we need to target the data object inside of here. So we can say created profile. Let's use the ampersand there, right? Created profile dot response message. Created profile dot response message. Response message is equals to profile created. Let's check it out. Right, the response message is this. Let's copy it and paste. So profile created successfully. We cut like so. Paste. Profile created successfully. So if that is it, then we want to, if our profile is created successfully, we want to now show our models, not just logging this into the console. Uh, we want to show success model dot style, right? The style dot display is block. Before we show success model, we want to hide uh the we want to hide the process model, right? We want to hide the process model. the progress modal rather. Progress modal. Alright, so progress modal, delete all of this. Okay, so this goes up, we hide the process model, then we show the success model. So after we hide the progress model and show the success model, let's remove this. Let's add the profile variable, which is the object, right? It's basically the same thing I did. While debugging, I had to copy the object directly and paste, but it's basically the same thing, right? You guys will see it's going to work just the same way. So success model style.display. The next thing I want to do is I want to now empty the form. This isn't really necessary because we'll be redirecting automatically, right? Full name the value is empty, the value becomes empty, and then email the value, email the value becomes empty as well, and then about the value, about the value, okay, but Ctrl Z, y, all right then. So everything becomes empty. We are setting them back to an empty state, a default state. Then we now want to, once our profile has been created, we set the models hidden and shown. We now want to relocate. We want to set a timeout, right? Set timeout. Okay, close our curlies, close our brace, all right, error gone. So we want to set timeout, and the set timeout function takes two arguments. It takes a callback function, which it invokes once the uh, time you set elapsed. So first of all, we write our callback function, right, and then how many seconds? Let's make it 2 seconds, right? Let's make it 2000 milliseconds, right? So it's basically doing the correct thing. So thank you, Code Whisperer. Success model dot style dot display none. Window dot location dot href index dot html. Very good. So we save this, and then I think we're good, right? So I think we're basically done with our add profile page, our add profile script. I guess we are done, right? Okay, so let's go prove it. Let's go prove that we are done. First of all, let's check how many profiles we have on the landing page. Let's refresh. So we have five profiles: Sandra Kimball, Samuel Naruto. Alright then, why not I add my own profile? Yep, I'm gonna add my profile now. So add profile, name, email, my website, HTTPS. Let's make it complete so the link doesn't break. Right, my website, and then I let me add an emoji. Oh, no time for emojis. I am the author of the developer profiles or developer profiles project tutorial series on YouTube. Right, so this does it, right? So let's add. It shows that. We're waiting. All right, so once it's successful, this will change to the success model. And once this changes to the success model, then we get redirected to the landing page. All right, so we got paused. It seems we are having a bug. I don't think the network should take this much. So let's go check out our code. If created profile and created profile dot data, right? The data dot response message. Yeah, so we missed it. The profile was created, but our condition was not met, so we couldn't get the remaining result. When you go back, when you go to the landing page, you're going to see the profile was created, right? Let's refresh. You're going to see the profile was created, just that. Yeah, you can see it was created. Axios condition was fully met. The profile was created, just that our condition was not met, so the other stuff couldn't take effect. So let's go and add one more profile. Let's call it Manu Gray, right? Say mg at gmail.com. Right, then mg. All right, then go back here, copy some content and paste. And then let's see what we have. All right, this works. Okay, it worked until this moment, but our redirecting didn't work. Right, our redirecting didn't work. So why didn't our redirecting work? Right, we had double callback. Yeah, we had double callback, so it wouldn't work. Right, it's supposed to be a single callback function. And then I think we still have typo here, so we cut this out. Control X. Right, this after the callback. Control V. And then we save. Right, let's go try it again. So same thing happened. The profile was created again, just that our conditions were not met. So test user, yeah, we're going to delete this TU. Okay, just some dummy stuff. And then we're going to delete this profile. So delete created, then oh, it couldn't redirect properly. We needed a dot here, right? Okay, sorry, we are going out of pages, right? We're going out of pages, so we needed a double dot. Okay, so what else? This happened too quick, right? Display none. It happened too quick. Let's make it 3,000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. Right. So let's go back here. Let's choose that again. As long as tys at gmail.com. Fnew, just anything. We're going to delete the profile. Oh gosh, it's still not working. Did I not save? So submit, handle add profile, success model.style.display none, progress model.style.display none, success model.style.display block. I think this works, right? Initially, you turn this on, right? After turning this on, you create your profile. If the profile is created and everything is successful, you turn this off, progress model off, success model block. Then you empty this. Then you do a set timeout, and after that timeout happens, you hide this, and then you relocate to the index.html page. Right, so I think this should work just fine now. Probably our page didn't load well. Let's reload our page. Right, so let's try it now. Just test user. Okay, this. Our profile. Good, good, and it's working just like we want. Right, I think that delay is much. Let's make it 2000. Let's make it 2 milliseconds. 2 seconds rather. 2 seconds, 2000 milliseconds. Right, so let's go back to add profile, of course. Let's refresh again. Right, so we can repeat the name, but we just can't repeat the email. That's how we set it in the back end. So we add profile. Good. All right, then I think we got it right this time. So we have some profiles to delete, right? We're not deleting them, we're going to edit them. I guess we can delete some. Yes, let's delete 2 of them. So we can use the right, no need, we use the edit functionality to edit them and make them sensible when we are done with the edit functionality. So let's go to the we're done with the add profile functionality. The next thing we want to do is we want to move to the edit profile functionality, right? So this is it, index.html. You copy this out. Yeah, we need script, we need this. So be careful, right? When you're coding and you're tensed, it's easier to hit box to create errors. So be careful how you copy and paste around. So over here, just before you close the body tag, you add your script, and then we're not targeting this. We want uh script, right? And then we want update profile.js. Yeah, so good. Axios is CDN, so no worries. All right then. So basically, the add profile the JS file, all of this content we are targeting is the same for the other page, right? They are basically the same for the other page. So the update profile, we are going to copy all of those variables. No need for us to declare them all afresh. So Control C of the profile, we paste. So I'm going to implement the updated, I'm going to implement this update profile page with the fetch API, right? So we're going to use Axios in the for the React.js build, but for this build, I'm going to use the fetch API. So for fetching data, we use the fetch API, and then for other request, update, delete, we'll use the we use Axios. So, but in the React.js project, we use Axios Ultra. All right. So now we're going to use the fetch API. So, uh, let's get let's create a function, right? A function that fetches data. So we say handle fetch data, handle fetch data, right? I will let's use function keyword async function handle fetch data, handle get profile, right? Let's be specific. Handle get profile. I don't want your suggestion. So handle get profile, and then inside of handle get profile, what we're going to do now is we're going to fetch the particular profile we want to update first, right? So for that, we're going to use the fetch API. So we say const URL is equals to developer profiles project get profile. Okay, we don't, it's not going to be like this, but let's accept the suggestion first, and then we customize it to be what we want, right? So API slash v1 slash get profile slash id, right? So we missed the curly, so our curly is in. I think errors should be gone. All right then, so we don't have any errors anymore. So let's fetch. So const response is equals to fetch, right? And then we fetch our data. Of course, let's await, right? Let's say profile, let's call it profile to update, sorry, response rather, response, right, is equals to await. Then we now say profile to update const, profile to update, profile to update is equals to response JSON, correct. Let's await, right? Let's await. Okay, let's ignore this. All right, so profile to update response.json. So since we want to log it into our console, we needed to console.log. Since we want to log it into our console, we need to await. So we console.log profile to update in sorry we log profile to update into our console. So let's invoke this handle get profile function and see. Let's invoke it on load handle get profile, and then we save. Let's invoke it and let's see what we get. Let's go back to our demo. Let's go back to our index page, and then let's refresh. Let's refresh our index page. Let's refresh our index page. Right, so we get our data. Let's now go to the update profile page and let's see what we get. Right, so we are fetching our profile successfully. Right, so we are able to get our profile successfully. Okay, we are able to get our profile successfully. So now that we are able to get our profile successfully, we can now uh, add it to our form, right? We can now put it into our form. Let's go to our add profile page. Let's be careful how we copy. So, but we just copy this out, right? Okay, let's go. There's no time. Let's not waste time on that. So const, we set full name. Okay, let's study our data, our response first. Is Axios. Okay, we're using fetch API here. So files to update dot profile, right? Dot profile. Okay, so let's check by the way. Let's check first of all. Let's comment this out. We're going to add it. We're going to add that to the form. We don't need this log again. So if profile to update, right? If profile to update is defined, and profile to update the response message, right? And profile to update the response message. Let's go and check what the response message should be. The response message is profile fetched successfully. That's correct. So if this is the response message, then yeah, this is exactly what I wanted us to do. Full name dot value becomes profile to update dot profile the full name. Let's check this out. Yeah, profile good. Profile to update the profile dot full name. Profile to update the profile dot email. Profile to update the profile dot about. All right, good. So we don't need this anymore. Thanks to Code Whisperer. Right, so that is it. So we have checked, we have implemented the if statement. We can now say else, right? We can now say else. Let's go back to our main.js and let's copy that paragraph prompt that we returned again and again as an error layer, right? As a check. So we copy this out and then we go to update profile. Oh, this is not what I want. We go to update profile and then we are able to paste it. All right, okay, it's a simple alert here. It's a simple alert. All right, it's a simple alert. Not we're not pasting that in this case. It said the requested profile could not be fetched, right? So the requested profile could not be fetched, right? Please check your network and try again. Right, so this is the simple response we give. Right, it says it's just an alert in this case. The requested profile could not be fetched. Please check your network and try again. So we are able to fetch that single profile. We're able to add it to our form. But in case we don't get our profile, right, the profile we want, we simply tell the user with an alert to check their network. Probably there was network error. So let's go check our profile page if it's getting our data. Yeah, it's getting our data. Let's go back and use another one. Let's use new endman. Yep, you can see it's getting our data and it's populating it for us. That's great. So we are doing just fine. Okay, so we are doing just fine. We're making progress. We can now delete this, right? No need for consoles in our production deployment, right? I'm going to show you guys how to deploy this to Vercel once we are done. So now we have successfully implemented getting the profile and adding it to our form. The next thing we are going to now do is we're going to now do the updating, right? So handle update profile. Code Whisperer seem to just handle update profile. Should we trust Code Whisperer to this? Let's see what it's got. No. We can't trust it, right? So handle update profile. We go ahead and do this ourselves, right? So as usual, we pick the event object. We pick the event object because we'll disable the default behavior. So either prevent default, right? Either prevent default. We disable the default behavior of the form. Then the next thing we do, we set our progress model, right? We set our progress model to show progress model dot style dot display is block dot style dot display is block. Good. So our progress model is set to block. Now we want to now our process model is set to block. Okay, so let's create the variable. This is the profile we are sending, right? This is the profile we are sending. we now say update, yeah, let's call it update, is equal to an object, of course. So we can now pass the current value of the form. I guess we can just go to the add profile page and copy that out. Sorry, the add profile.js page, and copy that out, right? So we just copy this. So the current value of the form is what we are sending as the update. So save. So we now have our update. Okay. So const updated profile, right? So now the profile will be updated. Okay, the profile will be updated. Then updated profile is equals to Axios, of course. Await Axios dot patch. We're not putting, we're patching. So Axios dot patch. Then it says developer profiles project live dot onradar.com / version 1 / profiles / update profile. I think we are correct with this. Okay, then we'll pass update as the update we want to make to it. So I guess we're moving gradually. We're wrapping up. So the next thing we want to do is we want to check if our profile has been indeed updated. Then we do all of those other stuffs. So if updated profile, right? If updated profile, good. And this is Axios, right? No, this is Axios. This is an Axios request. And updated profile dot data. All of those come inside of data, right? The response message. All right, let's go with Code Whisperer and let's see what it gives us. You see, Code Whisperer is missing a curly, giving us an error. So you just need to be careful how you take responses from AI helpers. So update if updated profile and updated profile dot data, the response message is equals to profile updated successfully, right? Then we turn off our progress modal, right? And then we turn off our progress modal, we turn on our success modal, then we wait for 2 seconds, and then we turn off our success modal, and then we redirect to the home page. So how do we get to the home page? I'm coming. The home page is dot dot. You get out of pages, and then you're there. So that is how to get to the home page. So this is all about it, I suppose. I guess this is it. So let's go try it out. Let's go try it out if it works. So first we go back to the landing page. We refresh to get a list of updated users. And then we're going to start by updating one of these very dirty pieces of profile. Sorry, one of those dirty profiles. So let's just say updated, right? Test user updated, this. Let's go and hide this guy first as well. Update profile, we need to hide it. It's still showing block. So let's keep them both hidden. Let's keep both our models hidden, right? All right, I understand. It's fine. The page reloaded, so the ID got lost. So we want to go again. Now we need to get our data. So let's just say updated right now. Right, so let's check it out. Okay, we had an error. Okay, I think our default form behavior isn't being prevented, I guess. Yeah, we haven't given this function to an event listener. So form, right? Form dot, the form here is the form is update profile form, right? So when we go to the update profile page, the form should have the class update profile form, right? So we go back to the update profile .js file. Okay, so handle update profile, then a form dot add event listener, right? The form should have an event listener, right? Submit handle update profile. I'm coming. The page reloaded because we didn't add the event listener to it. So meanwhile, I want to go and check and make sure our button is set to type submit. So our button type submit, yes, and then our form, I guess everything is good. So we save, and then with this, I guess we'll be done in just some minutes with the build. So thanks to you guys. I mean, thanks to you guys for sticking around. Okay, so we need to go back, and then we need to go back. Yeah, we need to go back to the landing page and come afresh, so we can pick the ID. Go back to the landing page, and then we come afresh. Okay, so we say updated right now, and then we hit updates. Been updated, successfully updated, and then we should be redirected, and then you're going to see it's updated right now. Isn't that cool, guys? So we have our updating functionality working, we have our deleting functionality working, we have our creating functionality working, and of course we are fetching data into places. So we have implemented code completely. We're fetching data on the home page, and as well for the edit page we are also fetching data, right? So this is just amazing, guys. Let's go back to the there was a bug. I noticed a bug, a typo with the success message, the success model. Yeah, here's the typo. We need to close this out, right? I think, yeah, we needed to close that out. Yeah. So let's go edit another one. Okay, edited right now. Let's say edited right now again. So let's hit update profile. We added again to it. Good. Then good. Get redirected. All right, this is good. This is cool. So updated, you can see again, right? So this means all our functionalities are working. We delete this, we can delete. Our delete functionality works just fine. Let's go back. I hit the update. Well, I hit an area that was meant to be for the update button. So I want to delete this as well. Right, it goes, and then I can finally delete this as well. Right. Oh, what's happening? Oh gosh, let's have a page refresh. All right, let's see. Okay, no thanks. All right then, so this is it. Right, so we've successfully completed the build of our app. We've successfully completed the build. We've followed up, and I've showed you guys how to build uh amazing project with HTML. With all you've learned in this project, I don't think there will be any HTML project at all that you can't handle. I mean, any HTML project I don't think there will be any HTML project of any grade that you can't handle with all that you've learned in this tutorial so far. So guys, I mean, thanks so much for sticking around. Thanks so much for watching everything. I hope you learned very well. So up next is going to be the React.js build. That will be the next video. I'm going to build this same project, showing it with React.js, so you don't want to miss that video. So check out the link to the complete course, to the complete tutorial in the description of this video. So guys, check out the video description. You're going to find the link to the complete series. Please check it out and enjoy the other videos. So before I finally sign out, I'm going to show you guys how to deploy this video to Vercel. So before we deploy this to Vercel, we need to push it to GitHub. If you don't know, we actually started the build in the first build video, which is the server video where we build the back end. We we created a GitHub repo, right? We initialized a GitHub repo. So we have been doing everything in here inside of a GitHub repo. So with this, we can basically push to GitHub, and from GitHub we can now deploy to Vercel. So let's start up another terminal. First of all, let's make sure our compiler runs as many times as possible. So you try to save up and make sure your compiler runs. So you go through different pages, you save, if possible you turn off the compiler, right? You turn off the compiler, and then you run it again just to make sure it compiles every of your CSS and your final output is updated. So you run the compiler, and then you ensure your live server is running as well, just so that you make sure everything compiles, right? So you can make sure everything compiles. All right, so I guess our compiler is working just fine. we should be confident enough that our CSS is up to date already. So I've showed you guys how to build this front end with plain HTML. It's been eventful. I hope you learned a lot, guys. So the React.js build is even going to be more interesting. You can't miss that build, right? So check out the video, check out the video description. I've stressed that too much. All right, guys, let's push this to GitHub. Right, so basically everything is I'm going to bundle everything here into two commits, right? Like I said, I'm showing you guys everything, my workflow, basically everything, right? So I'm going to bundle this. I don't know if I'm going to do this like this in a production grade project, right? But this is just a tutorial, so I'm going to bundle everything into two commits, right? So I'm going to leave the readme out, and I'm going to bundle everything here into two commits. So the next thing I want to do here is I want to commit this once. So we, like I told you guys, we'll be working inside of a GitHub repository. So I say git commit, right? And then what do we call it? We have a lot, so we say is show uh completed completed the this choice is basically a keyword. Is your choice, right? Is your choice. If your team have some rules, then if your team have specific keywords for specific activities, then you use the right keyword. But it's basically a commit system I learned, so you can use it if you wish. All right, so we're committing. A chore completed the HTML client build, right? So a push, right? Sorry, I commit. Then all of this guys goes off, and then let's check out the changes we made on the readme, and then we add that out as well. Right, so let's commit the readme. Let's check out a preview of the readme. How does it look? Let's see the preview if it looks nice. All right, I think the readme looks nice, so let's make another commit as well. Right, this was a change, so we can call it refactor. Right, updated the readme. Okay, let's be specific. Added the Tailwind CSS compiler compiler command. Let's call it watch. Tailwind CSS watch command to readme. Right, so added the Tailwind CSS watch command to readme. So I think I'm good. Then after these two commits, I can push to GitHub, right? So I git push, and then I'll push to GitHub. So once I push to GitHub, from GitHub, I am now able to deploy to Vercel. Right, so developer profiles project, you can see the commit we made just 2 minutes ago, right? So the commits have been made. Now we can go to Vercel. Let's close out all of these pages. Let's go to Vercel. All right, let's go ahead and just import this. As long as we find the folder, then we're safe. Right, so the folder is here. We set that as our we don't need to set this. It's just an HTML project, but the root directory, we set our root directory to the HTML client folder, right? So good. Developer profiles project YouTube live, edit, and then we set it to the client folder, then we deploy. So that's how easy it is to deploy a project to Vercel. Let's wait and see. It should happen in seconds, right? So our deployment is complete. Good, our project is live. So let's go to the dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, okay, guys. So this is how you deploy a project to Vercel, right? This is how you deploy a project to Vercel. So this is the live link to your project. Let's hit the live link. We're going to see it's live. The project is live. So let's wait for it. So we get our responses. The project is live. You can play around with it and then test the different features, right? The project is live. So you can try out the live link yourself, right? You can just visit the live link if you watch the tutorial or your own build. Yeah, test it, send to your friends, your developer friends, tell them to add their profiles, right? So this is how you deploy a website to Vercel from GitHub. Guys, we did it right from the beginning. I showed you guys how to do everything, how to build dynamic HTML pages. I showed you guys the update functionality. It's took a dynamic page for that to be possible, right? So I mean, this is just an amazing project that teaches you a lot. So up next is the React.js build, and I believe you don't want to miss that. So like I've stressed again and again, the link to that video, the link to the complete series will be in the video description. Use the link, explore all the videos in the series, and I mean, enjoy. HTML, React.js, Next.js, all built together. React.js is actually a double build. There's a build with prop drilling, just drilling of props, and then there's a build with context API. So you really don't want to miss this awesome goodies, right? So guys, see you in the next video. Bye bye.